Welcome, friends, to our comprehensive examination of Japanese architectural history here tonight. We're exploring how an island nation created some of the world's most thoughtful and beautiful architecture, spaces that breathe with the seasons, embrace impermanence, and find profound meaning in simplicity. This is a story about wood and paper, stone and water, and the human desire to live in harmony with the world around us. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare to drift off as we begin. Imagine being in a very old Japanese forest, the kind that used to cover these islands long before anyone thought to build anything. These trees are different from the ones you might see in your area. These trees are Cryptomeria and Hinoki cypress. They can live for 1,000 years and grow straight and tall. Their wood smells a little like lemon and is resistant to rot, like nature's own preservative. Japanese architecture doesn't start in quarries or brick kilns. It starts in these old forests where there was a lot of wood that was easy to work with and seemed to last forever. Building with stone makes things last, whether you want them to or not. Stone says, "I will be here long after you're gone, unchanged and unmoved." Wood, on the other hand, says something else. Wood says, "I used to be alive, and in a way, I still am." The first people who lived in Japan knew that the islands they lived on were always moving, and this would affect how they built things for thousands of years. Earthquakes shook the ground too often, making buildings made of solid stone into death traps. It seemed like the earth itself liked movement over stillness and flexibility over rigidity. So the Japanese learned how to build buildings that could sway with the earth instead of fighting it. These buildings danced with disaster instead of standing against it. But before we talk about real buildings, we should talk about Shinto, the native religion of Japan that sees divine presence in nature. Shinto says that kami, or spirits or gods, live in everything, from huge mountains to tiny streams, from old trees to interesting rocks. This wasn't just a religious belief, it was a basic way to think about how you fit into the landscape. Your approach to building changes completely when you think that nature is sacred. You don't take over the land, you work with it. You don't cut down all the trees in a forest. Instead, you cut down certain trees with thanks and ceremony. The first Shinto shrines weren't really buildings. They were just areas that were set aside as sacred, maybe with a special tree or rock in them, and simple fences made of branches and rope around them. The Grand Shrine at Ise is one of Japan's most sacred places. It shows how people in Japan interact with nature in a way that might seem strange to people from the West. Every 20 years, the whole shrine complex is rebuilt from the ground up with new cypress wood and traditional methods. The old buildings are carefully taken apart and new ones that look just like the old ones go up in their place. This has been going on for more than 1,000 years, which makes Ise both old and always new. Consider this for a second. A building that is both 1,300 years old and only 20 years old. It's like the ship of Theseus paradox in architecture. This is a philosophical question about whether something stays the same after all of its parts have been replaced. The Japanese knew right away that the shrine's essence wasn't in the materials it was made of, but in its shape, its traditions, and its spiritual continuity. Because of this tradition of rebuilding, people had to learn about architecture by teaching each other, instead of just looking at old buildings. For decades, master carpenters taught apprentices everything they needed to know about how buildings worked, how they breathed, and how they stood up to wind and earthquakes. They didn't just teach them how to cut joints or choose wood. Japanese people used to treat wood with a lot of respect. Carpenters learned to read the grain of wood like you would read someone's face, getting to know its personality, strengths, and oddities. They knew that wood from the north side of a tree was thicker and should be used in a different way than wood from the south side. They knew that the way a tree grew determined how to cut and put its wood in a building. People cared for the tools and treated them with respect. It was important to take care of and eventually pass down a master carpenter's saw. Japanese saws cut on the pull stroke instead of the push stroke, which gives the carpenter more control and makes cleaner cuts. It's one of those little things that shows a whole new way of doing things, working with the tool's nature instead of forcing it to do what you want. The joinery techniques that developed in Japan are still amazing in how clever they are. Master carpenters made connections between wooden parts that were stronger than the wood itself, like interlocking joints that got tighter when they were loaded, corners that could bend without breaking, and connections that let buildings absorb seismic energy instead of breaking under it. Imagine a master carpenter in ancient Japan picking a tree to cut down as you drift off to sleep. He puts his hand on the bark and maybe says a short prayer to the kami of the forest, thanking them for the life he's about to take and the purpose it will serve. The tree will fall, but it will also rise again. It will become pillars and beams, and it will continue to exist in a new form, protecting people as it once protected birds and insects. The basis of Japanese architecture is a deep respect for materials, the idea that buildings are not separate from nature but part of its ongoing cycle, and the willingness to accept change instead of fighting it. The palaces, temples, castles and tea houses that come after this all come from these roots, just like the cypress trees grow from the ground. Japanese architecture changed in a big way around the 6th century CE. Buddhism came from China and Korea, and it brought with it not only new spiritual ideas but also a whole new way of building. It was like someone suddenly giving you a whole new way to say things you only sort of understood before. In many ways, Chinese architecture was the opposite of what Japan had made. Japanese buildings were low to the ground, while Chinese buildings had many stories and fancy rooflines that went up. Japanese design used natural materials in their raw form, while Chinese architecture used bright colours, intricate decorations and complicated symbols. Japanese architecture was about blending in with the landscape, while Chinese architecture was about imposing geometric order and cosmic meaning. The Japanese reaction to this cultural exchange shows something important about their character. They didn't just copy Chinese models, and they didn't completely reject them either. Instead, they did what you could call architectural translation, which means taking Chinese ideas and slowly and carefully adapting them to Japanese tastes and needs. Japanese architecture didn't really need large interior spaces for congregational worship before. Buddhist temples did. Shinto ceremonies took place outside or in small private places, but Buddhism needed big rooms where monks could meet, chant sutras and do complicated rituals. This meant learning how to build on a scale that Japanese architecture hadn't done before. The pagoda, which is a unique multi-tiered tower found in Buddhist temples, is actually a brilliant piece of earthquake engineering that the Japanese perfected through trial and error and careful observation. A shinbashira, a huge central pillar, runs through the middle of a traditional Japanese pagoda. It is held up from the top and barely touches the ground. The building shakes when an earthquake hits, but the central pillar keeps the whole thing stable by acting as a counterweight and dampener. Modern seismologists who studied ancient pagodas found something amazing. This design, which was developed through years of observation, predicts principles that structural engineers didn't understand mathematically until the 20th century. Some pagodas have been around for more than 1,400 years and have withstood many earthquakes that have destroyed newer buildings nearby. Old-time carpenters didn't need computer models. They had patience, careful observation, and years of experience. The Horyuji Temple, which was built in the early 7th century, has the oldest wooden buildings in the world that are still standing. It's like stepping into a time machine when you walk around its grounds, but you're not really there. You're in bed, imagining what it would be like. The wood has darkened over time to a deep brown that looks like it absorbs light. The pillars have a slight curve called entasis that comes from Greek architecture through Chinese middlemen. This makes them look more like living things than rigid shapes. It's interesting how quickly these early Buddhist temples began to look more Japanese than Chinese. The rooflines got less fancy but more elegant. The colours changed from the bright reds and greens of Chinese temples to softer, more natural tones. The connection with the garden around it became more integrated, less about symbols and more about real sensory experience. Buddhist architecture also brought new skilled workers to Japan, tile makers who could make the unique curved roof tiles that directed rainwater, metal workers who could make the beautiful bronze decorations that went on doorways and roofs, sculptors and painters who made statues of Buddhas and bodhisattvas that filled temples. There were different traditions and techniques for each craft that had to be changed to work with Japanese materials and weather. The changes in temple architecture over the next few hundred years show a slow process of creative digestion. Each generation of builders learned from the ones before them, but they also tried new things, changed things, and sometimes came up with new ideas that were less like Chinese models. By the Heian period, which lasted from the 9th to the 12th centuries, Japanese Buddhist architecture had developed its own unique style. It was clearly based on Chinese models, but it was clearly Japanese in how it was built. The covered corridor, or roka, is one new idea that stands out. In Japan, where it rains a lot, These wooden walkways connected different buildings in a temple or palace complex. They made sure that people could move between buildings without getting wet. The corridors weren't just useful. They made a rhythm of walking through covered and open spaces, switching between light and shade, the sound of rain on wooden roofs, and the sight of gardens glistening with water. As you get more comfortable in your blankets, picture yourself walking down one of these hallways on a rainy day. The wooden floor is smooth under your feet because it has been used for hundreds of years. Rain is falling in sheets outside, making a curtain between you and the garden. The sound is everywhere. Rain on the roof tiles, rain on the stone paths, and rain filling the stone basins. But you're dry and moving through this protected space that connects you to the life of the buildings, while keeping you safe from the weather. The hallway is not completely inside or outside. It's a space in between, a threshold, and Japanese architecture would come to love these unclear areas very much. The aristocratic architecture of the Heian period Japan, from the 9th to the 12th centuries, is one of the most refined domestic traditions in human history. This was the time of the tale of Genji, a great work of world literature that shows us how the nobility lived, loved, and thought about the places where they lived. The Shinden-zukuri style that was popular in aristocratic homes at this time was based on a simple idea: build rectangular buildings around a central courtyard garden, connect them with hallways, and let the spaces flow into each other with as few barriers as possible. It sounds simple, but when you compare it to European or Middle Eastern palaces from the same time, you can see how radical this idea was. Picture a mansion for a nobleman from above. The main hall, or shinden, always faces south because of Chinese geomantic ideas about good directions. To the east and west, smaller buildings hold family members, servants, and other household tasks. Covered hallways connect everything, making a safe way for people to get around. And in the middle, the courtyard garden, which is more than just a decoration, it's the heart of the whole thing. There are almost no walls inside, which is what makes this so different from, say, a medieval European manor. The buildings are basically roofed platforms with screens and curtains that can be moved around. Not solid walls, but how you arrange your furniture and fabric gives you privacy. You don't define space by closing it off. Instead, you do it by carefully placing screens, blinds, and hanging textiles to suggest boundaries. This meant that homes of the rich were very adaptable. During the day, the rooms could be open and bright. Screens and curtains made private rooms at night. When you had guests over, rooms could easily become bigger spaces. The house could change completely with the seasons. In the summer, it was very open to let in breezes, and in the winter, it had screens placed just right to keep warmth from braziers. The floors of these buildings were made of famous hinoki cypress wood platforms that were about 2 feet off the ground. It wasn't just about height. It was also about making a separate space from the ground below. You took off your shoes before stepping up onto these platforms. This was a sign that you were moving from the outside world to the more refined space of the home. The space under the floor also let air flow, which is important in Japan's humid climate, and kept moisture from the ground from rotting wooden buildings. During the Heian period, tatami mats, which are rectangular floor mats covered in rushes, were not yet common. They were expensive things that were only put where people sat. Eventually they grew so big that they covered whole floors, and their standard size became a way to measure things. Rooms were described by how many tatami they had. People still use the terms 6-mat rooms and 8-mat rooms to describe Japanese apartments today. This is a tradition that goes back hundreds of years. If you're used to walls being walls and doors staying closed, the way the inside and outside of these palaces work together might make you feel uneasy. On nice days, the wooden shutters that surrounded the buildings could be lifted and stored, which meant that an entire wall could be taken down and the rooms could be opened directly to the garden. The aristocrats didn't just look at their gardens, they were always able to see and hear them. You might not expect this openness to mean a different way of thinking about privacy. Because anyone could see into rooms, privacy was kept by using layers of semi-transparent fabrics, cultural rules about where you could look, and the careful placement of screens and furniture. The privacy of the architecture was not physical but social, and it was enforced by manners instead of locks. You should meditate on the gardens you can see from these palaces. They weren't botanical collections or vegetable gardens. They were carefully planned landscapes that brought nature close to people. You could change the course of a stream so that it flows through the garden, with carefully chosen stones lining the way. People picked trees based on how they looked in different seasons, like cherry blossoms in the spring and maples in the fall. Islands in fake ponds stood for cosmic ideas or famous places from Chinese poetry. Walking through these gardens meant reading between the lines and finding hidden meanings. That arrangement of rocks could be a reference to a famous Chinese landscape. That tree might remind people of a poem they all knew. The gardens were like three-dimensional books that only educated people could fully enjoy. You could enjoy them sensually, which you could do, but you were also supposed to understand their cultural and philosophical meanings. The idea of ma, which is often translated as negative space, or interval, was very important to how these buildings and gardens worked. Ma isn't just empty space, it's space that gets meaning from the things around it. The empty space between the buildings wasn't wasted space, it was the organising principle that made the buildings work together. The space between stones on a garden path wasn't empty, it was full of hope. As you drift off to sleep, imagine yourself as a Heian nobleman or woman, relaxing on the raised wooden floor of your home. The wooden shutters are gone now that it's spring, and your room is completely open to the garden. The cherry blossoms are falling like snow in the light breeze. Like Heian nobles did all the time, you're writing poetry to try to capture the bittersweet beauty of these flowers that bloom and die in just a few days. The architecture around you isn't separate from the natural world. It's a carefully framed stage for seeing how nature changes all the time. Japanese history took a violent turn after hundreds of years of living in elegant palaces. Feudal lords fought all the time in the Middle Ages, and suddenly architecture had to deal with a problem it had never had to deal with before: how to build beautiful buildings that could also survive a military attack. The Japanese castle is an interesting mix of useful military engineering and artistic ambition. These weren't just rough fortifications meant to keep people out. They were also signs of power, displays of wealth, and architectural feats that just happened to be good places to defend. Let's begin with the most important rule: height. Japanese castles made good use of the land by building them on hills or mountains whenever they could. The main tower, or tenshu, would rise from the highest point, making a layered defence that attackers would have to fight through multiple fortified zones, going up before they could reach the keep. It's like playing chess in 3 dimensions, but the board is tilted to the defender's advantage. The stone bases of these castles are examples of engineering that still impress people today. Without mortar, huge stones, some of which weighed tons, were put together to make walls that were 30 to 40 feet high and curved slightly outward so that they couldn't be climbed. These walls were not only strong, but they were also beautiful. The different colours and textures of the stone made abstract patterns that changed with the weather and light. When using rough natural stones, the method for making these stone bases is called Nozurazumi. When using more processed stones, it is called Uchikomi-hagi. The best castles used a method in which each stone was carefully chosen and shaped to fit perfectly with the ones next to it. The walls were so well fitted that you couldn't slip a knife blade between the stones. It was like high-level craftsmanship in architecture, where practical needs turned into chances for virtuoso display. The wooden castle buildings themselves, like towers, gates, living quarters and storehouses, rose above these stone foundations. This is where the unique style of Japanese castle architecture really shone through. Japanese castles were mostly wooden buildings with stone pedestals underneath, while European castles were made of solid stone throughout. The towers could be 4, 5, or even 7 stories tall, with each story being a little smaller than the one below it. This made the towers look like wedding cakes with a tapered profile. But here's where it gets interesting. The floors inside don't match the stories you see from the outside. A 5-story tower might really have 7 floors inside, or a 3-story building might look like it has 5 floors inside. This wasn't just to confuse enemies, it was smart engineering that let the defensive floors have lower ceilings, while still looking great from the outside. The beautiful white plastered walls of Himeji Castle, also known as the White Heron Castle, make it the best example of Japanese castle architecture. It feels like you're in a 3-dimensional maze with defensive passages that were made by someone who really didn't want you to get to the centre. Paths make turns at strange angles. Doorways are set up so that attackers have to put themselves in dangerous situations. There are traps on the floors. Every choice made in architecture has 2 purposes: to look good and to kill. The defensive features of castles are very clever. Sama, or small windows, were put in place so that defenders could shoot arrows or guns without being shot back. Defenders on the upper floors could attack anyone who got past the lower defences through drop-down hatches in the ceilings. People could pour boiling oil or water on attackers through holes in the walls. The decorative curved roof lines also had a purpose. They made it harder to judge distances and aim accurately. Japanese castles always looked good, even though they were very useful for military purposes. The white plaster walls did more than just reflect heat and keep fire from spreading. They also made a striking contrast with the dark wood and grey stone, making castles visible from miles away and turning them into landmarks that stood out in the landscape. The ornate roof decorations, which usually had fierce animal designs, protected the building from lightning and showed the lord's power. The inside of the castle's living quarters showed that even warlords cared about how things looked. There were painted screens by famous artists in the rooms, alcoves for displaying valuable items, and windows that looked out on gardens. The strongest lords hired the best painters, carpenters, and gardeners to make places that were good for both siege warfare and poetry parties. During the time of castles, there was one new thing: hidden rooms and passages. There were often rooms in castles that could only be reached through hidden doors. These rooms were used to store treasures or for guards to hide in to keep the lord safe. Some castles had whole networks of hidden corridors in their walls that let defenders move between floors without being seen. Sometimes during restoration work hundreds of years later, people found these hidden spaces, which still had old equipment or forgotten supplies in them. During the Edo period, the shift from war to peace turned castles from military bases into government buildings and symbols of power. Lords still owned them, but they were more like government buildings than fortresses. They added more detailed gardens. The reception rooms got bigger. The martial parts stayed, but they became more decorative than useful. As you sink deeper into your pillow, picture yourself standing on the top floor of a castle tower at dusk. You can see the countryside around the castle through the small windows. The town is built around the base of the castle. The fields are beyond that, and the mountains are in the distance. The castle's many defensive rings go down in layers of stone and wood below you. The wind whispers through the intricate wooden structure, giving the whole building a life of its own. The castle is calm and watchful tonight, a mountain of human intention rising from the natural landscape. Tomorrow may bring battle. Japan entered the Edo period in the early 1600s under the Tokugawa shogunate. After centuries of war, all that military architecture became mostly useless. Japan didn't need castles or fortifications right now. It needed cities, neighbourhoods, and daily life. And out of this long peace came city buildings that changed the way millions of people lived. In just a few decades, Edo, which would later become Tokyo, grew from a small castle town to one of the biggest cities in the world. By the early 1700s, it was home to more than 1 million people, making it bigger than London or Paris. Rethinking everything about how cities are built and planned was necessary to handle that many people living in wooden buildings in a city that caught fire often. The typical townhouse or machiya from the Edo period had ideas about how to live in a city that still affect Japanese architecture today. These buildings were long and narrow, usually only 15 to 20 feet wide and going back from the street for 60 feet or more. Property taxes were based on how much of the street front there was, so people built deep and narrow to save money. The buildings that came out were like caves in the city, with dark areas in the middle and light coming in through the front door and back garden. The front of a machiya was a shop or workshop, a semi-public space where the household's business and street life came together. A few steps up from the street level marked the start of the buildings inside. You could do business in this threshold zone without actually entering the house. As with many other parts of Japanese architecture, the line between public and private wasn't a straight line, but a gradual change. The building stretched toward the back behind the shop area. It was divided into rooms by sliding fusuma panels that were covered in thick paper or fabric. These rooms had many uses. During the day, they were living spaces, and at night, futons were put out for sleeping. There wasn't much furniture, and it was often easy to move. A low table for eating that could be moved out of the way. Chests for storage that could be stacked or moved around. The space itself could be changed in any way, depending on the time of day or year. A small courtyard garden at the very back of the machiya let in light and air to the building's deepest parts. These gardens were very small, sometimes only 8 or 10 feet square, but they were very important for making the long, narrow buildings livable. That little bit of sky, that one tree, and those few carefully placed stones changed the whole character of the space, making it feel like it was connected to nature even though it was in a busy city. The whole neighbourhood of Machia gave the city a texture that Western cities don't have. Because the houses were so narrow, the streets were lined with different versions of the same thing, which made the streets look more interesting instead of boring. Because it was so small, everything was easy to get to on foot. The fact that there were shops on the ground floors and homes above them meant that neighbourhoods were busy all day and night. Fire was always a threat to Edo's wooden buildings. The city was hit by big fires all the time, and sometimes they destroyed tens of thousands of buildings in just one day. The Japanese didn't build in stone because it was more expensive and less comfortable. Instead, they came up with a complicated system for preventing and responding to fires. There were volunteer fire brigades in neighbourhoods. Buildings had thick-walled storehouses called kura that were fireproof and had heavy doors. Fire breaks were built into the streets. You always knew that fire would happen, so you built quickly and cheaply enough that it wouldn't be a disaster to rebuild. The kura is worth paying special attention to because it shows a completely different way of building in the larger wooden city. These storehouses were basically boxes with thick earthen walls that were covered in plaster and had small windows that were sealed with heavy shutters. Families kept their most valuable things inside, like documents, heirlooms, and expensive fabrics. The kura's thick walls might keep their contents safe, even when the main house burned down around them. Families would come back after the fire to find their storehouses standing like white islands in a sea of ash. But the pleasure quarters and tea houses that thrived during the long peace might be Edo's most unique architectural contribution. These entertainment districts created their own style of architecture, with buildings that had more detailed facades, bigger windows, and rooms that were meant for gathering and performing instead of just living. The ukiyo, which was captured in prints and literature, was a famous floating world in Edo. It had its own unique architecture and spaces made just for a culture of high-class entertainment. During the Edo period, the tea house itself, which we'll talk about in more detail soon, became very popular. But the tea houses in cities were not the same as the ones for tea ceremonies. These were places where people could meet and talk about business, where artists could gather, and where samurai could forget about their status for a night. The architecture showed this flexibility by having rooms that could be opened or closed, and spaces that could go from private to public depending on what was needed. During the Edo period, townhouses also saw the full development of the tokonoma, an alcove that may have become the most important part of the Japanese home. The tokonoma was a small raised area with a slightly different floor level and a decorative backing. The family would put a scroll and maybe a flower arrangement or a treasured object there. The tokonoma wasn't for sitting or storing things, it was just for showing off, a sign of the family's taste and refinement. What you put in your tokonoma said a lot about who you were and what you cared about. During this time, tatami changed in a way that made floor plans the same all over Japan. Tatami mats came in standard sizes, which made it easy to guess how big a room would be. A room with 6 mats was a room with 6 mats. Whether it was in Edo or Kyoto, the sizes of the mats did differ slightly by region, of course. Because of this standardization, it was possible to make a lot of architectural parts like screens, doors and alcove pieces that could fit in any building that followed the rules. As you move around in bed to find the perfect spot, picture yourself in a townhouse from the Edo period on a summer night. The shutters in the front are open to let in any breeze from the street. People who live nearby walk by and talk to each other. The small garden at the back of the house is in the shade, and the single maple tree is a dark shape against the deep blue sky. You're sitting close to the tokonoma, where a scroll shows a mountain landscape and a simple flower arrangement that together make a small world of meaning. The city with 1 million people is outside. Inside is this carefully planned space that isn't too big, but has everything you need to live a civilized life. To really get to know Japanese architecture, you have to go into a tea room, or chashitsu. These small buildings, which usually have only 4.5 tatami mats of floor space, are the best example of how Japanese design ideas can be turned into buildings. Before we talk about the building's architecture, we should learn about the tea ceremony, which is what these buildings are for. You do drink tea, but that's not really the point. It's about making a temporary world of refined interaction, where the usual rules and worries of daily life don't matter anymore. Instead, there is only the pure present moment that the host and guests share. The architecture's job is to set the stage for this experience and make it easier to have. Sen no Rikyu, a tea master from the 16th century who wrote down many of the rules for tea ceremonies, changed tea architecture by moving it away from fancy buildings that were influenced by Chinese styles and toward buildings that were almost radically simple and focused on natural materials and rough textures. Rikyu's ideas about Japanese taste go far beyond tea. Almost every modern idea of Japanese taste can be traced back to what he said. Before you even walk in, a tea room starts to work. You walk through a garden path called a roji, which is meant to help you switch your mind from the outside world to the tea room. You might walk through a garden gate, over stepping stones, past a bench where someone is waiting, and then to a stone basin where you can wash your hands and mouth. Each part has both practical and psychological uses. You're not just walking to a building, you're slowly breaking your ties to the outside world. The entrance to the tea room is meant to make you feel small. The Nijiriguchi, or crawling in entrance, is only about 2 feet square, so even the most important guests have to bow low and crawl through. The samurai had to leave their swords outside because the opening was too small for them to go in with them. This forced humility set the mood for the rest of the events. There were no social hierarchies in the tea room that were outside of it. There were only the host and the guests drinking tea. At first glance, the inside of a tea room looks almost like a cave. The walls of rough clay mixed with straw show their texture well. Wooden posts keep their bark or have irregularities that are meant to be there. The ceiling might be made of a mix of materials like bamboo, reeds and wood, to make a patchwork that looks random but is actually carefully planned. Small windows with translucent paper on them let in natural light, which makes the room softly lit from the side. But this look of being rustic is actually very sophisticated. Every part has been chosen with great care. There were hundreds of pieces to choose from, and that one with the bark still on it was chosen. We looked at its slight curve, its unique texture, and how light hits its surface, and we decided that all of these things were just right for this spot. The rough texture of the walls may look random, but it creates a specific visual effect that master plasterers spend years learning to make. The tokonoma is the main organising principle of the tea room, and it is even more important here than in residential architecture. There is a scroll in the alcove that was chosen just for this gathering. It could be a piece of calligraphy or a landscape painting. The scroll is more than just a decoration. It sets the spiritual tone for the whole tea party. When guests come in, they look at the tokonoma right away and read the scroll to find out what this gathering's all about. Everything in a tea room is there to help with tea. The hearth that is sunk into the ground is where the water is heated, and it is set up so that the host can perform the ceremony while sitting down. The door that the host uses to get in is separate from the door that the guests use to get in, so the host can bring in tea supplies without bothering the guests. The windows are placed just right so that the tea bowl gets the right amount of light at the most important times during the ceremony. Nothing is random. Every size, material and surface has been thought about. Tea rooms' aesthetic ideas slowly spread to all of Japanese architecture. The idea of wabi, which means finding beauty in simple things and materials, changed how people thought about designing homes. People liked worn wood and weathered stone because of the idea of sabi, which means appreciating the patina of age and the marks of use. Japanese architecture became known for using natural materials in their natural state without paint or other decorations. Tea rooms also perfected the idea of shake, or borrowed scenery, which is when a building is designed to include views of the landscape around it, as part of its interior space. A window that is carefully placed might frame a certain tree in the garden, making that tree a part of the room's design. The room's character changes when the tree blooms or changes colour with the seasons. The line between architecture and landscape becomes less clear and more temporary. The famous Taian tea room, which was designed by Rikyu himself and is still standing, is only 9 feet by 9 feet. In this small space, all of Japanese aesthetic philosophy is shown. The rough clay walls, the carefully uneven posts, the small window that looks out onto a perfectly framed garden view, and the tokonoma with its subtle proportions all work together to make a space that feels both humble and deep, rustic and refined, and temporary and eternal. Later tea masters built on Rikyu's work and made different styles of tea rooms that looked at different parts of tea room design. Some added more windows to let in more light. Some people tried out different materials or proportions, but they all stuck to the main idea. A tea room should be its own world, a place where beauty becomes a way to connect with the divine. The way tea rooms were designed had an effect on the way other types of buildings were built. The Sukiya style that came from tea architecture used its ideas in house design. such as using natural materials, making rooms that are the right size for people instead of grand displays, and paying close attention to texture and light. Exposed wooden ceilings, alcoves for display, and sliding paper screens are all things that are now thought of as typically Japanese. They all come from tea room architecture. As you get ready to sleep, picture yourself in a tea room at dusk. The rain is falling outside, making a soft sound on the roof. You can barely see the garden through the small window. The stones and moss are getting darker because of the moisture. The host just made tea with careful, practiced movements. The tea bowl is in front of you, and its rough surface feels warm in your hands. In this small space, the whole universe has shrunk to this moment. The taste of tea, the sound of rain, and the way the light is fading. The room has everything it needs, and nothing it doesn't. In its own quiet way, it's perfect. Japan had been closed off from the rest of the world for over 200 years, but in the middle of the 19th century it opened up. The meeting changed Japanese architecture in ways that were both exciting and confusing. Suddenly, a building style that had developed over hundreds of years to reflect certain cultural values and deal with certain problems had to learn how to use completely different architectural languages from Europe and America. People who were used to wooden buildings with paper screens and sliding doors must have thought that the first Western-style buildings in Japan were very strange. Buildings made of stone or brick with glass windows, multiple stories with stairs inside, rooms that were only for one thing, and furniture that couldn't be moved or changed, all showed a very different idea of what buildings were and how people should live in them. The Meiji government wanted Japan to become a modern nation-state, so they actively promoted Western architecture as part of that process. They hired architects from other countries to design government buildings, banks, train stations and other buildings that needed to look modern and strong. These buildings intentionally copied Western styles, like Victorian Gothic, Renaissance Revival, and French Baroque. Sometimes they did this in a way that was so mixed up that it was hard to tell where one style ended and another began. It must have been strange to walk through central Tokyo during the Meiji period. There were brick banking houses with Corinthian columns next to traditional wooden temples in Machiya. Buddhist temples had roofs that curved, while government buildings had roofs that sloped down like European roofs. There was an architectural clash without synthesis, with different building styles living in the same city, but not yet learning how to talk to each other. Japanese architects who had studied in Europe and America had an interesting problem to solve: how to make modern Japanese architecture that used Western building technology, but still stayed true to traditional aesthetic values. Architects would spend the next 100 years thinking about this question, and it may still have an effect on Japanese architecture today. One of the first things people did was add Japanese decorative elements to Western building styles. You could have a brick building with European proportions and a Japanese-style tiled roof, or a stone building with towers that look like pagodas. These hybrids often looked strange, like someone wearing a business suit with traditional sandals. Each part was fine on its own, but together they were uncomfortable. Tokyo Station, which was finished in 1914, is a good example of the architectural goals of this time. The station was a huge red brick building with European Renaissance style, including domes, arches, and detailed brickwork. It was designed by Tatsuno Kingo, who had studied in London. It was supposed to show that Japan had become a modern country with infrastructure that could compete with any Western power, but you could see that Japanese sensibilities were at work in the way it was built and the way it looked. But the changes that were happening in residential architecture were more interesting than the big public buildings. Middle-class Japanese homes started to mix Western and Japanese styles, making hybrid spaces that showed how lifestyles were changing while still keeping traditional comforts. A house might have one Western-style room with chairs, tables, and hardwood floors. This room was usually used for business or to welcome guests. The rest of the house would be traditional Japanese with tatami mats and sliding screens. This wasn't just about how things looked or how they were worn. Different kinds of activities really worked better in different kinds of buildings. If you wore Western clothes, you wanted chairs and tables that were Western heights. But when they were at home, a lot of Japanese people liked to take off their tight Western clothes, put on a yukata or kimono, and sit on tatami the old-fashioned way. You could live in both modes because you had both kinds of spaces. You could choose the right one for each activity. The engawa, a space between the inside and outside that looked like a porch, was a big part of traditional Japanese architecture. In Meiji period homes, it took on a new form. Sometimes it had glass windows around it, making it look like a sunroom that kept the weather out but still let you see the gardens. This change showed how traditional building parts could change to use new materials and technologies while still doing their main job. Japanese architects who were studying abroad started to notice something interesting. While they were learning how to build in the West, Western architects were becoming interested in Japanese design. People were amazed by the Japanese pavilions at international exhibitions. Western architects and designers started to collect Japanese prints, study Japanese gardens, and use Japanese design ideas in their own work. Japan wasn't just getting architectural ideas, it was also giving them. This back and forth would eventually lead to more complex syntheses. Frank Lloyd Wright's Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, built in the 1920s, tried to mix Western ideas about space with Japanese ideas about beauty and attention to materials. Wright wasn't Japanese, but his ideas for architecture showed how to honour both traditions without having to choose between them. The terrible Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 destroyed much of Tokyo and Yokohama, but it also opened up new opportunities. Rebuilding the city made it possible to use modern building methods on a larger scale, such as reinforced concrete, steel framing and modern utilities. But it also made people think about what traditional architecture had lost and what should be kept. Some architects started to talk about a more careful way to modernise. They didn't want to just copy Western styles or keep traditional architecture the same to protect it. Instead, they wanted an architecture that used modern materials and building methods, but still understood and respected traditional Japanese ideas about space. This wasn't just about making things look nice on the outside. It was about deeper ideas like how buildings fit into the landscape, how spaces could be flexible and changeable, and how to use natural materials and light in creative ways. In the early 1900s, modernist architecture spread around the world. It focused on clean lines, honest use of materials, and combining indoor and outdoor spaces. Surprisingly, this style of architecture had a lot in common with traditional Japanese architectural values. Both traditions valued simplicity over decoration, honest materials over surface decoration, and fluid connections between buildings and their surroundings. Japanese architects started to see that some of the ideas behind modernism weren't completely new to them. In some ways, they were similar to ideas that their own tradition had been working with for hundreds of years. A steel and glass building with clean lines and little decoration wasn't that different from a traditional tea room, which used natural materials and didn't add extra decoration. Both were examples of aesthetic philosophies that put value on essence over decoration and clarity over confusion. This understanding would ultimately result in some of the most groundbreaking architecture of the 20th century, as Japanese architects employed contemporary materials and methods to convey traditional spatial ideas in novel manners. But that's a story for the next chapter, when we get to the present. As you settle deeper into sleep, picture Tokyo in the 1920s. It was a city that was rebuilding itself and full of contradictions and possibilities. This is a traditional wooden house with one room that looks like it belongs in the West. A concrete office building is trying to look like a French palace. You can still see the roofs of the temples in the distance, but they are now surrounded by buildings that would have been unthinkable just a few decades ago. It's a mess, but it's also exciting, uncomfortable, and full of promise. A civilization is going through a huge change and trying to figure out how to stay the same while becoming something else. Japan's cities were ruined by World War II. Bombing had mostly destroyed Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya. In the immediate aftermath of the war, all that was needed was to put roofs over people's heads with whatever materials were on hand. When people were living in temporary shacks and old military buildings, architectural philosophy seemed like a luxury. But even in this dire situation, some architectural elements remained the same. People still took off their shoes before going into homes. They still liked to sit on the floor when they could. The basic ideas about space in Japanese architecture, flexibility, connection to nature, and the importance of threshold spaces stayed the same, even though the buildings themselves were rough and temporary. As Japan's economy got better and then exploded in the 1950s and 1960s, a group of amazing architects came along who would change how people thought about modern architecture. These architects had grown up with traditional Japanese buildings and learned about Western architectural principles. Now, they had to make buildings that were right for modern Japan. Their ideas would change architecture all over the world. Kenzo Tang could be the most well-known person from this generation. His buildings were a mix of the brutal honesty of modernist concrete construction and ideas about space that came from traditional Japanese architecture. The Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum, finished in 1955, raised its main structure on pillars, which made a covered space underneath that was like the open ground floors of traditional storehouses and let light and air flow through the building. Tang's work showed that modern materials like reinforced concrete could show traditional Japanese ideas about space, like the mixing of inside and outside, the use of modular structural grids, and the focus on horizontal rather than vertical lines. His buildings looked very modern, but their layout and relationship to the site and landscape made them feel Japanese in some way. The metabolist movement, which started in the 1960s, had an even more radical idea. These architects saw cities as living things that could grow and change, with residential units that could be added to permanent infrastructure. Most of their biggest dreams never came true, but their ideas about flexibility and adaptability took traditional Japanese ideas about reconfigurable space and applied them to cities and technology. The Nakagin Capsule Tower by Kisho Kurokawa, which was finished in 1972, was an example of metabolist ideas in architecture. The building was made up of prefabricated modules, which were basically small apartments that were attached to concrete cores. This was done so that capsules could be moved around or replaced as needed. It looked like science fiction, but it was based on the traditional Japanese idea that buildings are made up of parts that can be rearranged instead of being permanent monuments. At the same time, residential architecture was changing in less obvious ways. After the war, Japanese homes started to have more Western features, like real kitchens with running water, bathrooms with tubs and showers, and central heating. But the way things were arranged in space often stayed very Japanese. A lot of homes still had at least one traditional tatami room with sliding fusuma panels, a tokonoma alcove, and a door that led to a small garden. This wasn't just nostalgia or conservatism, it was a real preference for being able to move around and connect with traditional styles. At night, a tatami room could be a bedroom. During the day, it could be a living room. For special meals, it could be a dining room, and for guests, it could be a space. The Western-style rooms with furniture that couldn't be moved around couldn't do this. Some architects started to look into how they could use modern materials and building methods to express traditional ideas. Tadao Ando, who became famous in the 1970s, built buildings out of smooth concrete, glass and steel that still had a traditional Japanese feel to them. His buildings have enclosed courtyards, carefully framed natural light, and a peaceful quality that reminds one of temple and tea-room architecture. Ando's Church of the Light, which was finished in 1989, is a great example of this combination. It's a small concrete chapel with a cross that shines. The cross was made by taking away things, not adding them. The wall has a cross-shaped opening that lets light in. The room is very simple and serious, but it also has a lot of spiritual energy. It looks modern, but it also feels like it comes from the same design tradition that made tea rooms hundreds of years ago. The idea of ma, which we talked about earlier as charged empty space, was used in a new way in modern Japanese architecture. Architects designed buildings with holes and gaps that weren't just empty space. They were important parts of the design. These empty spaces made the rhythm of the buildings, let light and air in, and gave people a place to rest their eyes and think. The connection between architecture and nature, which is so important to Japanese culture, continued in new ways. Architects couldn't always make traditional gardens, especially in cities with a lot of people, but they found ways to add natural elements, like a single tree in a courtyard, a water feature, or even just views of the sky that were carefully framed. These gestures recognized the human necessity for a connection with nature, even within entirely urban environments. Small urban homes became a very interesting type of architecture. Because land was so expensive in Japanese cities, many residential lots were very small, less than 50 square meters in some cases. Architects who had to work with these limits came up with new ways to make spaces more livable, by adding light, air, and sometimes surprising spatial experiences. These small homes often had courtyards inside, skylights, spaces on more than one level, and smart ways to store things. These small houses kept the traditional Japanese way of building homes, which was to make rich spatial experiences within small physical limits. A traditional tea room showed that you don't need a lot of room to make a whole world. Modern tiny houses took this idea further by showing that careful design could make even the smallest spaces feel full and welcoming. Modern engineering's earthquake-resistant building methods were added to Japan's traditional knowledge of how to make structures that can bend. Modern buildings in Japan often have advanced dampening systems, flexible joints, and extra structural support that let them sway with seismic forces instead of fighting them. This high-tech method is similar to the old idea of building wooden structures that could move with the earth. As you start to feel sleepy, picture yourself walking through modern Tokyo. This is an old temple with wooden buildings that have been well cared for. Next to it is a modern building made of glass and steel. Its ground floor opens completely to the street, making the line between inside and outside less clear. This is a very modern take on a traditional idea. A small house, across the street, has a tree growing through the middle of it, bringing nature into the middle of a busy city. The city is like a palimpsest, with layers of history and new ideas all in the same place. The buildings from each time period seem to talk to each other. By the end of the 20th century, something amazing had happened. Japanese architecture had become influential all over the world in ways that went far beyond just unique details or surface beauty. Architects all over the world were looking at Japanese buildings, spatial ideas and design philosophies to find ways to solve modern architectural problems that Western traditions hadn't fully dealt with. Japanese aesthetics had a big impact on the minimalism that became so popular in architecture around the world starting in the 1990s. The Japanese had been refining the ideas behind clean lines, limited colour palettes, carefully chosen materials, and empty space as a positive design element for hundreds of years. Japan had been doing what the West thought was a radical new style since the 16th century, when tea masters started doing it. The open floor plans that are now popular in Western homes are similar to the ideas that Japanese homes have had for hundreds of years. Japanese architecture had these ideas long before they became popular in other parts of the world, that spaces could be flexible and serve more than one purpose, that rooms could flow into each other instead of being separated by walls, and that a home should adapt to the needs of its occupants instead of forcing them to adapt to fixed rooms. The focus on natural materials that are honestly displayed, rather than painted over or hidden behind decorations, became a defining feature of modern high-end architecture around the world. Architects started leaving concrete unpainted so that the wood structure showed through, and they used stone in ways that showed off its natural beauty. This method wasn't taken directly from Japan, but the Japanese architectural tradition of honest material expression did have an effect on how architects around the world thought about materials and surfaces. The relationship between the inside and outside that Japanese architecture had always stressed became more and more important in modern architecture around the world. In modern design, people wanted buildings with walls that could open all the way, rooms that led into gardens, and threshold spaces that were neither fully inside nor outside. The traditional engawa had changed into modern terraces, balconies, and transitional spaces that made buildings more interesting for people to experience. Japanese architects had an impact on the world as well. In 1995, Tadao Ando won the Pritzker Prize, the first of many Japanese architects to win the most prestigious award in the field. Kazuyo Sejima and Ryue Nishizawa's company, SANAA, built buildings that were incredibly delicate and spatially complex, and their work had an impact on architects all over the world. Shigeru Ban was the first to use paper tubes and other unusual materials in buildings that were both structurally innovative and socially responsible. It wasn't obvious that these architects built buildings that looked like traditional Japanese ones. Their work didn't have pagoda roofs or torii gates, but their buildings had spatial ideas, material sensibilities, and connections to sight and light that were more connected to traditional Japanese architecture. They showed that tradition isn't just about copying old styles, it's also about understanding and building on basic ideas. The idea of wabi-sabi, which means finding beauty in things that aren't perfect, don't last, or aren't finished, became part of the global design vocabulary. It may have been overused in Western design circles, where it was sometimes seen as just a style instead of a complicated philosophical stance. But at its best, the world's love of wabi-sabi showed a real appreciation for Japanese aesthetic values that were different from the Western focus on permanence, perfection, and completion. The design of Japanese gardens had a bigger and bigger effect on gardens around the world. From California to England, modern gardens showed how to use natural materials, how to make spaces for thinking, and how to make small versions of larger landscapes. The notion that landscape design could be an art form as sophisticated as architecture a belief rooted in Japanese tradition, garnered broader acceptance. The best Japanese architecture was very aware of the environment. It paid attention to natural ventilation, used local materials, and was carefully oriented to the sun and wind. These were all things that became important in architecture around the world. Japanese architecture has always been sustainable because it had to be. Contemporary architects learned from these traditions how to build buildings that are better for the environment. The Japanese idea that architecture is not a permanent monument, but something that can be changed and rebuilt, challenged Western ideas about architecture in interesting ways. The 20-year rebuilding cycle of the Is Shrine, which we talked about a long time ago, was a whole new way of thinking about preserving architecture. Instead of trying to keep buildings the same, it meant keeping tradition alive through constant renewal. This idea changed how people thought about cultural continuity and architectural sustainability. Japanese culture had a big impact on the way people saw small-scale, carefully detailed architecture. Not every building had to be a big deal or a big statement. In small urban houses or tea rooms, where every detail had been carefully thought out, the most beautiful architecture could happen. This recognition of small-scale excellence changed how architects around the world thought about residential and small-scale projects. Japanese architects combined traditional building techniques with modern materials and methods. This gave other countries ideas for how to keep traditional building crafts alive, while also making modern buildings. Japanese architectural craft was known for its careful joinery, attention to surface qualities, and respect for materials. These things still affect how buildings are detailed and built. As we near the end of our journey through Japanese architectural history, we come to the present. What we see is not a complete preservation of tradition, or a complete break from the past, but rather a creative conversation between historical principles and modern needs that is still going on. There is a fascinating tension in modern Japanese architecture. Japan is still one of the most architecturally innovative countries in the world. Architects there build buildings that are very creative and technically advanced. On the other hand, traditional building types like temples, shrines, tea rooms, and even some types of homes are still used today, not just as museum pieces. In Kyoto, you'll see master carpenters still teaching apprentices how to do traditional joinery that doesn't use any nails. These craftsmen aren't putting on historical reenactments. They're keeping temples and shrines that are still used for religious purposes up to date using the same methods that their ancestors used hundreds of years ago. The knowledge is passed down from master to apprentice in an unbroken chain. Each generation learns not from books but by working with tools and materials. There are definitely problems with these old crafts. Fewer young people want to spend years learning how to do temple carpentry or thatched roofing. The economic problems are real, but the tradition lives on, thanks in part to cultural pride, religious necessity, and a growing understanding that these skills are irreplaceable knowledge about materials and construction. At the same time, modern Japanese architects are still pushing the limits. They build buildings that are incredibly delicate, with walls that seem to dissolve and spaces that flow into each other like water. They try out new materials and technologies while still keeping in touch with old ideas about space. Su Fujimoto is one of the younger architects. He makes buildings that blur the lines between architecture and nature, inside and outside, and building and landscape. Sometimes his buildings look more like abstract sculptures or natural formations than regular buildings, but they are perfectly livable spaces. They're a modern evolution of traditional Japanese ideas about how buildings and nature interact. Kengo Kuma's work is very modern, but it also clearly draws on traditional Japanese architecture. He wants to know how modern methods can be used with traditional materials like wood, stone, and paper to make buildings that feel like they come from the past without copying old styles. His buildings often have fancy wooden screening systems that are modern versions of traditional features that control light, give people privacy, and make rich visual textures. There is an endless stream of new houses being built in Japan because people there are still interested in small, well-designed homes. Tokyo is full of tiny lots where architects have to work within very strict limits to make amazing spatial experiences. These houses are in line with the Japanese tradition of making a lot out of a little, by carefully designing them instead of just making them big. These small modern homes often have features that are similar to traditional homes, like an internal courtyard that lets light and air into the middle of the building, a threshold space that separates the street from the home, and a special room or alcove for thinking and showing off. but they use modern materials and building methods, which makes the buildings feel both new and traditional. Japan has a unique way of keeping its old buildings in good shape. Preservation doesn't mean trying to keep buildings the same over time. Instead, it usually means rebuilding them every so often using traditional methods and materials. This keeps not only the buildings themselves, but also the knowledge and skills needed to build them. It's preservation through practice, not through museums. The Japanese people as a whole stay connected to traditional architectural spaces by practicing tea ceremonies, going to temples and shrines, and sometimes even in their own homes. A lot of modern Japanese homes and apartments still have at least one tatami room. This is a place where people can connect with traditional aesthetics and practices even when they are in a modern setting. More and more, Japanese architecture is being shaped by environmental concerns. Building practices that are strong and long-lasting are important because the country is prone to earthquakes, typhoons, and other natural disasters. Modern Japanese architecture often uses both high-tech and traditional methods. For example, it might use advanced seismic dampening systems and energy-efficient mechanical systems, as well as natural ventilation, careful solar orientation, and local materials. Japanese architecture is always trying to find a balance between old and new. Other cultures can learn from this as they try to find ways to honour the past, while also meeting modern needs. Japan's example shows that tradition isn't just keeping things the same, it's a living practice that changes while still being true to its core values. As you drift off to sleep, think about all the Japanese architecture we've seen tonight. The ancient forests where it all began, the Shinto shrines that mark sacred places, the Buddhist temples that reach for enlightenment, the palaces that open up to gardens, the castles that rise from stone foundations, the Edo townhouses that make city life possible, the tea rooms that find infinity in small spaces, the Meiji experiments with new forms, the post-war innovations, and the modern explorations that are still going on today. Every time period built on what came before it and adapted to the needs of the time. There was no time that was frozen, but there was no time that was completely lost. The tradition lived on because it kept changing and adapting while still holding on to threads of continuity that go back hundreds of years. The house you build in dreams, an epilogue. As you finally fall asleep, your mind might build fake buildings out of all the architectural parts we've looked at tonight. Maybe you're walking through a house that has parts from different times, like a tea room that opens up to a garden from the Edo period, or a high-end palace with flowing spaces made from modern materials, or a castle that looks strong but is softened by modern transparency. This dream architecture doesn't mix things up or contradict itself. It's completely fine because Japanese architecture has always been about bringing together different influences and needs into a cohesive whole that serves human life while respecting deeper, aesthetic and philosophical ideas. The lessons from the history of Japanese architecture apply to more than just Japan. They remind us that buildings are more than just places to live. They are also ways for us to show how we want to live, what we value, and how we see our place in the natural world. They show that tradition and innovation are not opposites, but partners in a creative conversation that never ends. Japanese architecture teaches you to be patient, to think carefully about every detail, to choose materials carefully, and to let designs grow through repeated refinement. It values restraint, which means that knowing what to leave out is often more important than knowing what to put in. It accepts that everything is temporary, just like all buildings and other things made by people are temporary parts of nature's longer story. Japanese architecture teaches us that the way spaces are set up can change how we feel. The light in a room, the feel of a wall, the connection between the inside and the garden, and the size of a space all affect how we feel, think, and interact with other people. Architecture isn't just about building places for people to live, it's also about making places where people can thrive. When you wake up tomorrow, you might see your own living space in a new way. That window's connection to the light in the morning, the line that separates rooms, the things and textures that are around you, the existence or non-existence of natural components. These aren't just things that are useful, they're also chances to make daily life more beautiful, thoughtful, and connected. You don't have to live in a traditional Japanese house to learn from Japanese architecture. The rules can be used anywhere. Less is more, quality over quantity, connecting with nature, spaces that change to fit your needs, honest materials that get better with age, paying attention to light and shadow, and the power of empty space. You might put one flower in a special place, making your own small version of a tokonoma. You might move things around in a room to let in more natural light. You might just stop and take in the architectural details of the places you live in every day. These little things keep the tradition alive in your own way. It's not just about buildings in far-off places or things that happened in the past that make up the history of Japanese architecture. It's a living tradition that keeps changing, and you take part in it every time you think carefully about the places you make and live in. The master carpenters of ancient Japan, the tea masters refining aesthetic principles, and the modern architects looking for new ways to build all contribute to an ongoing discussion about how people should live on the planet. As sleep takes over, let your last conscious thoughts rest in a place of perfect peace. It could be a tea room at dusk, a temple garden in light rain, or a modern house where glass walls blur the lines between inside and outside. Let the buildings we've seen tonight give your dreaming mind a place to stay, a place where anything is possible and everything is perfectly at peace. The cypress smell is still faintly present in the wood post. The tatami mats give way to you. You can see the dark shapes of the garden through the paper screen. A stone, a tree, and a path that leads to a place you'll explore in your dreams. The area around you is just right, not too big or too small. There is nothing missing. There is no excess. You're at home in the architecture of sleep, which is where all buildings end up. Traveller through time and space, have sweet dreams. Picture this. You're sitting in ancient China around 220 BC, probably wondering what's for dinner and hoping the weather holds up for harvest season. You've got your little plot of land, maybe some chickens pecking around, and life is pretty predictable. Then Emperor Qin Shi Huang shows up with what might be history's most ambitious home improvement project. "We're going to build a wall," he announces. Not just any wall, mind you, a wall that stretches across mountains, deserts and valleys for thousands of miles. Your neighbours probably thought he'd been sampling too much rice wine, but this emperor was dead serious. He had already conquered 6 other kingdoms to unite China, so building an impossibly long wall seemed like a simple task. Tuesday afternoon's project. The thing is, walls already existed. Various kingdoms had been building defensive barriers for centuries, like having a really impressive fence to keep the neighbours' goats out of your garden. But Qin Shi Huang looked at these scattered walls the way you might look at mismatched furniture in your living room. Functional, but lacking a unified vision. His plan was brilliant in its audacity. Connect the existing walls, extend them, and create one continuous barrier along China's northern border. Imagine this as the world's first massive renovation project, where instead of demolishing walls, they were constructing the ultimate wall to end all walls. The emperor's motivation wasn't just showing off, though that was certainly part of it. The Mongols and other nomadic tribes from the north were habituated to dropping by uninvited, usually with swords and an attitude problem. These weren't friendly social calls. They were more like aggressive house parties, where the guests take everything and leave the place in shambles. So you can understand the emperor's thinking. Build a wall so impressive, so formidable, that these northern neighbours would take one look and decide maybe they'd rather stay home and tend their horses instead. It was like installing the world's most elaborate security system, except the cameras were guard towers and the alarm was a very loud horn. But here's where it gets intriguing for regular folks like you. This project wasn't going to be built by magic or imperial decree alone. This undertaking was going to require hands, millions of them. Suddenly, your quiet life of farming and chicken tending was about to get a lot more complicated. The recruitment process was about as subtle as an earthquake. Local officials would show up in villages with scrolls and serious expressions, essentially conducting a very involuntary job fair. "Congratulations," they'd say. "You've been selected for a wonderful opportunity to serve your emperor and build something truly historic." The fact that you hadn't applied for this opportunity was considered irrelevant. Now, before you start feeling too sorry for yourself in this scenario, consider the alternative. The emperor had just finished unifying China through a series of wars that made Game of Thrones look like a peaceful afternoon tea. Building a wall, even an impossibly long one, was actually the peaceful option. Still, knowing you're part of the calmer solution doesn't make the prospect of hauling stones across mountains any more appealing. The scale of this project was something no one had ever attempted. Imagine trying to coordinate a construction project that spans the distance from New York to Denver, except there are no trucks, no power tools, and no Home Depot. Everything had to be done with human muscle, animal power, and whatever clever engineering solutions people could devise with the technology of 220 BC. And so began one of history's greatest adventures in construction management, community cooperation, and sheer human stubbornness. You were about to become part of something that would still be visible. So here you are, standing with your hastily packed belongings and wondering how your life took such an unexpected turn. The recruitment officer has assured you that the job is a temporary assignment, just a few months, maybe a year at most. You'll be back home before you know it, he says, with the confidence of someone who's never actually built a wall. Your first glimpse of the construction site is like nothing you've ever seen. Imagine an anthill the size of a city, except the ants are people and they're all carrying rocks. Thousands of workers stretch across the landscape, creating a human chain that disappears into the distance. The noise is incredible. Hammering, shouting, the scrape of stone against stone, and the occasional creative curse word that probably shouldn't be repeated in polite company. You're assigned to a work crew that becomes your new family, whether you like it or not. There's old Chen, who claims he helped build the Emperor's palace and has strong opinions about proper mortar mixing. Young Liu bounces around with the enthusiasm of someone who thinks this whole wall business might actually be fun. Wang the Quiet barely speaks but can carry stones that would make a donkey jealous. And there's you, trying to figure out which end of a hammer to hold. The living arrangements are, shall we say, cosy. Your new home is a tent shared with 5 other men, which sounds awful until you realise some crews are sleeping 12 to a shelter. Privacy becomes a fond memory, like a favourite dish from home that you can almost taste if you concentrate hard enough. The good news is that everyone snores, so at least the noise is evenly distributed. Your daily routine starts before dawn, because apparently whoever designed this schedule believed that sunlight was a luxury rather than a necessity. You stumble out of your shared tent, grab some rice and maybe a pickled vegetable if you're lucky, and report to your section chief. This is a man who has elevated shouting into an art form, and seems to believe that volume is directly proportional to work efficiency. The work itself is simpler in concept than execution. You're building a wall, which sounds straightforward until you realise this wall needs to be tall enough to stop mounted warriors, strong enough to withstand siege engines, and long enough to protect an entire frontier. It's like being asked to build a fence around your property, except your property is the size of several states and the fence needs to stop an army. The foundation work is backbreaking in the most literal sense. You spend days moving earth, laying stones, and creating the base that everything else will rest on. Each stone needs to be placed just so, because a wobbly foundation today means a collapsed wall tomorrow, and nobody wants to explain to the Emperor why his wall has developed a lean. But here's the thing about shared misery. It has a way of bringing people together. By the end of your first week, you and your tent mates have developed an effortless camaraderie born of mutual exhaustion. Old Chen shares techniques he learned from previous construction projects. Young Liu invents games to make the repetitive work more bearable. Wang the Quiet turns out to be an excellent cook who can make rice taste almost intriguing. The engineers overseeing the project are a fascinating bunch. They've had to solve problems no one has ever faced before, like how to build a uniform wall across terrain that varies from desert sand to mountain granite. Watching them work is like seeing puzzle masters tackle a jigsaw with a million pieces, none of which seem to fit together properly. Supply lines stretch back towards civilization like the world's longest grocery delivery route. Wagons arrive with fresh stone, timber, rice, and replacement tools. Occasionally they bring news from home, which everyone gathers around to hear like it's the evening entertainment. Occasionally they bring new workers to replace those who've completed their service, or, more grimly, those who won't be going home at all. Despite the hardships, there's something oddly satisfying about the work. Each day you can see progress. The wall grows taller, stronger, and more impressive. You begin to take pride in your section, competing informally with other crews to see who can lay the straightest line or build the most solid foundation. It's like the world's most exhausting team sport. After a few weeks on the wall, you've developed what your grandmother might charitably call character. Your hands, once soft from farm work, now sport calluses in places you didn't know could grow calluses. Your back has adapted to a permanent slight hunch from lifting stones, and you've learned to identify different types of rock by their weight and the specific way they make your shoulders ache. The workday starts with what the section chief optimistically calls morning coordination, but which everyone else recognises as the daily ritual of figuring out who's going to do what and how badly it might go wrong. Today, Your crew is assigned to mortar mixing, which sounds easy until you realise that getting the consistency right is like trying to bake bread while blindfolded during an earthquake. Old Chen takes this opportunity to share his philosophy on mortar, which apparently involves the same level of precision that other people reserve for poetry. If the mixture is too wet, it runs like water from a broken bucket, he explains, while stirring the mixture with a wooden paddle that has seen better days. Too dry, and it crumbles like a promise from a politician. You're beginning to suspect that Old Chen has strong opinions about everything, which makes him either very wise or very annoying, depending on how early in the morning it is. The stones themselves come from quarries that seem impossibly far away, yet somehow keep producing an endless supply of building material. Watching the stonecutters work is mesmerising. They can look at a rough boulder and somehow see the perfectly shaped block hiding inside like sculptors working in reverse. Their hammers ring against chisels with a rhythm that becomes the soundtrack of construction, a percussion section for the symphony of building. Transportation of materials has evolved into a complex dance of human efficiency. Teams of workers form chains from the supply wagons to the construction site, passing stones hand to hand in a process that looks chaotic but actually moves materials faster than you'd think possible. It's like watching a very patient version of the world's heaviest relay race. Young Liu has invented a game where you try to predict which stone will be the most awkward to carry based on its shape. He's surprisingly talented at this, having developed an eye for stones that look innocent but turn out to be engineered by nature specifically to be impossible to grip properly. His uncanny ability to spot these troublemakers has saved the crew numerous bruised toes and creative vocabulary lessons. The wall itself is taking shape with surprising speed, considering it's being built entirely by hand. Each section has its own personality, reflecting the crew that built it. Some sections are precisely uniform, built by teams that measure twice and cut once. Others show more character, with small variations that somehow make them look more human and less like something assembled by very patient machines. Weather adds its complications to the work. Rain turns the construction site into a muddy obstacle course, where every step requires careful consideration of physics and balance. Hot days make the stones too hot to handle comfortably, and cold mornings mean waiting for fingers to thaw enough to grip tools properly. You begin to develop a farmer's intuition for weather, reading the sky like a daily newspaper that specialises in inconvenient surprises. The guard towers, spaced at regular intervals along the wall, present their engineering challenges. These aren't just tall platforms. They're sophisticated observation and communication posts that need to be sturdy enough to withstand attacks, while remaining tall enough to provide commanding views of the surrounding territory. Building them requires a combination of masonry, carpentry, and what might generously be called optimistic physics. Food becomes both fuel and entertainment. The camp cooks have mastered the art of making large quantities of rice interesting through creative use of whatever vegetables, meat or seasonings happen to be available. Sometimes you have lucky and there's pork. Other times, you learn to appreciate the subtle flavours of turnips and hope. Crews gather during mealtimes to share stories, voice complaints, and occasionally speculate about the potential completion date of this project. Your tent mates have developed distinct personalities that make the cramped living quarters more bearable. Old Chen tells stories from his construction days that may or may not be entirely true, but are always entertaining. Young Liu practices writing characters in the dirt, determined to return home more educated than when he left. Wang the Quiet has revealed a talent for repairing tools and equipment, making him the most popular person in a 100-yard radius. By now you've realised that building the Great Wall isn't just construction, it's engineering on a scale that makes regular building projects look like children's blocks. Every day brings new problems that require solutions no one has ever had to figure out before, and you're starting to appreciate the complexity of what seemed like a simple concept. Take, for instance, the challenge of building a wall across a mountain ridge. You can't just pile stones in a straight line and hope for the best. The wall needs to follow the natural contours of the land while maintaining its defensive capabilities, which means constantly adjusting height, thickness, and angle. It's like trying to draw a straight line on a crumpled piece of paper while wearing mittens. The foundation work varies dramatically depending on terrain. In rocky areas, you're essentially building on nature's concrete, which sounds great until you realise that rocky often means uneven, unpredictable, and determined to make your life difficult. In sandy or soft soil areas, the foundation needs to go much deeper, which means more digging and more stone. but at least the digging is easier. In marshy areas, well, everyone tries to avoid thinking about marshy areas. Your crew has been assigned to work on a section that crosses a particularly steep hillside, which provides spectacular views and spectacular challenges in equal measure. Building on a slope means every stone wants to roll downhill, apparently having missed the memo about staying put. This has led to the development of increasingly creative techniques for convincing stones to remain where you place them. Old Chen has become something of a master at reading stone behaviour. He can look at a rock and predict whether it's going to be cooperative or whether it's going to spend the day trying to escape down the mountainside. Stones have personalities, he explains, while wedging a particularly rebellious boulder into place. Some want to work, some want to wander, and some just want to cause trouble. You're starting to suspect he might be right. The mortar mixing has evolved into something approaching science. Different weather conditions require different consistencies, and the local materials, limestone here, clay there, all react differently to mixing and setting. The master masons have developed an almost mystical ability to produce exactly the right mixture for current conditions, like chefs who can cook perfect meals without measuring ingredients. Tool maintenance has become a critical skill for survival. When your livelihood depends on hammers, chisels, and carrying baskets, keeping them in good repair isn't just professional pride, it's self-preservation. Wang the Quiet has set up an informal repair service, trading tool maintenance for extra ice or help with heavy lifting. His ability to resurrect a broken handle or straighten a bent chisel has made him the most valued member of several crews. The logistics of the project are mind-boggling when you stop thinking about them. Someone, somewhere, is coordinating the delivery of materials, food and equipment to dozens of construction sites spread across hundreds of miles. Supply wagons consistently arrive, delivering not only essentials but also occasional luxury items such as tea or preserved fruit, adding a touch of joy to everyone's day. Communication along the wall happens through a system of signals that's part practical necessity and part entertainment. Horn calls relay messages from section to section, creating a chain of communication that can carry news faster than a running messenger. The horn operators have developed a surprisingly sophisticated vocabulary of calls, different patterns for mealtime, shift changes, material deliveries, and occasionally warnings about approaching inspectors. The inspectors themselves are a source of both anxiety and amusement. These are officials who arrive periodically to check progress and quality, armed with measuring devices and serious expressions. They examine wall sections with the intensity of art critics, running their hands along stone joints and muttering about specifications. Smart crews learn to recognise the signs of an approaching inspection and spend extra time making their sections look particularly impressive. Quality control has evolved organically among the work crews. Nobody wants to be responsible for the section that falls down, so there's intense peer pressure to build well. Teams develop reputations for craftsmanship, and being assigned to work with a crew known for solid construction becomes a point of pride. Competition between crews drives quality improvements that no amount of official supervision could achieve. The wall's defensive features require careful attention to detail that goes beyond simple construction. Arrow slits need to be positioned at exactly the right height and angle to provide maximum coverage while offering protection to defenders. Walkways must be wide enough for guards to patrol, but not so wide that they waste materials or provide too much target area for attackers. Winter arrives like an unwelcome relative who shows up without warning and refuses to leave. One day you're working in comfortable autumn weather, and the next morning you wake up to discover frost decorating your tent like nature's least practical artwork. The section chief announces that work will continue regardless of weather, because apparently walls don't build themselves and emperors don't appreciate seasonal delays. Building in cold weather presents challenges that the project planners probably didn't fully appreciate when they scheduled this particular construction timeline. Mortar doesn't set properly when it's freezing, which means either waiting for warmer temperatures or developing creative solutions that involve keeping mixed mortar warm until it can be applied. This scenario leads to the amusing sight of grown men huddling around small fires with buckets of mortar like they're warming their hands. Your tent becomes both a sanctuary and an endurance test as temperatures drop. 5 men sharing a small space generates a surprising amount of body heat, which is beneficial for staying warm but challenging for maintaining any sense of personal space or air quality. Everyone develops strategies for staying comfortable, extra layers, creative use of blankets, and the unspoken agreement that nobody comments on anyone else's sleeping habits. or unusual nighttime noises. The supply lines face their own winter challenges. Wagons that moved easily over dry summer roads now struggle through mud, snow and ice. Food deliveries become less predictable, leading to careful rationing and creative cooking with whatever ingredients are available. Rice becomes even more precious, and everyone learns to appreciate the subtle differences between turnips, radishes, and other vegetables that all taste remarkably similar when you're hungry enough. Spring brings relief and new complications in equal measure. The ground thaws, making digging easier but also creating mud that seems specifically designed to make walking difficult and tool handling treacherous. Fresh supplies arrive more regularly, but so do new workers who need to be trained and integrated into existing crews. You find yourself in the odd position of being a veteran after just one winter, offering advice to newcomers who look as bewildered as you once did. The seasonal cycle creates a rhythm to the work that becomes oddly comforting. Summer brings long days and maximum productivity. However, it also brings heat that makes handling sun-baked stones an exercise in pain tolerance. Autumn brings perfect working weather and the urgent push to complete sections before winter returns. Each season requires different strategies, preparations, and types of stubborn determination. The rainy season deserves special mention as a time when optimism goes to die. Working in rain means dealing with slippery stones, mud that clings to everything, and the constant challenge of keeping tools dry enough to use effectively. The wall itself becomes treacherous to work on, requiring extra caution and significantly reduced productivity. Everyone develops strong opinions about rain gear and the inadequacy of most attempts to stay dry while doing heavy construction work. The changing seasons also bring changes in local wildlife, which adds an element of unpredictability to daily work. Spring brings curious deer that seem fascinated by construction activity. Summer attracts various insects that apparently view human workers as either entertainment or potential meals. Autumn brings migrating birds that sometimes interfere with construction work, and winter brings various creatures searching for warm places to shelter, occasionally choosing tool storage areas. Old Chen reveals that he's worked construction jobs in all kinds of weather and has developed philosophical approaches to each season. Summer teaches patience, he explains, while taking a break in whatever shade he can find. Winter teaches persistence, spring teaches hope, and autumn teaches urgency. Young Liu suggests that all seasons teach you to appreciate being indoors, which seems like the most practical wisdom anyone has offered. Food preservation becomes a crucial skill as weather affects both supply deliveries and storage capabilities. It becomes essential to learn which vegetables store well and which require immediate consumption. Based on available ingredients and safe storage methods, the camp cooks create seasonal menus that result in surprisingly diverse meals. Tool performance varies significantly with weather conditions. Wooden handles shrink and expand, metal parts rust or become brittle, and carrying baskets develop holes or weak spots that seem to appear overnight. Maintenance becomes an ongoing project rather than an occasional necessity, and everyone learns basic repair skills that weren't part of the original job description. Weather prediction becomes a valuable skill set that everyone develops to some degree. Cloud reading, wind pattern recognition, and understanding seasonal patterns all contribute to better planning and preparation. The ability to predict weather changes helps crews plan work schedules, prepare for supply delays, and generally make life more manageable in an environment where comfort is largely dependent on being ready for whatever nature decides to provide. Living and working in close quarters with hundreds of other people creates a unique social environment that's part construction site, part small town, and part extended family reunion where nobody can leave early. The Wall Project has brought together people from different regions, social classes and backgrounds, creating a temporary community that develops its own customs, jokes and social structure. Your tent has evolved into something resembling a household, with everyone settling into informal roles that make shared living more manageable. Old Chen has become the unofficial leader, settling disputes and offering advice based on his extensive experience with group living situations. Young Liu serves as entertainment coordinator, inventing games and keeping spirits up during difficult days. Wang the Quiet handles practical matters like tool maintenance and small repairs that keep daily life functioning smoothly. The evening routine after work has become a social ritual that everyone looks forward to. Crews gather around small fires to share meals, stories and complaints about the day's challenges. These conversations range from practical discussions about construction techniques to elaborate storytelling sessions where facts and entertainment blend together in ways that probably wouldn't pass strict historical scrutiny, but make for engaging listening. Regional differences create intriguing cultural exchanges as workers from different areas share their local customs, foods, and approaches to problem solving. Someone from the northern provinces might introduce techniques for working in cold weather, while workers from southern regions contribute knowledge about building in wet conditions. It's like a practical education program where everyone is both teacher and student. Games and entertainment develop organically to fill the hours between work and sleep. Simple gambling games using stones or sticks provide excitement and social interaction. Storytelling competitions emerge, with workers sharing tales from home or inventing elaborate fictional adventures. Physical competitions, who can carry the heaviest stone, who can work longest without rest, add elements of friendly rivalry that make work more engaging. The development of informal leadership structures within work crews demonstrates how people naturally organise themselves when faced with shared challenges. Some workers emerge as natural organisers, others as technical experts, and still others as mediators who help resolve conflicts before they become serious problems. These unofficial roles often prove more important than formal hierarchy in determining how well crews function. Trade and barter systems develop to supplement official supply distributions. Workers with particular skills, cooking, tool repair, storytelling, letter writing, find themselves able to trade services for extra food, better sleeping arrangements, or other small luxuries that make life more bearable. These informal economies create networks of mutual support that extend beyond individual work crews. The challenge of maintaining morale during difficult periods brings out creative solutions from the worker community. During particularly tough stretches, bad weather, equipment shortages, especially demanding work assignments, crews develop strategies for supporting each other emotionally as well as practically. Shared hardship creates bonds that probably wouldn't form under normal circumstances. Communication with families back home becomes a valued service that brings the community together. Workers who can write often compose letters for those who can't, creating connections between the wall project and the outside world. These letters serve multiple purposes, maintaining family relationships, sharing news from the construction site, and providing an emotional outlet for homesickness and anxiety about the future. Religious and cultural observances continue despite the challenging work environment, adapted to fit the constraints of construction life. Festival celebrations happen on a smaller scale, but with no less enthusiasm, creating opportunities for workers to maintain connections to their cultural traditions while building new shared experiences with their fellow workers. The gradual development of construction site traditions creates a sense of continuity and belonging that helps workers feel part of something larger than their individual daily struggles. These might include ceremonies for completing wall sections, rituals for welcoming new workers, or informal celebrations when supply wagons arrive with particularly welcome deliveries. Conflicts, when they arise, tend to be resolved through community pressure rather than formal authority, as everyone recognises that cooperation is essential for both work efficiency and personal survival. The shared experience of difficult working conditions creates strong incentives for people to work out their differences rather than let disputes escalate into serious problems that could affect entire crews. The knowledge that this assignment is temporary gives the community a unique character. Everyone knows they're here for a limited time, which creates both a sense of urgency about forming relationships and a practical focus on making the best of the current situation rather than building permanent social structures. Months have passed since you first arrived at the wall site, and the changes are remarkable, both in the wall itself and in yourself. What started as scattered construction sites has grown into a continuous barrier that stretches beyond what you can see from any single vantage point. Standing on a completed section and looking along the wall's path, you can hardly believe that human hands and stubborn determination created something so massive and permanent. The wall sections your crew has built bear the subtle marks of their creators, slightly different stone patterns, variations in mortar joints, and the accumulated character that comes from being constructed by real people rather than perfect machines. You can identify your work from a distance, recognizing the particular rhythm and style your crew developed over months of working together. It's like being able to recognize your own handwriting on a massive scale. Completion of individual sections brings mixed emotions. There's pride in the craftsmanship and satisfaction in seeing a job well done. but also awareness that completion means eventual departure from this temporary community that has become unexpectedly important. The relationships forged through shared hardship and common purpose don't necessarily translate easily back to normal life, creating a bittersweet quality to finishing the work. Old Chen, who has worked on various imperial projects throughout his career, offers perspective on the historical significance of what you've all accomplished. Most things people build get torn down eventually, he observes, while surveying a newly completed tower. But walls like this become part of the landscape. Your grandchildren's grandchildren will walk along sections you built with your hands. It's an oddly comforting thought that adds meaning to all those days of carrying stones and mixing mortar. The skills you've developed during wall construction turn out to be transferable to civilian life. Understanding stone and mortar, reading terrain, coordinating group work and managing projects under difficult conditions are valuable abilities that will serve you well back home. You've also developed physical strength and endurance that make farm work seem almost effortless by comparison. Young Liu has indeed become more literate during his time on the wall, practicing writing characters in spare moments and learning from other workers who shared their education. He plans to use these skills to improve his family's business dealings, demonstrating how the wall project has created unexpected opportunities for personal development alongside its primary construction goals. Wang the Quiet has saved enough money from his tool repair business to make significant improvements to his family's farm when he returns home. His mechanical skills, sharpened by months of keeping construction equipment functioning, will make him valuable in any rural community where practical problem-solving abilities are always in demand. The completion ceremony for your section is simpler than you might expect, but deeply meaningful to everyone who participated in the construction. Local officials make speeches about imperial glory and defensive necessity, but the real significance is in the quiet satisfaction shared among the workers who know exactly how much effort went into every stone, every joint, and every decision that shaped the final result. News arrives that other sections of the wall are nearing completion, creating a sense of being part of a larger coordinated achievement that extends far beyond your direct experience. The project that seemed impossibly large when you first arrived has been broken down into manageable pieces by thousands of work crews like yours, demonstrating how even the most ambitious goals can be achieved through patient, persistent effort. Preparations for departure begin with mixed feelings. There's eagerness to return home to family, familiar surroundings, and the comfortable routines of normal life. But there's also reluctance to leave the friendships and sense of shared purpose that made the hardships bearable and gave meaning to the difficult work. The journey home provides time to reflect on the experience and process what you've learned about yourself, about cooperation, and about what people can accomplish when they work together toward common goals. The wall represents more than just a defensive barrier. It's proof that ordinary people can create extraordinary things when they combine their individual efforts with shared determination. Returning home means readjusting to civilian life after months of structured work routines and community living. Family and friends are curious about your experiences, but explaining the daily reality of wall construction proves challenging. How do you describe the satisfaction of building something permanent, the camaraderie of shared hardship, or the pride in craftsmanship that developed over months of patient work? The wall continues without you, as other crews take over maintenance and improvements, ensuring that your temporary contribution becomes part of a permanent legacy. Knowing that your work will endure lends a sense of permanence to what felt like just a temporary assignment, connecting your individual effort to something that will outlast your lifetime. Years later, you might travel past sections of the wall and feel a particular satisfaction in seeing your work still standing, still serving its purpose, still bearing the subtle marks of the craftsmanship you and your crew brought to an impossible project that somehow got finished anyway, one stone at a time. When you're sleeping on what passes for a Celtic mattress, basically a pile of sheep's wool packed into a leather sack that has seen better decades, waking up before the sun does isn't exactly a hardship. In ancient Britain, where central heating won't be developed for another 1,000 years or so, the morning air has that special bite that comes only from sleeping outside. You roll out of your makeshift shelter and walk barefoot across grass that has been soaked with dew in the direction of the Holy Grove. After years of this routine, your feet have long since hardened to leather, but you still flinch when you step on a sharp stone. Like a curious cat, the mist clings to everything, encircling the old oaks and giving the impression that the world is smaller and more personal. As a druid, your day starts with what you could call meditation, but it's more about standing among trees that were old when your great-grandfather was young and listening than it is about sitting cross-legged and humming Om. Paying attention, you're drawn to your own breathing in the silence, to the distant call of a curlew, and to the rustle of leaves that resembles whispered secrets. The Oak Grove house is your outdoor office, library and temple. There are no walls, no roof apart from the canopy above, and no expensive furnishings, just you, the trees, and whatever knowledge you can extract from them. Feeling the deep grooves and recalling the innumerable dawns you have welcomed here, you run your hand along the bark of your favourite oak. Over the years, this tree has taken on the role of a kind of co-worker, a silent observer of your thoughts and prayers, checking on the different plants and herbs you've been growing nearby as part of your morning routine. Although it may not resemble a modern garden, there are carefully arranged plantings in small clearings and among the roots. You must be patient, sometimes waiting years for mistletoe to appear, because it doesn't grow on every oak. When it happens, it's similar to discovering a £20 note in your coat pocket, but this note has the power to heal the sick and establish a connection with the divine. Even the most pragmatic person gets a little mystical from the golden way. The early morning light filters through the leaves. You collect a few special herbs, such as meadowsweet for its sweet aroma and therapeutic qualities, vervain for purification, and some hawthorn bark for later use. These treasures are stored in your leather pouch, which has been softened by years of use and resembles an ancient pharmacy. You hear the sounds of the settlement starting to awaken as the sun rises higher. The familiar sounds of everyday life, such as children laughing, cattle lowing, and someone presumably arguing over who gets to milk the goats, drift through the trees as smoke rises from cooking fires. But for now, you are caught between the eternal and the earthly in these final moments of dawn silence. When you close your eyes, you can feel the earth's slow, steady heartbeat, the pulse of the land beneath your feet. The ability to perceive the deeper rhythms of the natural world is a sensation that developed over years. You know better than to call it fanciful. You've discovered that the world speaks to those who can listen after 20 years of training, memorizing thousands of lines of poetry and lore, and researching the motions of stars and the characteristics of plants. A simple acknowledgement, which is in between a prayer and a greeting, marks the end of the morning ritual. One last time, you press your palm against the oak's trunk and mutter something in the ancient tongue that your teacher taught you when you were just a young child. Naturally, the tree never responds, but you always feel heard. It's time to confront the day and all of its human-related issues and complications. You must eat something first, though. When their blood sugar falls, even druids become irritable. You practice what may be the most spectacular party trick in all of ancient Europe as you make your way back toward the settlement, but it's deadly serious, and there are no parties. Genealogies, court rulings, and religious tales that need to be memorized verbatim are being recited. There were no crib notes, no written books, and no let me Google that choices. Just your brain, which has been conditioned to function as a living library since childhood. The intricate inheritance laws governing cattle disputes are the subject of this morning's mental exercise. The content is truly exciting. You silently discuss the appropriate course of action in the event that a neighbour's grain field is damaged by someone's prize bull, going over different scenarios and the solutions that are suggested. It's similar to being a walking Wikipedia, except that you can't use Ctrl+F to find what you're looking for, and real people suffer real consequences if you forget something crucial. A growl from your stomach, likely audible in the valley beyond, interrupts this legal recitation. In Iron Age Britain, breakfast is defined as anything that didn't go bad overnight and won't kill you right away. You walk over to the communal kitchen, where a number of big pots bubble over well-maintained fires. Porridge, not the simple instant variety you can microwave, but real porridge made from barley, oats, or whatever grain survived the weather, the birds, and the general unpredictability of prehistoric agriculture, is the breakfast food. It's flavoured with whatever herbs or dried fruits happen to be on hand, and stirred with wooden spoons that have been worn smooth by innumerable hands. Occasionally honey is used when the bears aren't feeling hungry, and the bees are feeling generous. With your hands warmed by the cool morning air, you take a seat on a wooden stump that doubles as your breakfast chair. What does the porridge taste like? I like porridge, actually, but by ancient standards it's a huge success because it's hot, filling, and doesn't cause food poisoning. You enjoy the crunch of the hazelnuts against the smooth grain as you add a handful that you've been saving. You go over your mental notes from yesterday's consultation with a farmer whose sheep had been acting strangely while you're eating. Even though it was the right season, 2 rams had refused to mate, and 3 ewes had been moving in circles. It was most likely ergot poisoning from contaminated grass, you decided after looking at the animals and weighing the many possibilities. Disease, poisoning, supernatural interference, or just plain sheep stubbornness. Your advice had been sensible. Relocate the flock to new pasture, provide them with lots of clean water, and make sacrifices to make sure there were no residual spiritual issues. It's the type of diagnosis that neatly blends agricultural science, veterinary medicine, and religious practice. Your success rate keeps people coming back, but modern doctors would likely question your methods. The toddler is clinging to the young mother's leg like a resolute barnacle as she approaches. She explains that the child has been experiencing night terrors and is unable to sleep through the night. After you finish your porridge, you think about the issue. Sometimes the remedy is herbal, such as a gentle chamomile or lavender tea. Checking for drafts in their sleeping area, or implying that the child may be old enough to have a separate sleeping area from his parents, are examples of practical applications. Sometimes, though, you suspect it's simply the fact that 2-year-olds are inherently scary beings who don't receive enough sleep until they're around 30. Naturally, you don't say this to the mother. Instead, you propose creating a mild herbal remedy and suggest a simple bedtime routine that may help the child feel more secure. Your work revolves around these consultations, which are the everyday reality that differs greatly from the enigmatic, unearthly perception that people frequently hold of Druids. You have elements of a lawyer, a doctor, a therapist, and an agricultural consultant. The mystical elements, though woven through pragmatic concerns like a golden thread through rough wool, are sufficiently real. Your day has officially begun when you finish your breakfast and notice that the sun has risen well above the tree line. It's time to review your many ongoing projects and determine who else might benefit from your unique combination of common sense and age-old wisdom. It's a 3-walled building with a thatched roof that only leaks when it rains a lot, which is usually the case. Your makeshift dispensary is located in a corner of what could be kindly referred to as a workshop. To receive any sunlight that Britain's consistently overcast skies may provide, the open side faces south. Clay pots line wooden shelves that have been smoothed by years of use, and bundles of dried herbs hang from the rafters like an aromatic chandelier. Checking on a batch of willow bark tea that has been steeping overnight is the first task for today's pharmaceutical work. Kind words and gentle stretching are insufficient for the middle-aged blacksmith patient, whose joints are so stiff that he can hardly lift his hammer. You test the strength of the dark liquid with a cautious sip after straining it through a piece of linen. It's probably about right, because I'm as bitter as a disgruntled tax collector. Your medicine cabinet would confuse a modern pharmacist, but any respectable herbalist would be impressed. For headaches, feverfew is collected at dawn, when its potency is at its highest. The country people refer to comfrey as knitbone for good reason. It helps with wounds and broken bones. St. John's wort is used to treat depression, but you may also think of it as a way to drive out evil spirits that descend on the heart like mist in a valley. A woman shows up looking ashamed, accompanied by her teenage son. The boy's face resembles a battlefield of red pimples and angry spots, commonly referred to as acne, but you recognise it as the unfortunate consequence of maturing into manhood in a world lacking face wash or dermatologists. It's not incorrect for his mother to worry that the condition could hinder his ability to locate a wife, but you don't bring up the possibility that his personality could be a greater barrier. Herbal remedies and practical advice are part of your treatment. Applications of honey and crushed mint leaves on the outside for their antibacterial qualities. This tea blend, which contains burdock root, nettle, and a little yellow dock, is meant to balance what you think of as internal heat. Above all, there are strong warnings not to pick at the spots, but you know that teens will disregard these warnings with the same tenacity that has been displayed throughout history. Mental and emotional disorders present the true obstacle. After losing her baby daughter 6 months ago, a merchant's wife has been describing what she calls melancholy of the spirit, likely what we would recognise as depression. You have plants that can help with the physical pain and insomnia that come with deep sadness, but no herb can cure it. You make a mild concoction: passion flower to promote relaxation, lemon balm for its energising qualities, and a tiny bit of lavender for its soothing aroma. More significantly, though, you allow her space to talk about her daughter and acknowledge the truth of her loss without downplaying it or pressuring her to accept it. A significant portion of your practice consists of this emotional labour. People seek you out not only for physical cures, but also for someone who will listen to them without passing judgment, and who could help them understand why they are suffering. You're a priest, a counsellor, and a friend all at once, but you've learned to keep your distance so that you don't get caught up in other people's suffering. A more unusual case arrives in your afternoon. A farmer who believes a rival has cursed his prize bull. The animal no longer serves the cows and has turned violent and erratic, charging at shadows. Examining the beast from a safe distance, you observe its irregular behaviour and dilated pupils. After careful interrogation, you learn that the bull has been grazing in a field where ergot-infected grain grows wild. The curse treatment includes moving the bull to a clean pasture, providing him with plenty of fresh water, and performing a ceremonial cleansing to help him feel that the spiritual threat has been removed, all due to the farmer's strong and genuine belief in curses. As you think about your evening meal, you mutter impressive-sounding incantations, burn some purifying herbs, and sprinkle blessed water around the bull's pen. This is not exactly a deception. Instead of making the farmer feel helpless and afraid, the ritual actually helps them feel empowered and hopeful. The bull's recuperation will be impacted by his mental state, which will also affect how he treats the animal. Medicine that treats both the patient and their human caregivers can sometimes be the best. You tidy up your equipment and arrange your supplies for the next day as night falls. The work for the day has been successful, a number of people are feeling better, and your treatments haven't killed anyone, which is always a win in prehistoric medicine. Approximately 2 miles from the settlement, the stone circle is situated on a rise where, generations before your grandfather's grandfather was born, your ancestors dragged enormous blocks of local granite into a perfect ring. You follow a path that has been smoothed by innumerable feet, Druids, petitioners, and inquisitive kids who have been told not to play among the sacred stones but still do so, as you stroll there in the late afternoon light. Each stone, roughly twice your height, is a weathered grey monument that has endured for centuries. They aren't the enormous trilithons you might picture from Stonehenge. Those megaliths are from a more ambitious, earlier era. Despite being smaller and more personal, these stones are just as potent. Small offerings left by guests clump together around their bases like vibrant prayers made tangible, and Lycan paints them in patches of green and silver. In your world, spirituality and astronomy are never completely distinct, but today's purpose is more astronomical. For months, you've been monitoring the moon's movement and its position in relation to the background stars in anticipation of a specific alignment that happens once every 19 years. If your calculations are accurate, the moon will rise through the space between 2 particular stones tonight, signalling a significant event in the astronomical calendar. Years of stargazing were part of your training, which taught you to read the sky like a huge, slowly turning book. Understanding celestial cycles helps you time everything from plantings to religious festivals to court cases, not because you think the stars dictate human fate, that's more of a Roman notion. The phases of the moon dictate when it is best to gather specific herbs, when rituals are most effective, and when it is fortunate to start significant projects. You set up a basic meal consisting of bread, cheese, and dried apples as your observation point. Patience is necessary for astronomical work, and patience necessitates nourishment. The grain used to make the dense, dark bread was ground between 2 stones that morning. Because it was aged in clay pots buried in cool earth, the cheese has a sharp tang. Simple food tastes better when enjoyed in the company of old stones and under the open sky. You start the evening's actual task as dusk falls, teaching your apprentice the intricate craft of memory. As you recite the family tree of the local chieftain, young Calum sits cross-legged next to you, his expression solemn and focused. The meticulously structured verse chronicles 15 generations worth of marriages, feuds, births, and deaths, which helps readers retain the information. The genealogy serves as legal documentation in addition to family history. Who is entitled to inherit property? Due to long-standing blood feuds, which families are prohibited from getting married to one another? In tribal councils, who is empowered to speak? Your mind contains all of this knowledge, which you need to impart flawlessly to the following generation. A single error could render a property claim void or unintentionally approve a union that would spark a new conflict. Calum repeats the verses back to you, occasionally stumbling over the more complex relationships. Although he is intelligent enough, memory work necessitates constant practice and perfect accuracy. You recall the frustration of knowing that a single incorrect word could have major repercussions for actual people in the real world. as well as your struggles with the same material at his age. You point out constellations rising in the darkening sky in between genealogical lessons. The Great Bear is circling the North Star indefinitely. With his belt of 3 brilliant stars, Orion the Hunter strode across the winter sky. There are tales associated with each constellation, not merely lovely myths, but useful knowledge contained in enduring tales. For example, the Seven Sisters story tells you when to plant barley. The story of the swan's flight across the summer sky marks the time to gather some medicinal plants. These aren't just tales your people share over fire on chilly evenings. They're an intricate system of oral tradition that preserves and passes along important seasonal knowledge. You see the moon, fat and almost full, rising precisely where your calculations indicated it would as complete darkness descends. It first manifests as a glow behind the stones, then as a curved edge, and lastly as a full silver disc that is precisely framed in the space between 2 granite monoliths. You're always moved by this sight, which demonstrates that the age-old wisdom preserved in stone and tale is still true, accurate and trustworthy. Calum lets out a quiet gasp at what he sees, and you recall the first time you saw such accuracy. Learning about astronomical alignments in theory is one thing, but witnessing them in action with perfect precision is quite another. The stones appear to be a sophisticated instrument, a calendar written in granite and starlight, rather than just random rocks. For the next hour, you teach Calum how to use the stone circle as a giant clock and calendar, demonstrating to him how various risings and settings indicate the changing of the seasons, when festivals should be held, and when the boundaries between worlds become increasingly blurred. The special energy that precedes any meeting where significant decisions will be made fills the great hall of the settlement. A boundary dispute between nearby farms, the conditions for throwing a wedding feast that will bring together 2 powerful families, and the delicate case of a young man accused of stealing cattle from his cousin are just a few of the urgent issues that will be discussed at tonight's council meeting. As the sun rises, you arrive wearing formal robes that symbolise your position as an arbiter, an upholder of traditional law. Nobody is impressed by the hall itself. It's just a big wooden barn with more smoke holes and better decorations. The air is filled with the mixed smells of leather, wet wool, wood smoke, and too many people in one location, while rushlights flicker in the background. Your seat is in a prominent location close to the main fire, close enough to the clan chief to offer advice, but far enough away to speak to the group as a whole. The arrangement takes into account your dual responsibilities as an independent authority and counsellor. Since that would require a formal court system that does not yet exist, you are not quite a judge in the contemporary sense. Rather, you're a sort of legal scholar, mediator and precedent repository. In the first instance, 2 brothers quarrel about where their property line is. Although they both inherited parts of their father's land, spring ploughing and winter floods have shifted the original boundary markers, which were a line of standing stones. Every brother maintains that his version of events is accurate, and each has witnesses to back up his claims, asking thoughtful questions concerning the original positioning of the stones, the intentions stated in their father's will, and the testimonies of neighbours who recall the land prior to the boundary being disturbed. You listen to both sides. In order to piece together physical evidence and human memory and reconstruct the truth, the solution calls for more detective work than legal scholarship. Following much deliberation, you suggest a compromise that gives each brother approximately equal acreage, while drawing a new border that traces natural features, a line of oak trees and a stream bed, that will be more difficult to contest later. The fact that neither brother is completely satisfied with the solution suggests that it is likely fair. The charge of cattle theft turns out to be more complicated. Dara, a cousin, accuses young Brannock of stealing 2 priceless heifers. The evidence is circumstantial but concerning. Dara recently purchased cattle that look strikingly similar to Brannock, who was spotted close to his herd the night before the animals vanished. Although he is unable to provide the merchant or any witnesses to the transaction, Brannock asserts that he bought the animals from a travelling merchant. Claims of theft must be supported by either unambiguous evidence or an ordeal trial under your legal system. Since no one witnessed Brannock actually taking the cattle, the first option is not feasible. The second option entails making unpleasant decisions, such as fighting a duel, submerging an arm in boiling water, or holding a red-hot iron bar. Although you've noticed that divine justice occasionally has a peculiar sense of humour, the theory holds that it will protect the innocent and punish the guilty. You suggest a third option. a formal oath-taking ceremony in which Brannock is required to publicly declare his innocence while touching a holy object and pleading with the gods to hear him. The oath will ultimately result in divine retribution if he is lying. His public statement should clear his name and put an end to the accusation if he is speaking the truth. Although it's not perfect justice, it avoids the possibility of injuring an innocent person while still formally resolving the conflict. Brannock readily agrees, indicating either his innocence or his extraordinary faith in his ability to deceive the gods. Even though you've been mistaken before, you suspect the former. The last issue, planning the wedding feast, calls for completely different abilities. You have to make sure that the seating arrangements don't unintentionally offend anyone, that the appropriate customs are followed, and that the two families' contractual duties are understood and observed. It's similar to juggling the roles of lawyer, diplomat, and wedding planner. The groom's family must provide certain items, such as a certain number of cattle, multiple bronze ornaments, and enough grain to brew ale for the celebration, while the bride's family will provide the main feast. Using your understanding of comparable arrangements and what each family can afford, you assist in negotiating these specifics. As the evening goes on and the different issues are settled, you experience the well-known joy of witnessing your training in action. In these situations, the laws you've learned by heart, the precedents you've researched, and the diplomatic abilities you've honed all come together to make your community run more smoothly. However, you're also worn out. Even when things go well, navigating complex social dynamics, mediating conflicts, and speaking authoritatively for hours on end is exhausting work. You look forward to the quieter parts of your evening routine, but your back hurts from sitting up straight and attentive, and your throat is dry from talking. With that special relief that comes from settling disputes without anyone brandishing a sword or hurling a punch, the council scatters into the cool night air. After spending hours in the smoky hall, you wrap your formal robes around yourself and go outside, thankful for the fresh air. Above, each point of light stands out against the black sky with a brilliant clarity that can only be achieved in a world free from light pollution. You're not quite done with your evening. In addition to the quiet, personal practices that keep you going through the rigours of public life, there are rituals to perform and observations to document. You make your way slowly to your private space, a simple roundhouse that doubles as a home, study, and haven. Years of meticulous arrangement are evident in the interior. Warm, consistent light is produced by clay lamps. One section serves as your sleeping space. It is basic but cosy, with furs and thick wool blankets for the coldest nights. Your most valuable belongings are kept on shelves, not gold or jewels, but ceramic jars filled with exotic herbs, engraved wooden tablets bearing astronomical formulas, and tiny bronze clocks and celestial angle gauges. The first task for tonight is to update your lunar calendar by recording the precise location of the moon and when it rises through the stone circle. You track patterns over several years using a system of marks and symbols that anyone else would find confusing. Future ceremonies, tide predictions for coastal communities, and the upkeep of the intricate festival calendar that organises your people's religious and agricultural year will all benefit from this knowledge. Charcoal for drawing on specially prepared clay surfaces, sharp flint blades for carving marks into wood, and a clever counting device made from knotted strings to keep track of longer cycles are your basic yet efficient record-keeping tools. Since written language exists but isn't used for long-term information storage, everything must be done from memory. Writing something down weakens the mental muscles that Druids rely on because it makes forgetting easier. You update your records and get ready for the spiritual observances that will take place that evening. These are private, quiet rituals that help you stay connected to the forces you serve, rather than large, public ceremonies. Using particular woods selected for their symbolic qualities, oak for strength and endurance, ash for protection, and hawthorn for purification, you light a small fire in a bronze bowl. Your silent prayers for the day's accomplishments and requests for direction in the challenges of tomorrow are carried by the smoke as it rises in a thin column. After the day's events, you sit quietly and allow your thoughts to calm down. You feel the tension leave your shoulders and the stress that has built up from mediating conflicts evaporate like water. The structured mindfulness practice that modern people may be familiar with is not what this meditation is. Rather, it's a slow awakening to the subtle currents that run beneath the surface of ordinary reality. You hear the sounds of the night, the whisper of the wind through thatch, the distant lowing of cattle settling for sleep, and the owl's call from the oak grove. You gradually start to notice less evident sensations. The earth itself seems to be pulsing slowly with energy, the subtle grain of the landscape like wood that makes some directions feel different from others. The feeling that every prayer that has been said and every fire that has burned there are preserved in the stones of your hearth. To a modern ear, these perceptions may seem mystical, but to you, they are as natural as checking the weather or listening for approaching footsteps. Your senses have been trained for decades to pick up on rhythms and patterns that most people miss. The fact that these perceptions enable you to better serve your community is more important than whether they are the result of true supernatural awareness or simply highly developed intuition. Reviewing the day's events and thinking about what they reveal about broader patterns and trends is your final ritual as the fire burns down to glowing coals. The boundary dispute implies that the amount of available land is being strained by population growth. The charge of cattle theft may be a reflection of larger economic tensions, as young men find it difficult to make a name for themselves. The intricate network of alliances that binds your society together is exposed during the wedding negotiations. These observations will help you foresee future issues before they become crises, and will guide your advice to the clan leadership. It is a type of strategic thinking that uses both logical analysis and the deeper wisdom that comes from years of reading human nature's currents. It also blends practical analysis with intuitive insights. You finally bank the fire and get ready for sleep as genuine exhaustion descends upon you. There will likely be at least one emergency that calls for all of your abilities and knowledge tomorrow, along with new difficulties and conflicts to resolve. But that's a problem for tomorrow. You can sleep easy tonight knowing that you have done a good job of serving your people and upholding the long-standing customs that give their lives purpose and order. After such a long day, you can easily fall asleep as your body settles into the wool-stuffed mattress, and you feel the satisfaction of a job well done. However, your mind is still partially awake while you sleep because it has been trained over decades to pick up on odd sounds or shifts in the subtle energies that surround sacred locations, but only dreams of peace tonight. The trees are bigger and older than any that grow in the real world, and you find yourself strolling through a forest that appears familiar but is incredibly large. Beside you are ancient Druids, teachers from earlier generations whose knowledge has been transmitted orally. They communicate without using words, exchanging information that moves straight from one mind to another like water levelling out. Secrets that are hidden from everyday view are revealed by the dream forest. You can see how all of the trees are connected by a network of roots that exchange information and nutrients over great distances. You see how the forest functions as a single, enormous organism thanks to the mycorrhizal fungi's underground network of chemical signals. In the dream state, these connections appear as clear as sunlight, but it will take centuries for modern science to uncover them. The events of the day are processed by your sleeping mind and woven into the broader patterns that guide your work. Humanity's never-ending quest to impose order on the natural world is reflected in the boundary dispute. The charge of cattle theft highlights the conflicts that emerge when traditional communities start to expand past the point at which everyone is well acquainted with one another. The negotiations surrounding the wedding show how societies change and grow while retaining their fundamental characteristics. These realizations feel more like truths that have always been there, just waiting for the right time to come to light, than they do like conclusions you've drawn. Druidical wisdom frequently operates in this way. It reorganizes everything you believe to be true rather than using linear reasoning. Your dreams become more intimate as the night grows darker. As a young apprentice, you find it difficult to commit the extensive body of legal, historical, and religious knowledge to memory. You recall the aggravation of forgetting crucial information, the anxiety of failing your teachers, and the slow delight of realizing that the disparate facts were, in fact, pieces of a cohesive whole. Through decades of sometimes unappreciated service, the memory dreams serve as a reminder of why you chose this path and why you have stayed dedicated to it. Your people are able to preserve their identity and values for generations to come because of the living wisdom you possess, which goes beyond merely academic knowledge. Communities would lose their ties to the past and their direction for the future if Druids weren't there to maintain and pass along this cultural heritage. You dream about the vast cycles that control everything as the first grey light peeks through the smoke hole in your roof, just before dawn. The daily cycle of dawn and dusk, the moon's monthly cycle of phases, the changing of the seasons every year, each with unique challenges and gifts. The longer, multi-generational cycles that signify the emergence and decline of dynasties, the movement of peoples, and the gradual advancement of human knowledge. You see yourself in the dream as a component of these enormous cycles, no more or less significant than any other component of the pattern. Even though your life is short in comparison to the stone circle's age or the great oak's lifespan, your contribution to preserving wisdom's continuity makes you a part of something greater and more durable than any one person's life. Despite the complicated dreams, you awaken organically as the first bird starts singing in the morning, feeling refreshed and composed. Without the startling confusion that frequently accompanies contemporary alarm clocks, the shift from sleep to wakefulness feels seamless and natural. Instead of waking when the time is right, your body has learned to synchronize itself with its own natural rhythms. You get out of bed and do the easy stretching exercises that maintain the strength and flexibility of your aging body. Given that a healthy body is necessary to support a healthy mind, Druidical training places a strong emphasis on the relationship between mental and physical health. The mild yet effective exercises are made to keep your circulation, flexibility, and the kind of focused awareness that your job requires. The world is waking up to a new day outside. As families prepare their morning meals, smoke rises from cooking fires. The cool air is filled with the sounds of children starting their daily tasks. You hear the steady sound of grain being ground between stones in the distance, and you hear cattle sighing softly as they are led to new pasture. Even though your daily robes aren't as fancy as the ones you wore to the council last night, you still make a statement about your position and status in the community. Wool from local plants is used to dye the fabric. Rich greens from nettle, soft browns from walnut hulls, and a hint of blue from woad, which was expensive and time-consuming to obtain. As you step outside into the morning air, you experience the same sense of excitement that comes with the possibilities of every new day. People will need to be healed, conflicts will need to be resolved, knowledge will need to be preserved and passed on, and mysteries will need to be considered. It is challenging but incredibly fulfilling work that connects you to the eternal questions that have perplexed humanity since the dawn of consciousness, as well as the practical needs of your community. You consider the peculiar privilege of your position as you make your way to the sacred grove to start another day's routine. You act as a link between worlds, between the gathering wisdom of the past and the emerging possibilities of the future, between the practical demands of everyday life and the spiritual aspects that give life purpose, and between the human community and the natural forces that support it. The morning mist is burned away as the sun rises higher, showcasing the beauty of the familiar landscape. With the calm assurance of someone who understands their role in the vast scheme of things, you face the new day as it dawns in the never-ending cycle of days. In the hushed darkness of a 13th century manor house, as the last embers in the central hearth faded to soft orange glows, the lord of the manor would not retire alone. Around him, in the enormous hall, lay his household staff, family members, and perhaps even trusted servants, all arranged in a careful choreography of medieval sleep. This collective slumber, so foreign to our modern sensibilities, represents one of history's most misunderstood phenomena, the medieval relationship with sleep. Contrary to popular assumptions about the discomforts of pre-industrial life, medieval Europeans may have enjoyed sleep patterns more aligned with human biology than our current regimens. The sleep of the Middle Ages wasn't merely a functional necessity squeezed between brutal days of toil. It was an elaborate practice infused with ritual, social significance, and a profound understanding of human needs that modern science is only now rediscovering. The medieval night began not with the flick of a light switch, but with the gradual recession of daylight. As twilight descended across Europe's countryside and burgs, a natural wind-down period commenced. Without the harsh blue light of electronic devices to disrupt melatonin production, medieval bodies responded naturally to environmental cues. The dimming of the day triggered sleep hormones in perfect synchronicity with the body's circadian rhythm. Evidence from medieval household accounts, monastic records, and medical manuscripts reveals that medieval people practiced what sleep researchers now call sleep hygiene, not through scientific understanding, but through customs evolved over centuries. Families would gather around fires in the hours before bed, engaging in what one 14th century English text called the gentle telling of tales. This storytelling tradition served multiple purposes, reinforcing community bonds, passing down cultural knowledge, and, crucially, allowing the brain to transition from the active demands of daytime to the receptive state conducive to sleep. Inventories from noble households across Europe list specialised items for sleep comfort that defy our image of medieval discomfort. While commoners might sleep on straw-filled mattresses, regularly refreshed with aromatic herbs like lavender and chamomile, natural sleep aids, the wealthy invested heavily in sleep quality. Featherbeds, documented in the 1380s household accounts of John of Gaunt, could contain up to 60 pounds of down. These were topped with linen sheets, woolen blankets in winter, and lightweight coverlets in summer, seasonal adaptations showing a sophisticated understanding of sleep temperature regulation. The medieval bed itself evolved into an architectural feature in its own right. Far from a simple platform, the bed became what historian Sasha Handley calls a micro-environment for sleep. High bedsteads kept sleepers above drafts, while bed curtains created microclimates that preserved body heat. Particularly in northern regions, these enclosed bed spaces maintained optimal sleeping temperatures through bitter winters without central heating. Perhaps most notably, medieval people organised their sleep around natural human ultradian rhythms. Medical texts from Salerno's famed medical school advise sleeping with the head slightly elevated, and on the right side initially for proper digestion. Then turning to the left side in deep sleep, advice that echoes modern recommendations for optimising airway positioning during sleep. Despite the absence of memory foam or adjustable bases, medieval sleepers customised their experience through ingenious means. Illuminated manuscripts show various pillow configurations, from cylindrical bolsters supporting the neck to smaller cushions tucked under elbows or knees. Personalised comfort adaptations we've rediscovered through ergonomic design. Archaeological findings from cesspits in London and York have revealed remains of medicinal herbs commonly used for sleep, including valerian root and passion flower, showing sophisticated pharmacological approaches to sleep management. The physical arrangements for sleep extended beyond beds. Manor houses and even modest dwellings were designed with sleeping areas positioned to maximise morning light exposure. An architectural feature that modern chronobiologists recognise for its importance in maintaining healthy circadian rhythms. East-facing bedchambers allowed sleepers to wake naturally with the sunrise, reinforcing their internal body clocks in ways that modern blackout curtains and alarm clocks disrupt. What truly distinguished medieval sleep, however, was its social nature. Unlike our privatised, individualised approach to sleep, medieval slumber was communal. This behaviour wasn't merely for practical reasons like shared warmth or protection, although these benefits were real, but reflected a fundamentally different conception of sleep as a vulnerable yet shared human experience. Even kings were rarely alone while sleeping, attended by trusted chamberlains who slept at the foot of the royal bed, creating a sleep culture where the boundaries between private and public were permeable in ways we might find uncomfortable, but that provided unique psychological benefits. People didn't expect to sleep all night in medieval Europe when darkness fell. The idea that people should sleep 8 hours is post-industrial. Medieval medical records, diaries, household histories, and literary sources show a quite distinct pattern. First sleep and second sleep separated by a nighttime wakeful quiet. This biphasic sleep pattern was common throughout social strata. After going to bed at nightfall, medieval people had a 4-hour first sleep or dead sleep. After waking up naturally for 1 to 2 hours, they went back to second sleep until daybreak. Medieval folks used this midnight awakening as a natural window of consciousness, not sleeplessness. European monastery church records provide some of the best evidence of this interval. The monastic rule of St. Benedict scheduled midnight prayers, matins, during the wakeful hour to accommodate this natural sleep divide. Instead of fighting their biology to stay awake for devotions, monks synchronized their spiritual practices with human sleep architecture. The significance of midnight awakening goes beyond religion. Medical manuscripts from Salerno and Montpellier, Europe's top medical schools, show that doctors believed midnight waking was crucial for health. The 13th century physician Aldebrandon of Siena said that this wakeful period allowed the vapours of food to be properly distributed through the body, a pre-scientific knowledge of how sleep stages affect digestion and metabolism. This nightly waking gave regular households an unusual opportunity. It was common for homeowners to check on their property, bank fires for the second sleep, and examine their security. The 14th century guide for parish priests recommends middle night marital intercourse because the body is rested but the mind clear. The recommendation implies a profound awareness of how restful sleep influences mood and physical receptivity. Interestingly, this wakeful interlude produced various types of consciousness that current neuroscience has only recently learned to detect. Neurologists call the state between first and second sleep hypnopompic consciousness, which boosts creativity, imagery, and emotional processing. Medieval folks innately understood and practiced this distinct mental condition. Court records and diaries show how midnight wakers considered legal issues. A 15th century Ghent judge said he made his toughest decisions after consulting his thoughts in the watch between sleeps, believing it provided deeper moral insight than daylight deliberation. Craftspeople conceive new designs, farmers plan seasonal rotations, and merchants plan business initiatives during this contemplative period. Wakefulness had emotional and social benefits. Larger medieval households described night talking, intimate chats during midnight waking. These nighttime conversations allowed for exceptional emotional honesty, unlike daytime contacts confined by societal hierarchy and public presentation. A 14th century English noblewoman's diary says she learned her husband's innermost worries only in the watch between sleeps, when souls speak more truly. This split sleep pattern boosted creativity. Chaucer writes poetry during his watching times, and illuminated manuscripts often state they were written in the midnight thinking time. Medieval dream interpretation guides distinguished between dreams during first sleep, processing daily events, and those during second sleep, prophetic or insight-bearing, due to the quality of thoughts during this period. Archaeology confirms this practice's prevalence. Medieval home excavations sometimes reveal little oil lamps for nighttime activities. In household inventories across social classes, night tables with writing tools, miniature prayer books, and meditation tools are common. When modern researchers removed artificial light from test subject settings for several weeks, they automatically reverted to biphasic sleep. Strong proof that segmented sleep is our biological rhythm. Medieval people honoured this cycle rather than pushing continuous sleep, aligning with their evolved sleep architecture in ways modern civilization rarely allows. Psychological benefits make segmented sleep valuable. The midnight wake-up allowed memory consolidation and emotional processing. Modern sleep science shows that disrupted sleep can improve memory formation. A 15th century French physician advised pupils to reread difficult material before bed and allow the mind to work upon it in the midnight watching. Medieval folks knew the value of this processing time. Medieval sleep environments were more complex and deliberate than popular belief. Medieval sleeping arrangements were frequently utilitarian marvels that represented considerable household investments and years of comfort technology, unlike the crude, unpleasant platforms depicted in modern media. Archaeology from intact medieval households shows that sleep quality was important. Excavated 13th century merchant homes in London showed specialised floor designs with insulating materials packed beneath sleeping areas, including wool, straw, and even feathers in wealthier homes, to block the cold from stone or packed earth floors. This intelligent underfloor insulation shows heat transmission concepts that affect sleep quality. Medieval sleep revolved around the bed, which evolved quickly. Bed technology improved by the 13th century from simple raised platforms. Estate inventories from around Europe reveal more sophisticated bed designs with specialised comfort components. The bed's hardwood frame, termed the bedstock, has mortise and tenon joints allowing minor flexibility without squeaking, which 14th century Florence Carpenter Guild laws required for undisturbed rest. Medieval mattress technology improved constantly. Peasant homes still used straw-filled beds, although they were more advanced. Traditional European farming groups using medieval methods used straw beds, not loose straw piled into sacks. Specially selected straw, oat straw, was recommended for its softness. Completely dried to prevent mould and broken to provide a springier texture was used. Most homes emptied and refilled these beds seasonally. For the wealthy, mattress technology evolved. By the 14th century, merchants and artists used wool-filled mattresses, while feather beds were the height of medieval sleep luxury. These were constructed sleep surfaces, not feather sacks. Guild regulations from 14th century Paris required feather beds to be built with particular weights of different feather varieties piled for compression and rebound. The most sumptuous examples had goose down on top and stiffer feathers underneath for stability. Similar to modern high-end mattresses, Medieval pillows are often forgotten sleep technologies. Modern pillows are uniform, whereas medieval pillows were individualized. Archaeological evidence and household inventories show at least 4 pillow types: neck bolsters for spinal alignment, softer head pillows for comfort, wedge pillows for medical conditions, particularly respiratory issues, and smaller support pillows for positioning. Salerno medical writings advise lifting the head for digestion disorders and supporting the legs for back pain. Bed sheets were also designed for sleep comfort. Linen sheets were valued for their breathability and moisture-wicking capacity. Even small houses had many sets of linens and regular laundry records. In winter, woolen blankets provided insulation, while silk or light wool coverlets gave summer warmth. Seasonal bedding rotation shows a profound awareness of how ambient temperature influences sleep quality. Equally inventive was sleeping room climate control. Bed curtains were attractive and microclimatic. Fully enclosed bed curtains conserved body heat in winter. Large medieval houses recorded various curtain weights for different seasons, with summer curtains blocking insects, allowing airflow. This seasonal sleep environment adaptation shows a comprehensive awareness of how ambient variables affect rest quality. Medieval dwellings also showed excellent sleep management. Sound-dampening interior shutters were common in metropolitan bedrooms. In intact York and Bruges homes, archaeologists found woven rush mats put on walls near public streets as early sound insulation. Medieval folks recognized noise pollution as a sleep disruptor and addressed it with intentional design. Medieval sleep was influenced by aromatherapy. Domestic and archaeological records show aromatic herbs in bedding. These were lavender and chamomile for relaxation, mint and rosemary for insect repellent, and dried rose petals for fragrance. For decades, home manuals have recommended inserting little herb-filled sachets into pillowcases to improve sleep. Researchers even reviewed illumination for its impact on sleep quality. Medieval dwellings used candles or rushlights in bedrooms for specific purposes. When affordable, beeswax candles were recommended near beds because they smoke less than tallow. Rushlights, manufactured by immersing river rushes in fat, burned longer and dimmed to help people fall asleep. These thoughtful evening light selections follow recent advice to avoid bright light before bed. Medieval sleep environments were sophisticated enough to regulate nighttime temperature. Bed warming technologies improved in Northern Europe. Early medieval hot stones evolved into warming pans equipped with adjustable handles and ventilated lids, which diffused heat evenly without causing burns. These gadgets were used in houses of all social strata, demonstrating the importance of ideal sleeping temperatures. Medieval Europe saw a number of systematic sleep hygiene activities when the sun set. These were centuries-old practices that prepared body and mind for repose. The intricacy of these pre-sleep practices undermines the idea that scientific sleep optimization is new. The transition to night began with day-shutting rituals that separated waking and sleeping. Closing shutters or drawing curtains were symbolic thresholds. Even humble 14th century French households had practices for closing the day, typically with brief spoken phrases or prayers to signal that labour was over and rest could begin. Medieval Europeans intuitively knew the necessity of light reduction before sleep, according to archaeology. Medieval dwelling excavations reveal clever shutter designs that blocked light more completely. Rich urban homes had exterior shutters for security and inside fabric hangings to exclude remaining light by the 15th century. These dark generation investments showed how much society valued sleep. Staged light reduction was notable in medieval times. As darkness approached, homes switched from brilliant central fireplaces to dim lights. Church and monastic records show that different candle types were used for different evening activities, leading to rush dips at bedtime. Our modern abrupt shifts from brightness to darkness impede melatonin production, but this progressive dimming naturally signaled sleep. Evening meals were part of sleep preparation. Despite expectations about primitive medieval diets, household records and medical writings show sophisticated sleep nutrition. Evening meals were eaten at least 2 hours before bed to allow for partial digestion. In the evening, Salerno medical books advise lighter diets like lettuce, almonds, and warm dairy liquids mixed with mildly sedative spices to promote sleep. Physical sleep preparation was also deliberate. Cleaning before bed highlighted psychological shifts as well as cleanliness. Even in simple families without bathing facilities, people washed their hands, face, and feet before bed and for its relaxing benefits, according to housekeeping manuals. Some 15th century manor buildings had evening bathing chambers next to bedrooms for more extensive pre-sleep bathing procedures. Medieval sleep habits for stress reduction and brain clearing were unique. Monastic and household texts suggested evening reflection and concern control that mirrors modern mindfulness. 14th century merchant advice advocated examining the day's transactions and resolving mental issues before bed, since unresolved matters will otherwise disturb rest. The early observation that cognitive stimulation reduces sleep quality is extraordinary psychological insight. Bedtime prayer sequences were both spiritual practice and sleep induction. These were systematic mental activities that diverted attention from daily worries, not just religious observances. Popular nighttime prayers alternated between simple, repetitive elements, relaxing, and brief narrative segments, focusing the attention. This advanced structure naturally induced tiredness from active thought. Even bed-making was ritualized, according to household sources. Medieval folks of all classes made beds each night. It was common to shake and turn mattresses to rejuvenate their loft, arrange bedding for best warmth distribution, and sweep the area around the bed to remove dirt and symbolically clear the space for rest. Social interactions were manipulated to aid sleep transitions. Manorial records required quiet time in the evening. Sleep preparation began with specific phrases or little customs in some households for quieter, more introspective conversation. A 15th century housekeeping manual encouraged the head of the home to say, "The day is now put away." Most notably, medieval sleep rituals addressed sleep onset insomnia. Medical manuscripts provide advanced sleep treatments. They comprised mental tracing of patterns, rhythmic breathing, and progressive muscle relaxation expressed in language that resembles modern approaches. A 14th century Montpellier medical treatise discusses body scan meditation, similar to that taught in sleep clinics. Medieval sleep literature emphasized posture. Medical texts outlined ideal sleep postures for different body types and health issues. Modern understanding of how body position influences digestive processes during sleep suggests commencing sleep on the right side to help digestion before turning to the left. This was not common wisdom, but scientific observation of sleep quality. Auditory practices helped wakefulness transition. Nightwatch calls the hours in villages and cities, providing temporal grounding. These repetitive sound patterns may have helped maintain sleep rather than disrupt it. People say the familiar calls comforted and oriented them during brief overnight awakenings without disturbing sleep architecture. The social structure of sleep may be the biggest distinction between medieval and modern sleep. Medieval sleep was a shared, vulnerable state entrenched in well-arranged social ties that offered distinct psychological benefits not found in modern, isolated sleep. European household archaeology shows sleep arrangements that challenge privacy notions. From humble farmhouses to royal palaces, medieval sleeping places were shared. This sharing wasn't just for economic reasons, it represented attitudes about sleep vulnerability and communal protection. It started in childhood. Medieval children slept with family, unlike modern Westerners. Household inventories and architectural evidence demonstrate that wealthy people rarely had separate nurseries until the late medieval period. Young children usually slept on communal beds near parents or caregivers. This arrangement provided physical warmth and safety as well as auditory and olfactory cues from trusted people to promote sleep. Children continued to sleep together as they grew. Household and guild records show service children, apprentices, and biological children sleeping together by age. Young people slept 2 or 3 to a bed, clustered by gender and age, establishing sleep communities, groups that share sleep vulnerability and build sleep standards. The psychological benefits of these arrangements were significant. Medieval medical literature says youngsters who sleep together have fewer night terrors and sleep disturbance. Medieval folks intuitively knew that trusted persons' sensory awareness triggers parasympathetic nerve system reactions that deepen sleep. Modern sleep science has just lately recognized this. Adults slept together beyond family. Medieval residences had a central hall where servants, apprentices, and extended family slept. This setup gave psychological security rather than disrupting sleep. Household accounts provide methods for grouping sleepers to accommodate individual needs and relationships. Even the rich, who could afford separate sleeping chambers by the later medieval period, rarely slept alone. Noble household chamber accounts show that servants lay on pallets at the foot of the bed with their masters. Medieval nobility preferred reliable companions during vulnerable sleep phases over loneliness. This communal sleep design had several psychological benefits that modern sleep experts are now recognizing. Shared sleep rooms corrected sleep patterns, reducing anxiety over perceived sleep anomalies. When brief nightly awakenings occurred, the noises and presence of other sleepers reassured and reduced anxiety-induced sleeplessness. Medieval travel tales show how rooted these communal sleep obligations were. One 15th century merchant called private sleeping unnatural and disquieting to the mind. Inn regulations across Europe required tourists to share beds with strangers of the same gender until the early modern period, demonstrating how common shared sleep vulnerability was deemed. The intimacy of communal sleep areas encouraged unusual social bonds. Medieval stories emphasize pre-sleep discussions for resolving conflicts and improving relationships. Before bed, a 14th century family manual encourages settling disputes because harmony before rest brings better health to all. This incorporation of dispute resolution into sleep habits provided regular relationship healing that standalone sleep arrangements rarely do. Medieval sleep's communality improved safety. Before modern locks and security measures, numerous sleepers were protected by collective vigilance. Medieval households generally placed younger, lighter sleepers, usually apprentices or younger servants, near doorways, establishing a natural surveillance system. Household accounts recommend having different grades of sleepers with different awakening thresholds across the sleeping area. Social levelling was also achieved through sleep vulnerability. Daytime activities were hierarchical, but sleep momentarily lowered status. Snoring, shifting postures, and the universal weakness of unconsciousness made even high-status people seem more real to their subordinates, according to historical reports. This periodic reminder of shared humanity softened medieval social hierarchies. The communal sleep environment helped vulnerable populations more than our private sleep arrangements. Shared sleeping arrangements helped new mothers care for their babies at night. Village records and household narratives show that nursing mothers were slept near other women who could help with evening feedings and child calming. Instead of being separated, older people were included in home sleeping arrangements, allowing the collective to adapt their natural sleep habits. Community sleep normalized nightly distress, which was important for psychological wellness. Nightmares and anxiousness were immediately relieved. Medical writings from the time prescribe a trusted sleeping companion's voice to comfort people awakening from terrible dreams, which is easier in shared sleep places than in our secluded bedrooms. Sleep historians now recognize the shift from communal to privatized sleeping, which began among the wealthy in the late medieval period, but didn't reach most communities until much later. This shift had mixed effects on human psychology. While privatizing sleep increased individual control, it eliminated many of the security and social benefits of communal sleep. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Due to historical changes in sleep interactions, medieval Europeans' excellent sleep quality slowly declined. Understanding this decline helps us apply medieval sleep advice today. Late medieval European towns installed public mechanical clocks, changing sleep patterns. Early watches didn't affect sleep, but they did change the attention from environmental cues to time. Town records from the 15th century show the gradual adoption of clock time instead of sunrise and sunset as daily reference points, the first step toward divorcing human timetables from natural light cycles. Archaeology shows this window design change. Later medieval homes prioritized privacy and heat retention over natural light, although early medieval bedrooms contained windows that let in morning light. This architectural change devalues sleep natural light alignment, which is increasingly critical for circadian rhythms. Industrialization and artificial lighting most affected medieval sleep. Although early 19th century gas illumination extended productive hours into the evening, industry schedules demanded standardized waking times unaffected by seasonal light. Early industrial society documents reveal plant owners fighting inefficient sleep patterns. In 1883, a factory manual warned against workers' persistent habit of night waking between sleep phases due to industrial schedules eliminating biphasic sleep. Sleep conditions changed. The 18th and 19th centuries saw single-family residents and individual beds replaced medieval communal slumber. The architectural change increased solitude but removed shared sleep's social security and closeness. Medical records from this transitional era show rising claims of sleep difficulties due to unusual solitude at night from the new sleeping arrangements. Changes in labour habits eroded medieval notions of sleep as a transition. Natural cycles and moderate activity shifts characterised pre-industrial work. Industrial time discipline destroyed the natural wind-down time of medieval sleep patterns. Industrial and office timetables created guillotine waking, sharp, alarm-driven transitions. Many found sleep uncomfortable during this change. Early mass production homogenized sleeping surfaces without regard for comfort. Yet medieval people of all classes had devised sophisticated bedding systems that met bodily demands. Historical records indicate that workshop dwellings had crude beds, unlike medieval peasants. Over centuries, sleep comfort technologies would improve. These changes lead to consolidated sleep culture, the idea that normal sleep is a single, unbroken period rather than the centuries-old biphasic pattern. Medical texts of the late 19th century pathologized nocturnal waking as a disorder. This medical reinterpretation replaced medieval sleep wisdom with modern norms. This historical transformation goes beyond discomfort. Medieval sleep practice was physically and psychologically advantageous, according to modern studies. With unprecedented rates of insomnia, sleep-disordered breathing, and circadian rhythm issues, sleep professionals call the global sleep crisis caused by suppression of natural sleep patterns. The loss of medieval sleep's midnight waking period is notable. A normal sleep break was essential biologically and psychologically. Neurological research found this interval had brainwave patterns that supported creativity and emotional processing. Industrial and post-industrial sleep practices eliminated this cognitive state by requiring continuous sleep. Medieval slumber societies offered psychological stability that modern ones lack. Modern sleep experts have established that trusted people reduce sleep delay and stress hormones. Modern sleep arrangements eliminate these benefits, creating anxiety-related sleep disruptions. Even in medieval times, seasonal sleep duration fluctuations were biologically good. Pre-industrial civilizations and historical sources show that medieval people slept longer in winter due to natural melatonin synthesis. Modern sleep schedules ignore seasonal changes, creating winter circadian misalignment. Medieval and pre-industrial sleep traditions are being rediscovered despite these losses. Sleep medicine now admits that medieval sleep practice was sophisticated and biologically sound, so we should revisit it. New sleep transition. Understanding is the best rehabilitation. After centuries of alarm clocks disrupting sleep, sleep professionals emphasize pre-sleep wind-down, reclaiming the medieval idea of sleep as a transitional activity. Modern sleep hygiene follows medieval practices of gradually reducing light exposure, quieter evening activities, and systematic pre-sleep routines. Modern technology harms and helps sleep. Screen usage influences melatonin production, yet apps and devices measure sleep and support circadian cycles. There are programs that regulate lighting throughout the day to approximate natural light progression, and alarm systems that pinpoint optimal awakening points throughout sleep cycles to recreate medieval sleep patterns. Architecture honors sleep wisdom. After decades of decreasing natural light in bedrooms, modern sleep-focused architecture prioritizes eastern exposure for morning wake-ups, reverting to medieval design. Some creative neighborhoods are investigating communal sleep solutions for uneasy sleepers. Researchers and sleep experts studied medieval segmented sleep. Biphasic sleep patterns like first and second sleep improve sleep, mood, and cognition in long-term studies. Sleep clinics increasingly recommend this routine for insomniacs who believe their sleep disorder is their body re-establishing its natural cycle. Medieval sleep surroundings were rediscovered. Modern designers emphasize natural materials, temperature regulation, and personalized support similar to those used in medieval bedding systems, following years dominated by artificial sleep environments. Adjustable firmness mattresses and weighted blankets are inadvertent homages to medieval sleepers' custom bedding. Medieval sleep still affects psychology and spirituality. Sleep experts recommend medieval home evening contemplation style mindfulness. Increasing interest in dream work and creative dream engagement rediscovers medieval ideas of dreams as valuable sources of knowledge and creativity. The rising recognition that sleep is a cultural habit motivated by societal values and goals is positive. Medieval people valued sleep quality, and built social norms to protect it. Unlike modern production cultures, the slow sleep movement promotes workplace and societal practices that respect natural sleep patterns. A key paradigm change is realizing that societal institutions mismatch human nature and create numerous sleep disorders. Modern companies are experimenting with flexible timetables that match natural chronotypes and seasonal changes, like medieval civilizations did. Workers were organized around seasonal light shifts and human energy cycles. These strategies apply medieval wisdom to modern conditions. Medieval sleep reminds current sleepers that many human sleep features are neither infinitely adaptable nor flawless to copy. Human nature operates best when aligned with rhythms our medieval ancestors intuitively recognized and honored. Despite great pressure to conform to industrial and post-industrial sleep demands, medieval sleep teaches us to examine whose pre-industrial sleep expertise remains physically and psychologically helpful, not to reject comfort or technical progress. Current knowledge and rediscovered old customs may help us create sleep patterns that match evolutionary and current needs. Researchers say medieval people didn't understand the neurochemistry of sleep, but they recognized its patterns and respected its requirements in ways we're only now beginning to appreciate. That appreciation can solve our sleep crisis without drugs or technology by restoring decades of pre-industrial sleep practice. Medieval sleep advice is more than just history. It offers ways to sleep better and honor our natural heritage. As research validates medieval sleep patterns and practices, we may find that rediscovering our ancestors' centuries-old knowledge of natural sleep is the best sleep advancement. Imagine what the world was like in 774, when Charlemagne was busy becoming the Holy Roman Emperor, and most people thought the Earth was the center of everything. It was a time when the most amazing piece of technology you had was a watermill. The news travelled as fast as a horse, and you learned about the universe from a mix of ancient Greek philosophy, Christian theology, and what your grandfather swore he saw in the sky that one night. You lived in a world where the heavens were as reliable as clockwork, or at least as reliable as a sundial, which was the most accurate timepiece you had. The sun rose, the moon went through its phases, and the stars moved in patterns that people have known about since the beginning of recorded history. In a time when so much of life was uncertain, this celestial reliability was more than just useful, it was very comforting. Hollywood might make you think that people in the Middle Ages were primitive, but they weren't. They were skilled astronomers who could predict when eclipses would happen, figure out when Easter would be years in advance, and find their way by the stars with amazing accuracy. Monastery libraries kept careful records of comets, the movements of planets, and other strange things that happened in the sky for hundreds of years. These people didn't freak out at every shooting star. They were experienced skywatchers who could tell the difference between normal and amazing. In comparison to how complicated things are today, the medieval view of the universe was very simple. Earth was in the middle of everything, and around it were crystal spheres that held the moon, planets, and stars in their never-ending dance. The Empyrean was beyond the sphere of fixed stars, and it was where God lived in perfect light. It was a universe that made sense, where everything was in the right place and had a reason for being there. People in 774 lived their lives in ways that most people today have forgotten. You woke up with the sun because candles were expensive and firelight was hard to find. The sun's path across the sky, not the clock, told you how long your workday was. Farmers knew that certain crops should be planted when certain stars came up at dawn. And monks split their prayers into different parts based on the canonical hours that followed the sun's movement. Most people stayed in the same place their whole lives, only moving a few miles away. The next valley, the closest market town, and maybe the regional cathedral were the only things that could reach your world. If you were lucky enough to go on a pilgrimage, you could see them. It would have seemed as strange to you that things happening millions of miles away in space could affect your daily life, as the idea that you could one day video chat with someone on the other side of the world. But even in this small world, people were very aware of the sky. The night was really dark because there were no electric lights to wash out the stars. This made celestial events much more visible and dramatic than they are now. Everyone could see a bright comet, not just astronomers with special tools. The Milky Way looked like a cosmic highway across the sky, and meteor showers were events that whole villages would stay up to watch. Everything was affected by religion, and people often saw celestial events through religious lenses. Strange things happening in the sky could be signs of political change, warnings from God about how to act morally, or signs of the end of the world. The line between astronomy and astrology was not clear, and both were seen as valid ways to understand God's will. In 774, most scholars were monks and priests who could read the works of ancient scholars like Ptolemy, Aristotle, and Pliny the Elder. These texts helped people understand how the world worked, but medieval scholars weren't just passive recipients of ancient knowledge. They also made their own observations and sometimes came to different conclusions than classical authorities. People were curious and observant at the time, but only up to a point. Natural philosophers endeavoured to comprehend God's creation through meticulous examination, holding the belief that the natural world disclosed divine truth. It was important to pay attention to strange events not only because they were scientifically interesting, but also because they could have spiritual meaning. Trade networks linked even the most isolated communities to larger cultural exchanges. A strange story seen in one monastery could travel hundreds of miles along pilgrimage routes, merchant paths, and diplomatic channels to reach chroniclers. Information moved slowly but steadily, making a medieval version of an intellectual network that could keep and share important observations. In this carefully planned world of 774, where the stars followed familiar patterns and strange things happened so rarely that they were memorable, something amazing was about to happen. The universe was getting ready to send Earth a cosmic message that would be recorded in tree rings, ice cores, and historical records. It would take humans over 1,000 years to make the scientific tools needed to figure out what it meant, but the people of 774 didn't know they were about to see proof of one of the most powerful events in the history of the universe. They went about their daily lives taking care of their fields, praying and looking at the stars they knew. They had no idea that invisible radiation was about to fall from space in amounts that wouldn't be seen again for another 1,000 years. Imagine that you're relaxing in your medieval cottage on a normal night in 774, maybe sometime between late winter and early summer. The exact date is lost to history, like so many other details from that time. The sky looks normal, the stars shine as brightly as they always do, and nothing seems out of the ordinary for any other night in your life. But something amazing is happening high above the Earth's atmosphere that people won't fully understand until the 21st century. A huge burst of high-energy particles is hitting Earth's upper atmosphere with a force that has never been seen before. These cosmic rays, which wouldn't be called that for another 1,000 years, are falling from space like an invisible waterfall of radiation, carrying energies that are much bigger than anything human technology can make even today. One of the biggest mysteries of medieval astronomy is where this cosmic bombardment came from. This is partly because the people who were affected couldn't see it directly. This event didn't make any visible light, change the night sky in any big ways, or show any clear signs that something strange was happening, unlike a comet or supernova. It was like being in the middle of the most amazing fireworks show in the history of the universe while wearing a blindfold. What was going on, even though it couldn't be seen, was truly amazing. Protons and other high-energy particles were hitting Earth's atmosphere at almost the speed of light. This caused secondary particles to rain down toward the surface. The intensity was about 20 times higher than normal cosmic ray levels. It was like if the normal gentle spring rain turned into a heavy downpour that lasted for months. These cosmic rays were hitting nitrogen atoms in the upper atmosphere and changing them into carbon-14, the radioactive isotope that archaeologists use to date old things. This process usually happens at a steady, predictable rate, like a cosmic clock that has been ticking steadily for thousands of years. But in 774, that clock suddenly sped up, making carbon-14 at levels that would leave a mark on every living thing on Earth forever. Trees did a great job of recording this event, even though they didn't know they were acting as cosmic historians. They took in extra carbon-14 as they grew in 774 and 775, which scientists would later recognise as one of the most dramatic spikes in the radiocarbon record. Every tree ring from that time held proof of this storm that couldn't be seen. The cosmic rays were also making other isotopic signatures, like beryllium-10 in ice cores and chlorine-36 in rocks. These records of the same event were spread out all over the world, like pieces of a puzzle that wouldn't be put together for more than 1,000 years. The universe was putting invisible tags on Earth that said, something big happened here in 774. But what could have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? Scientists today have come up with a number of possible explanations, each one more dramatic than the last. Maybe two neutron stars, which are city-sized objects with the mass of our sun, crashed into each other in our cosmic neighbourhood, sending out a short but very strong burst of high-energy particles. You can start to understand the energies involved if you picture two atomic nuclei the size of Manhattan crashing into each other at speeds of thousands of miles per second. Another possibility is that a magnetaire, which is a neutron star with a magnetic field trillions of times stronger than Earth's, had a huge flare that sent radiation across interstellar space. Magnetas are like crazy cosmic lighthouses that sometimes explode with energy that can be seen from thousands of light years away. If one of these huge stars hiccuped in the right way, Earth would have been in the way of an invisible tsunami of high-energy particles. One of the most interesting possibilities is that Earth saw a gamma-ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known to physics, when huge stars collapse into black holes or when strange stellar remnants collide with each other in a way that destroys everything. These events can outshine whole galaxies for a short time. A gamma-ray burst that hit Earth directly could have caused the cosmic ray spike that was seen in 774. The timing of this event is what makes it so interesting. From 774 to 776, medieval records from all over the world talked about strange things that happened, like strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns, and other things that chroniclers thought were worth noting. These observations may have natural explanations that have nothing to do with cosmic rays, but the connection is interesting enough to make you think about what people who looked at the sky in the Middle Ages might have seen that they couldn't explain. The cosmic ray event of 774 was short by astronomical standards. It probably lasted months instead of years. However, it was strong enough to leave permanent marks in Earth's natural records. It was like getting a cosmic telegram in a language that people wouldn't be able to read for more than 1,000 years, when they had better tools and theories. From a medieval point of view, this storm was completely invisible to any technology or observation method that was available at the time. Cosmic ray events don't leave any visible signs that would alert people, unlike eclipses, comets, or supernovae. The people of 774 were going through one of the most amazing astrophysical events in history, but they had no way of knowing it was happening. But in a way, they were all part of a cosmic experiment, working together without even knowing it to make a time capsule that would help scientists learn more about both medieval history and astrophysics. Every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that developed during those important years was quietly leaving behind evidence that would be very useful to researchers 13 centuries later. Even though medieval people couldn't see cosmic rays, the years 774 to 776 were not boring for the people who lived through them. There are records from Europe and Asia that talk about strange things that happened during this time. We can't say for sure that cosmic radiation caused all of them, but the timing is interesting enough to make you wonder what people in the Middle Ages were really seeing. Imagine being a monk in a scriptorium in 775, keeping the chronicle that tells the story of your monastery's most important events. You dip your quill in oak gall ink and write down that the winter has been unusually harsh and that strange colours have appeared in the northern sky a few times. You don't know that more cosmic radiation could change the chemistry of the atmosphere in small ways, or that high-energy particles could cause strange auroras to appear at lower latitudes than usual. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which is one of the most reliable sources from the Middle Ages, says that a red crucifix appeared in the sky after sunset around this time. Medieval chroniclers were skilled at watching the sky and could tell the difference between normal and strange events. So when they took the time to write down strange celestial events, they were probably seeing something that was really strange. Between 774 and 776, Chinese astronomical records from the Tang dynasty, which kept some of the most advanced celestial observations in the world, noted a number of strange events. Chinese astronomers were especially good at keeping track of comets, novae, and other short-lived events. Their records talk about guest stars and strange atmospheric events that don't match up with any known astronomical events that can be seen from Earth. The Annals of Ulster say that there were strange lights and weather patterns in Ireland during this time. Irish monasteries were places where people could learn and keep detailed records of events on Earth and in the sky. Their chronicles often give us information about things that other sources might miss. The fact that different independent chronicle traditions all record strange things happening at the same time suggests that something strange was really going on. But this is where the story gets really interesting from a human point of view. People in the Middle Ages who saw these things had to make sense of them using what they already knew. This meant that they mostly understood strange things through religious and philosophical lenses instead of scientific ones. A strange light in the northern sky could mean that the government is about to change, that God is unhappy with how people are acting, or that the end of the world is near. People probably thought of the Red Cross in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as a Christian vision, maybe showing God's judgment or mercy. These interpretations weren't simple or stupid. They were smart tries to make sense of strange events with the best tools available at the time. It also looks like the weather in the Middle Ages was strange from 774 to 776, with different records talking about harsh winters, strange storms, and other weather events that were out of the ordinary. Cosmic rays don't directly control the weather, but they can change the chemistry of the atmosphere in ways that might change how clouds form and how much rain falls. Medieval people would have thought it was magic that invisible particles from space could change the weather on Earth. However, modern research shows that these connections are possible in theory. Some agricultural records from this time, when they still exist, talk about strange crop yields or growing conditions. Farmers in 774 were very aware of small changes in the environment that could have an effect on their crops. They would have noticed if plants were acting differently than they should have. Theoretically, increased cosmic radiation could impact plant growth and development in ways that seasoned farmers might notice, even if they couldn't articulate their observations. Monks may have noticed small changes in how plants grew or flowered in monastery gardens, which were well-kept places. Medieval monasteries kept very detailed records of farming, and some of these records suggest that the weather was strange during the mid-700s and 70s. It is impossible to say for sure if these changes were caused by cosmic radiation or just normal changes in farming, but the timing is interesting. Even if the cosmic ray event itself couldn't be seen, it probably had a big effect on the minds of people living in medieval times. Even though no one could say for sure what was going on, strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns and strange natural events would have made people feel like something big was happening. People in the Middle Ages lived much closer to the natural rhythms of the world than we do now. This made them more aware of small changes in the environment that people who live in cities today might not notice at all. A farmer who slept outside every night would notice if the aurora appeared at latitudes that were lower than usual. Similarly, a monk who prayed at regular times would notice if the colours of dawn or dusk looked different than usual. When strange things happened in medieval communities, people usually turned to religion more, asked learned people for advice, and paid close attention to other signs that might help them understand what was going on. Communities might set up special prayers, processions or other religious activities to respond to divine messages that are hidden in natural events. It is especially sad that people in the Middle Ages saw the aftermath of one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history, but they had no way to understand what it really meant or how important it was. They were like people who were trying to understand a symphony but could only hear a few notes here and there, or who were trying to enjoy a painting but could only see random brushstrokes. But their careful observations and detailed records, which are still kept in monastery chronicles and royal annals on several continents, give modern scientists important information about both the cosmic ray event and its possible effects on Earth. Medieval chroniclers, writing by candlelight in stone scriptoriums, made records that would be very useful to astrophysicists 13 centuries later. People living between 774 and 776 experienced mystery in its purest form, things that were clearly important, but couldn't be explained by what they already knew. They used the tools they had: careful observation, keeping detailed records, and thinking about what they saw using religious and philosophical traditions that had helped people understand things for a long time. Picture yourself as a detective trying to figure out a mystery that happened more than 1200 years ago. The only clues you have are scattered across royal archives, monastery libraries, and the hidden records written in tree rings and ice cores. When modern scientists first found proof of the 774 cosmic ray event, they had to put together medieval chronicles and the most advanced astrophysics to figure it out. In the early 2000s, researchers looking at tree ring data saw something amazing that led to the big discovery. The amount of carbon-14 in wood samples from 774 to 775 went up a lot, which hasn't happened in the last few thousand years. It was like nature had suddenly switched pens to write the same story, making a signature so unique that it could be seen in trees from Japan to Germany to North America. But what makes this discovery so interesting is that the same strange thing happened at the same time in many different records all over the world. Ice cores from Antarctica and Greenland had higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes that are made when cosmic rays hit other particles. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans showed signs of the same event in their chemical makeup. It was like seeing the same fingerprint at crime scenes on different continents. Medieval chroniclers, who wrote by candlelight with quill pens, unknowingly recorded pieces of this cosmic puzzle in their careful notes about strange events. It was no longer just a strange medieval superstition that the Anglo-Saxon chronicle mentioned a red crucifix in the sky. It could be useful scientific information about how cosmic radiation affects the atmosphere. Chinese astronomical records were especially useful because astronomers in the Tang dynasty kept very detailed records of celestial events. Their records of guest stars, strange lights, and atmospheric anomalies from 774 to 776 helped us understand how experienced skywatchers might have seen such an event with the tools they had at the time. To connect medieval chronicles to modern astrophysics, you had to think about things in a way that was like going back in time. Researchers needed to comprehend not only the observations made by medieval individuals, but also how these observations would have been interpreted and documented within their cultural and scientific contexts. Medieval chroniclers would have used the language of omens, wonders, and divine signs to write about something that we could describe in terms of particle physics and atmospheric chemistry. The result of this cross-disciplinary detective work was a picture of an event that was both dramatic and invisible. No medieval technology could have detected the cosmic ray bombardment itself, but careful observers might have been able to see its secondary effects, such as strange auroras, atmospheric phenomena, and maybe even small changes in weather patterns. The timing of events recorded in medieval chronicles roughly matches the time when cosmic ray levels were high. This suggests that some of the strange things that medieval writers wrote about may have been caused by the invisible radiation storm. It's like finding out that puzzle pieces that seemed unrelated actually fit together to make a whole picture when you look at them from the right angle. Islamic astronomical records from Baghdad and Cordoba also talk about strange things that happened during this time. Medieval Islamic astronomers were some of the best at observing celestial events in the world. Their records often add to and clarify what European and Chinese sources have said. The worldwide nature of these records suggests that what was happening was truly global, not just in one area. Modern researchers have a hard time figuring out which cosmic ray effects are real, and which are just the normal background of strange events that medieval chroniclers wrote about all the time. People in the Middle Ages lived in a world where comets, eclipses, strange weather, and many other events were always happening and being seen as important. To figure out which anomalies might be linked to the cosmic ray event, you need to carefully look at the timing, global distribution, and the specific nature of the reported phenomena. One of the most interesting things about medieval records is how consistent they are across different cultures. When Irish monks, Chinese court astronomers, and Islamic scholars in Spain all write about strange things happening in the sky at the same time, it means they were seeing something that was really strange, and not just what people in their cultures thought were signs of bad luck or good luck. This cosmic mystery shows how modern science works best when people work together. Astrophysicists offered theoretical frameworks for comprehending cosmic ray phenomena and their possible impacts. Historians and archaeologists helped by sharing their knowledge of medieval sources and the historical context. Geochemists and climatologists studied tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records that keep chemical traces of events from long ago. The 774 event is especially useful for science because it can be used as a kind of cosmic calibration tool. Scientists can better understand similar but smaller events in the geological and historical record by studying how this intense cosmic ray event changed Earth's atmosphere and biosphere. It's like having a Rosetta Stone to help you figure out what cosmic ray signatures mean in natural archives. The medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange events in 774 to 776 were part of a scientific collaboration that they could never have imagined. Their meticulous observations, documented in manuscripts dispersed throughout monastery libraries and royal archives, yielded essential evidence for comprehending one of the most consequential astrophysical occurrences in recorded history. Scientists can now read the cosmic signatures hidden in tree rings and ice cores thanks to modern technology. However, medieval people who saw the event gave scientists the context they needed to understand how it might have looked to people who lived through it. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research has uncovered a story that neither method could have found on its own. The people who saw the 774 cosmic ray event had no idea they were witnessing astronomical history, but their careful record-keeping and detailed observations made a time capsule that would be very useful to researchers more than 1,000 years later. It's a reminder that observations that seem unrelated can sometimes show their true importance only when looked at from the point of view of later scientific knowledge. Imagine waking up on a normal morning in 775 when the year before had brought news of strange events from all over the world. You get up with the sun because that's when life starts in a time before electric lights. When you step outside your home, whether it's a peasant's cottage, a monastery cell, or a merchant's house, you might look up at the sky and realise that something strange has been happening up there. The cosmic ray event that peaked in 774 was making small changes in your environment that you couldn't see. but the strange things that chroniclers and travellers wrote about were adding a sense of wonder and uncertainty to everyday life. People in the Middle Ages were used to living with mystery. They knew that a lot of things about the natural world were beyond human understanding, but the fact that there were so many strange reports during this time made them feel like big changes might be happening in the cosmic order. No matter if you were a devout monk following the canonical hours or a farmer giving thanks for another day of life, your morning routine would always start with prayers. But prayers from the Middle Ages often asked for protection from all kinds of natural and supernatural threats. The reports of strange lights and unusual weather might have made these requests seem more important than usual. You lived in a time when the line between natural and supernatural explanations was not very clear. Strange things could be seen as either divine messages or bad omens. Most people in 775 were farmers, so they had to pay close attention to natural signs and seasonal patterns all the time. To be successful in farming in the Middle Ages, you had to be able to read subtle signs in the environment, like when to plant based on the temperature and moisture of the soil, how to tell when the weather would change based on the clouds and wind patterns, and how to tell when it was time to harvest. People whose survival depended on being able to read nature's signals would notice any strange changes in the environment right away. The higher levels of cosmic radiation that were falling on Earth at this time could have had an effect on plant growth that experienced farmers might have noticed. Medieval farmers were very sensitive to changes in how crops grew and developed, even though the effects would be small compared to more obvious factors like weather and soil quality. If a farmer worked the same fields for years, they would notice if the plants were acting even a little bit differently than they were used to. Monastery gardens, in particular, were carefully controlled spaces where small changes might be easier to see. Monks who took care of herb gardens and medicinal plants were trained to be very observant and pay close attention to how plants grew and how healthy they were. Because they knew so much about how plants normally behave, they might have been able to spot things that less experienced observers would have missed. The psychological climate of daily life during this era was likely affected by the proliferation of anomalous reports from various regions and sources. Medieval communication networks, which were based on trade routes, pilgrimage routes, and diplomatic contacts, moved information slowly but steadily. Strange stories from faraway places would slowly make their way into local communities, making people feel like the normal order of things was changing in some way. People in the Middle Ages knew that big events often made themselves known through natural signs and omens. Medieval people strongly believed that strange events could happen before big changes in politics, society, or religion. People who lived at the time would have thought that something important was going on, when several sources reported strange events happening at the same time, even if they didn't know exactly what it was. People might have talked about strange weather, strange lights, and other strange things that travellers and chroniclers had seen more often during this time. Because medieval communities were small, interesting news spread quickly. The collection of strange reports would have given people interesting things to talk about at communal meals, market days, and other social events. People who worked outside would have had more chances to see strange weather patterns that people who worked inside might not have seen. Blacksmiths, carpenters, and other craftsmen who worked outside would have been in a good position to notice changes in the colours of the sky, strange cloud shapes, or other atmospheric oddities that could be related to the invisible cosmic ray bombardment that is hitting the upper atmosphere of Earth. During this time, people might have spent more time watching the sky at night, because they were more aware of the possibility of strange celestial events. People in the Middle Ages were already good at looking at the stars. The night sky was much clearer without light pollution, and looking at the stars was important for keeping track of time and finding your way. But reports of strange lights and atmospheric anomalies would have made them even more careful about what they saw at night. During 775, religious observances may have encompassed specific prayers or rituals intended to appropriately address the enigmatic signs that appeared with notable frequency. Medieval Christianity offered frameworks for interpreting natural phenomena as divine communications, and communities may have organised supplementary religious activities to ensure appropriate responses to perceived celestial messages. Life in the Middle Ages was still governed by the seasons, even though strange things were happening in the background. No matter how many cosmic rays were in the air or how many strange lights were in the sky, spring planting, summer cultivation, autumn harvest and winter preservation activities all followed their old patterns. But there may have been more talks about what current events mean and what they could mean for the future while the work was going on. Merchants and travellers, who had the most information about different parts of the world in medieval times, were very important in spreading news about strange events to different areas. A merchant who travelled between cities a lot could act as an unofficial clearinghouse for stories about strange things that happened. letting people compare what happened in their own area with what happened in other places. The cumulative effect of living through a time when strange things happened more often than usual was probably a stronger feeling of living in important times. People in the Middle Ages knew that they were part of ongoing historical stories, like the history of their kingdoms, the history of the Bible, and the story of Christendom. They thought that strange natural events might mean that important parts of these bigger stories were being written. What makes this especially sad is that the people of 775 were going through a very important event in the universe, even though they had no idea what it really was. One of the strongest cosmic ray bombardments ever recorded was happening, but people at the time couldn't see it. It left permanent marks in tree rings and ice cores. They were making records that would be very useful to scientists 1,000 years later, but they didn't know it at the time. The story of how modern scientists figured out what happened during the 774 cosmic ray event is like a detective novel for smart people, with clues hidden in Japanese cedar trees, Greenlandic ice sheets, and the margins of medieval manuscripts. It's a story that shows how the most advanced science of the 21st century can sometimes rely on the careful notes of monks from the 8th century who were just trying to write down what they saw in the world around them. As is often the case with scientific breakthroughs, the discovery started when someone noticed that the data didn't look quite right. Researchers studying radiocarbon levels in tree rings in the early 2000s were creating detailed timelines of past weather conditions when they found something that had never been seen before. A huge rise in carbon-14 levels that happened all over the world in trees between 774 and 775. Imagine the moment when these scientists first understood what they were seeing. Radiocarbon dating works because cosmic rays change nitrogen in the air into carbon-14 at rates that are fairly predictable. For thousands of years, this process has been running like a clock in space, making a baseline that archaeologists and climate researchers use to date old things. But in 774, that steady clock in space suddenly sped up. The spike was huge, about 20 times higher than normal levels of cosmic rays, and it happened all over the place at the same time. During their 774 to 775 growth rings, trees in Japan, Germany, North America, and other parts of the world all showed the same huge rise in carbon-14 incorporation. It was like finding out that every clock in the world had run fast for a short time in the same year over 1,200 years ago. At first, scientists didn't know what could have caused such a big and sudden event around the world. Testing nuclear weapons in the 1960s had caused fake radiocarbon spikes, but the natural historical record didn't have anything like what they were seeing in 774. In theory, solar flares could cause more cosmic rays, but the 774 event was so big that it was bigger than any known solar storm. The big step forward happened when scientists started looking for other natural records that keep cosmic ray signatures that could back up their findings. Antarctic ice cores, which trap gases and particles from the atmosphere in layers that look like pages in a frozen book, showed higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes made by cosmic ray interactions during the same time period. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans had other chemical signs of the same event. Scientists were sure they were looking at something truly new in the historical record, because evidence from many different sources, tree rings, ice cores, and coral reefs, all pointed to the same amazing event that happened in 774 to 775. But figuring out what happened was just the first step in understanding it. What might have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? This is where medieval chronicles became an unexpectedly important part of the scientific equation. Scientists figured out that if cosmic ray levels had gone up a lot between 774 and 775, there might be indirect proof of what happened in historical records from that time. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages were skilled at noticing strange things in the sky and the air, and they may have seen things that could be linked to higher levels of cosmic radiation. Researchers had to think like both scientists and historians in order to link medieval observations to modern astrophysics. They had to know not only what people in the Middle Ages might have seen, but also how those observations would have been understood and recorded in the 8th century's ways of knowing and believing. A phenomenon that contemporary scientists would characterize through the lens of particle physics may be depicted in medieval chronicles as an omen, miracle, or divine sign. The interdisciplinary investigation yielded evidence that medieval observers discerned unusual phenomena during the years 774 to 776. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles mention of a red crucifix in the sky, Chinese records of guest stars and atmospheric anomalies, and other chronological accounts of strange lights and weather patterns from this time suddenly became more important as possible proof of cosmic ray effects. The scientific teamwork needed to solve this mystery is an example of how modern research works best. Astrophysicists came up with theoretical models of what could cause such strong cosmic ray bursts. Scientists who study the atmosphere talked about how high-energy particles could change the chemistry of the upper atmosphere. Historians and archaeologists offered their knowledge of medieval sources and timelines. Geochemists created ways to get cosmic ray signatures from natural archives. Each piece of evidence backed up and made the others clearer. The tree ring data gave very accurate measurements of when and how big things were. The analysis of ice cores confirmed that the event affected the whole world. Medieval chronicles provided perspectives on the potential perceptions of the event's secondary effects by human observers. Theoretical astrophysics proposed potential origins for such a profound cosmic ray burst. The most likely explanation is that Earth was hit by radiation from either a gamma ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known in the universe, or a huge stellar flare from a magnetar, which is a neutron star with very strong magnetic fields. Either of these events could have caused the high-energy particle bombardment that made the isotopic signatures found in natural archives from 774 to 775. This discovery is especially important because it is one of the most powerful astrophysical events that has ever been recorded. Gamma-ray bursts are so powerful that they can briefly outshine whole galaxies. If one happened close enough to Earth to cause the 774 cosmic ray spike, it would be a very rare astronomical event. We're talking about things that happen maybe once every few thousand years in our part of the universe. The effects go beyond just figuring out what happened in one strange event. The 774 cosmic ray spike is a good way to figure out how these kinds of events affect the atmosphere and biosphere of Earth. Scientists can better understand similar but less dramatic cosmic ray changes throughout geological history by looking at the isotopic signatures left behind by this well-known event. Modern technology has made it possible for scientists to read chemical signatures in natural archives with amazing accuracy. However, medieval chroniclers gave us the human context we need to understand how people living through these events might have seen them. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research found a story that neither method could have found on its own. Those who lived through the 774 cosmic ray event could never have guessed that their careful observations would one day help scientists learn more about neutron stars, gamma-ray bursts, and cosmic ray physics. But their detailed records, which are still kept in monastery libraries and royal archives, were very important for solving one of the biggest astrophysical mysteries in history. As you get more comfortable in your reading spot, maybe while you finish your evening tea, let's think about how a cosmic event that lasted only a few months in 774 has changed how we think about the universe for more than 1,000 years. It's a story about how things we can't see can leave permanent marks on the world, and how those marks can wait hundreds of years for someone to learn how to read them. Scientists now call the cosmic ray event of 774 the most dramatic radiocarbon spike in recorded history. Its effects go far beyond just being an interesting data point for astrophysicists. This event fundamentally changed how we think about the relationship between cosmic phenomena and terrestrial life, showing that even systems on Earth that seem stable can be drastically changed by rare but powerful events happening millions of miles away in space. The tree rings that recorded this cosmic bombardment are still around today, preserved in old wooden buildings, archaeological sites, and forests around the world. Every piece of wood that grew between 774 and 775 has a chemical signature of that amazing year in its cells, like a molecular autograph written by the universe itself. This invisible timestamp links medieval cathedrals, ancient temples, and archaeological artifacts from this time period to one of the most important astrophysical events in human history. The 774 event has changed the way we do modern radiocarbon dating. Before this discovery, scientists thought that levels of carbon-14 in the atmosphere had stayed pretty stable over time, with only small changes caused by solar activity and other things that could be predicted. The sudden rise in 774 showed that assumption was wrong, which led to more advanced calibration methods that take into account sudden cosmic ray events. The 774 event has helped make archaeological dating more accurate. Thanks to this unique cosmic signature, we can now date artifacts from the late 8th century with more accuracy than ever before. It's like having a universal timestamp that shows up in organic materials from all over the world. This lets archaeologists line up their timelines with amazing accuracy. The effects on our understanding of medieval history have been just as big. The 774 cosmic ray event serves as a stable chronological reference, aiding historians in correlating events across diverse cultural traditions and geographical areas. When Chinese chronicles, European monasteries and Middle Eastern sources all write about strange things happening at the same time, it makes sense that these events could be connected to the same cosmic event. Climate science has also gained insights from comprehending the influence of cosmic rays on Earth's atmospheric chemistry. The 774 event was too short to change the climate in the long term, but it did show that cosmic radiation can affect atmospheric processes in ways that climate models need to take into account. Contemporary researchers examining historical climate variations are increasingly focusing on cosmic ray fluctuations as a potential influence on atmospheric chemistry alterations. Researchers are now actively looking for similar events in the geological record. Scientists are now looking for more cosmic ray spikes that are hidden in tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records. They want to find more times when Earth was hit by strong radiation from space. Every new piece of information helps us understand how often these things happen and what they might do. The 774 event has changed how we study space weather. Cosmic rays can damage modern satellites and electronic systems, and knowing how extreme events have happened in the past can help engineers make technology that can survive them. The 774 spike is a good example of the kinds of cosmic ray intensities that Earth's technology might need to be able to handle during rare but powerful astrophysical events. The need for scientists and historians to work together to understand the 774 event has led to new models for how these two fields can work together. Astrophysicists now often ask medieval historians for help, and climatologists and archaeologists work together to learn more about how the environment has changed over time. Researchers are realizing that to fully understand complex phenomena, they need to look at them from many different angles. This has made the lines between different academic fields less clear. The discovery of 774 has changed the way both history and science are taught in schools. The story shows how modern scientific tools can get information from old materials that people in the past couldn't get to, while also showing how important it is to carefully observe history in order to understand scientific data. Students learn that to understand the past, they often need to use the best technology and the best research. The 774 event has also changed the way we think about how people see natural events. Medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange weather events in 774 to 776 were doing scientific research that they could never have imagined, and the information they gathered would be useful 1,000 years later. Their careful observations remind us that even records that seem unimportant might have information that future generations will find very useful. The 774 story has helped people understand astronomy better because it shows how Earth is part of a changing and sometimes violent cosmic environment. The 774 event had a direct effect on our planet. Unlike black holes or galaxies that are far away, we can still see the effects today. It makes the universe seem more real and important to everyday life. The discovery has also made us think about how these cosmic ray events might have changed human history in ways we don't yet know about. If strong cosmic radiation can change the chemistry of the atmosphere and possibly change the weather, climate, or even biological processes, then rare but powerful cosmic events may have had an impact on historical events that we don't know about. Understanding events like the 774 cosmic ray spike has helped shape modern talks about existential risks and planetary defense. Cosmic ray bursts don't directly threaten Earth as much as asteroid impacts or supervolcanic eruptions do, but they do show that Earth is in a cosmic environment where rare but powerful events can have global effects. When making plans for the long-term survival of humanity, we need to think about all the cosmic events that could have an effect on our planet. The 774 event has become a touchstone for talks about how scientific discovery and historical understanding are related. It shows how the most advanced modern technology can sometimes show that ancient observers were more accurate than people thought, and how careful historical research can help us understand scientific data better. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that the universe is full of things we don't fully understand yet. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every well-preserved medieval chronicle that we haven't yet figured out how to find or understand. The storm that hit Earth in 774 was invisible, and waited more than 12 centuries for people to learn how to figure out what had happened. The legacy of the 774 event keeps changing as new ways of doing research and new ways of thinking about things come up. Scientists in the future will surely find more proof and come up with new ways to explain what happened that year. As people learn more and technology gets better, the cosmic ray spike that people in the Middle Ages didn't understand will keep giving up its secrets. What started as an invisible bombardment of high-energy particles has turned into a link between medieval chroniclers and modern astrophysicists, ancient trees and modern climate science, and human observation and cosmic events. It shows that the universe is always writing its own story in the natural world around us, using languages that we're still learning how to read. As we come to the end of our journey through this cosmic mystery, it's a good idea to think about what the 774 event teaches us about how we fit into the larger universe. This astrophysical event was so strong that it left permanent marks on every living thing on Earth, but the people who were there couldn't see it at all. It's a humbling reminder that we are part of cosmic systems whose workings we're only starting to understand. In 774, radiation came down from space and connected Earth to events happening at distances and scales that are hard to imagine. The high-energy particles that hit our atmosphere came from colliding neutron stars, exploding magnetars, or gamma-ray bursts from dying stars. They had to travel across interstellar space to get to us. The trees that recorded this event in their growth rings were, in a very real way, recording the death throes of stars that had lived and died millions of years before humans were around. This cosmic link goes against the medieval view that the Earth was at the centre of a small, understandable universe. The people of 774 lived in a universe that seemed to be in order. The stars were in a celestial sphere, with Earth at the centre and divine purpose as the main idea. The real universe that sent them cosmic radiation was so big that people in the Middle Ages couldn't even imagine it. It was full of things that could affect Earth over distances so great that light itself took years to cross them. The medieval view of how everything in the universe is connected wasn't completely wrong, though. Medieval thinkers thought that events in the sky could affect things on Earth. Even though their ideas about how this worked were wrong, the idea that Earth is part of larger cosmic systems that can affect local conditions was very smart. The cosmic ray event of 774 showed that explosions of stars that happen light years away can have effects on things that happen on Earth. The fact that the 774 event was invisible also shows how limited our senses are, and how important it is to make tools that help us see more clearly. People in the Middle Ages were very good at watching the sky. They could accurately predict eclipses, follow the movements of planets, and spot strange celestial events. But in the 8th century, there was no way to see cosmic ray bombardment at all. Because of this technological limitation, people who were witnessing one of the most dramatic astrophysical events in recorded history had no direct way to find out what was going on. It was like trying to understand a symphony while only hearing a few notes here and there, or trying to enjoy a huge landscape while only seeing small details through a small window. The creation of scientific tools that can find cosmic ray signatures in natural materials is a big step forward for human senses. We can see things that we couldn't see directly by looking at tree rings, ice core chemistry, and isotopic dating. We've learned how to read cosmic messages written in the molecular structure of old wooden ice. This lets us get information that no other generation of humans could get. This growth in perceptual ability has shown that Earth keeps detailed records of cosmic events that have happened over time. There are chemical traces of past cosmic ray changes in every old tree, every ice sheet, and every coral reef. The Earth is like a huge library of astronomical events, just waiting for people to make the tools they need to read it. The 774 discovery also shows that scientists often need to look at things over very different timescales to understand them. The cosmic ray event itself may have lasted for months, but its effects can still be seen in things that are over 1200 years old. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages wrote down what they saw within years or decades of the event. Modern scientists, on the other hand, only found the cosmic ray spike after developing analytical methods that took hundreds of years to perfect. To understand the 774 event, people from different academic fields and historical periods had to work together. Medieval monks who kept careful records of the stars were unknowingly taking part in research that wouldn't be finished until the 21st century. Their patient observations, which have been kept in monastery libraries for over 1,000 years, gave scientists the information they needed to solve a cosmic mystery they could never have imagined. This temporary partnership makes me think about what information we might be recording today that will be useful to researchers hundreds of years from now. Our extensive records of weather, climate, and cosmic ray changes could one day help scientists figure out astronomical events that we can't see or understand right now. We might be unwitting subjects in scientific studies that will not conclude until well after our departure. The 774 event also shows that rare but powerful events can have effects that last long after they're over. The bombardment of cosmic rays may have lasted for months, but it left behind permanent marks that have changed our understanding of radiocarbon dating, archaeological chronologies, and how Earth and space interact for more than 1,000 years. Short events can have effects that last for hundreds of years. The 774 cosmic ray event makes us think about our place in systems that work on scales that are bigger than what we can see and feel. We live in galactic neighbourhoods where stars can explode and change the chemistry of the atmosphere on planets that are light years away. Every day we live our lives against the backdrop of cosmic processes that follow physical laws we're still learning about. The human response to cosmic mystery, exemplified by the meticulous observation, comprehensive documentation, and profound interpretation exhibited by medieval chroniclers, signifies a distinctively valuable aspect of the universe. To the best of our knowledge, Earth is the sole location where conscious entities are systematically observing, documenting, and analysing cosmic events in an effort to comprehend their significance and consequences. The people of 774 were exposed to cosmic radiation without knowing where it came from or what it meant. They were curious and careful and made detailed records that would be very helpful to future generations. Their reaction to the unknown, neither panicking nor ignoring strange events, but instead carefully observing and recording, shows the best of human scientific instinct. Researchers today who are looking into the 774 event are following in the footsteps of medieval chroniclers by carefully observing and thoughtfully interpreting what they see. They use tools that medieval chroniclers could never have imagined, but they still use the same basic methods of systematic data collection and collaborative analysis. The enduring human curiosity regarding cosmic phenomena links us through the ages to individuals who also marvelled at the universe's operations. As you get ready to end this story and maybe go to sleep, think about how you're a part of this ongoing human project to understand cosmic events. The stars you might see through your window are in the same part of the galaxy that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774. The universe that made that old mystery is still telling its story in tree rings, ice cores, and things that people see that future generations will be able to figure out. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that there are many things in the universe that we haven't yet learned to see or understand. Every night sky has signs of things that might be happening on Earth that we can't see yet. The invisible storm that hit Earth over 12 centuries ago is just one example of the cosmic dramas that are always happening around us. Most of them are still waiting for humans to get the tools and knowledge they need to understand how important they are. Sweet dreams. I hope you dream of medieval monks carefully writing down strange things by candlelight, not knowing that they were making data for astrophysicists 13 centuries in the future. This is a reminder that every careful observation, every preserved record, and every moment of wonder about the cosmos might one day help us solve mysteries we haven't even thought to ask about yet. As you fall asleep, wrapped in the warmth of your modern blanket in a world lit by electric lights that would have seemed magical to people in 774, take a moment to think about the amazing story we've shared. Over 1,200 years ago, an invisible cosmic storm hit Earth. It left its mark on every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that was alive during those important months. People in the Middle Ages who lived through this event, farmers tending their fields, monks copying manuscripts by candlelight, and scholars tracking the movement of planets, had no way to see the high-energy particles falling from space, but they reacted to the strange things they could see with the same careful observation and thorough record-keeping that is typical of the best scientific instinct in humans. Their detailed records, which were kept in monasteries and royal archives all over the world, eventually gave modern scientists important information about one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history. People in the Middle Ages who wrote with quill pens unknowingly helped researchers in the 21st century who used particle accelerators and mass spectrometers. As our analytical tools get better and our theoretical understanding of stellar phenomena grows, the cosmic ray event of 774 keeps giving us new information. There is no doubt that future generations will find more proof and come up with new ways to understand what happened that amazing year. The invisible storm that people in the Middle Ages felt but didn't understand will keep teaching us about how the universe works for many years or even centuries to come. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from this cosmic mystery is that the universe is always making new things that we haven't yet figured out how to see or understand. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every careful historical observation that we don't yet know how to look for. The natural world keeps detailed records of astronomical events in chemical languages that we're still learning to read. As you get ready for bed tonight, cosmic rays are softly falling on Earth from faraway parts of the galaxy. This has been happening every night for billions of years. Most of this radiation is too weak to leave any traces, but stars in our cosmic neighbourhood are living and dying in ways that could one day send more powerful bursts of high-energy particles toward Earth. Future observers, maybe even your own descendants, might look back at this time and wonder what cosmic events we went through without knowing. They could find signs of stellar events in materials from our time, signs that our current technology isn't advanced enough to find or understand. The universe might be sending us messages in our modern world that we won't be able to understand until we come up with new tools and ways of thinking. People in 774 were part of cosmic history without even knowing it. They made records that would be very useful to researchers 1,000 years later. We might also be unknowingly taking part in astronomical studies that won't be finished until long after we're gone. Our careful observations and thorough record keeping may one day help us figure out cosmic mysteries that we can't even begin to imagine. The invisible cosmic storm of 774 connects medieval wonder to modern understanding, ancient observations to modern astrophysics, and human curiosity to the huge processes that shape our universe. It reminds us that we live in systems that are much bigger than what we can see and feel right now, but we have the unique ability to observe, record, and slowly understand these cosmic events. As you fall asleep, you are part of a story that has been going on for a long time. From medieval chroniclers to modern scientists, from observations made long ago to discoveries that will happen in the future. The same universe that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774 surrounds you tonight. It is full of things that future generations will study and understand in ways we can't even imagine right now. The mystery of 774 shows us that with time, careful record keeping, and working together to figure things out, we can find out things that seem impossible to know. Writing by candlelight in the Middle Ages and studying isotopic signatures today are both parts of the same big human project, figuring out where we fit in the universe. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing story of cosmic discovery. The universe around you is full of amazing things that future generations of curious people will discover, understand, and appreciate. These people will share our wonder about how the world works beyond what we can see. The invisible storm of 774 shows us that the most important events in cosmic history might happen right next to us, without us even knowing it, leaving clues for future observers to find and figure out. Every night the universe gets new cosmic radiation, new stellar events, and new chances to write its own history in the natural records that are all around us. Think of the dreams of medieval chroniclers and modern scientists, cosmic rays and ancient trees, invisible storms and careful observation. Think about the ongoing human project of figuring out the universe and your place in a story that connects careful observers across centuries of cosmic mystery and discovery. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine Wales before the mines came. Picture rolling green valleys carpeted with bracken and heather, where sheep wandered freely across hillsides that had known nothing but farming for thousands of years. Streams ran clear over grey stones, and the air smelled of rain and wild grass. The people who lived here spoke Welsh in lilting voices, tended small plots of land, and probably never imagined that beneath their feet lay enough coal to heat half of Britain and power an industrial revolution. The landscape of South Wales is the kind of place that poets write about when they're feeling particularly moved by nature's architecture. Steep-sided valleys carved by ancient rivers create natural corridors between mountains that aren't quite dramatic enough to be Alps, but are far more imposing than your average hill. The Welsh call these valleys Stubwy, and if you've never heard that word pronounced properly, you're missing out on one of the language's most satisfying sounds. It rhymes with boom, but starts with a soft, almost musical consonant that exists nowhere in English. In these valleys, the geology had been doing something interesting for about 300 million years. During the Carboniferous period, when the planet was busy growing enormous ferns and dragonflies the size of seagulls, layer upon layer of vegetation had grown, died, and been compressed under the weight of time and sediment into coal. Different types too, anthracite in some places, bituminous coal in others, each with its own properties and uses. It was like the Earth had been running a very slow bakery, turning organic matter into the fossil fuel that would eventually power steam engines, warm homes, and change the trajectory of human civilization. For centuries, people knew the coal was there. Small-scale mining had occurred since Roman times, when someone figured out that these black rocks burned longer and hotter than wood. Medieval monks worked shallow pits to heat their monasteries, and farmers occasionally dug coal from outcrops along riverbanks, when they needed extra fuel for winter. But these were modest operations, a few people with picks and baskets, taking what they needed and nothing more. Then came the 18th century, and with it, the realization that coal wasn't just useful for keeping warm. It could power engines, it could smelt iron, it could drive machinery that would transform manufacturing from a cottage industry into an industrial juggernaut. Suddenly, everyone wanted coal, and Wales discovered it was sitting on one of the richest deposits in the world. The transformation happened gradually at first, like dawn creeping over those Welsh hillsides. A landowner would notice coal seams on his property and hire a few men to dig. Those men would need places to live, so cottages appeared. The cottages needed shops, which needed roads, which needed more workers. Success bred expansion. One small mine became 2, then 5, then 20. The peaceful farming valleys began to change, acquiring a new landscape written in industrial structures, pit heads with their distinctive wheel mechanisms, railroad tracks snaking along valley floors, and eventually the slag heaps that would become as much a part of Welsh identity as the mountains themselves. By the early 1800s, the mining industry was picking up serious momentum, attracting workers from across Wales and beyond. English labourers came seeking better wages than agriculture could provide. Irish families arrived during the potato famine, desperate for any work that would feed their children. The Welsh valleys became a melting pot of accents and traditions, all united by the common purpose of extracting coal from the reluctant earth. The coal owners, mostly English aristocrats and wealthy industrialists, saw the mines as investments that would make them staggeringly rich. And they were right. The workers saw them as opportunities for steady employment, which was more than most could expect from farming. Everyone else saw smoke rising from valleys that had been clear for millennia and wondered what all this change would mean. What it meant, ultimately, was that these valleys would become the engine room of the British Empire. The coal pulled from Welsh mines would fuel the ships of the Royal Navy, power the factories of the Industrial Revolution, and heat the homes of Victorian London. The men who extracted it would create communities with their own culture, their own struggles, and their own kind of dignity forged in conditions that would horrify modern safety inspectors. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand what it actually meant to work in these mines. Not the romanticised version from period dramas, but the real, gritty, sometimes absurd reality of spending your days underground in pursuit of fossilised ferns. Imagine your morning commute involves getting into a metal cage with 20 other people and dropping into the earth at speeds that make your stomach float into your throat. That was a Welsh coal miner's typical Tuesday, and they did it before they'd had breakfast. Most miners lived within walking distance of their pit, usually because their houses had been built specifically for mine workers and couldn't really be described as located near the mine so much as arranged around it like reluctant satellites. The pit whistle would sound around 5 in the morning, a noise that neighbours described as somewhere between a train horn and a banshee having a particularly bad day. You'd pull on your work clothes, which never really got clean because coal dust has a way of becoming part of the fabric at a molecular level, and head to the pit head. The pit head was the mine's front door, though calling it that makes it sound much more welcoming than it actually was. Picture a tower structure supporting a massive wheel, called a winding wheel, that looked like a Ferris wheel designed by someone who hated fun. Steel cables wrapped around this wheel, connecting to the cage that would transport you and your colleagues down the shaft. Modern elevators have safety features, emergency brakes, and calming music. Mining cages had a gate and a rope. Before descending, you'd collect your lamp, initially candles, later oil lamps, and eventually the famous Davy lamp with its wire mesh safety screen designed to prevent methane explosions. The Davy lamp is celebrated as a brilliant invention that saved countless lives, which it did, though miners noted that it also gave off about as much light as a particularly ambitious firefly. Working by Davy lamp meant you could see approximately 2 feet in front of your face, which was just enough to appreciate the claustrophobia, but not enough to see what you might trip over. The descent into the mine was an experience that never became routine, no matter how many times you did it. The cage would lurch, then begin dropping at speeds that made plummeting feel like an accurate verb. Darkness swallowed you almost immediately as you left the surface world behind. The temperature changed first, the shaft bringing a damp coolness that contrasted sharply with whatever weather you'd left above. Then came the sounds. The creak and groan of cables, the rush of air, the occasional drip of water from shaft walls, and the breathing of the men packed around you, most of whom had learned that talking during descent was pointless because nobody could hear anything anyway. Depths varied depending on the mine and the coal seam being worked. Some mines went down a few hundred feet, others descended over 1,000 feet into the earth. To put that in perspective, that's deeper than the Eiffel Tower is tall, except you're going in the wrong direction and there's significantly more chance of the ceiling falling on your head. When the cage finally stopped at the pit bottom, and miners appreciated the drivers who managed smooth stops rather than the ones who seemed to think they were competing in some kind of aggressive elevator Olympics, you'd step out into a different world. The pit bottom was usually the widest part of the underground network, a junction where multiple tunnels branched off toward different coal faces. Here, you might find stables for the pit ponies, storage areas for equipment, and the general organised chaos of men sorting themselves into work crews and heading off to their assigned sections. The walk from the pit bottom to your actual work area could take anywhere from a few minutes to over an hour, depending on how far the mine had expanded. These weren't pleasant strolls through well-maintained corridors. Mining tunnels, or roadways as they were called, were typically just tall enough for a man to walk stooped over, and just wide enough for coal trucks to pass through. Water dripped constantly from roofs, pooling in depressions and ensuring that your feet would be wet within the first 5 minutes of your shift. The air quality ranged from breathable but musty near the shaft to soup-like with coal dust. Deeper in the workings, props, wooden support beams, held up the roof at regular intervals, though regular is doing a lot of work in that sentence. The props were insurance against the millions of tons of rock that would very much like to obey gravity and fill in the space you'd created by removing coal. You learned to read the language of creaking wood and shifting stone, developing an almost supernatural sense for when a roof was feeling unstable. Miners would tap props with their hammers as they walked, listening for the solid thunk that meant the wood was still doing its job, versus the hollow sound that meant you should probably walk faster. Your destination was the coal face, the wall of coal where the actual mining happened. This was where the day's real work began, and where you'd spend the next 8 to 12 hours in conditions that would make a modern health and safety inspector weep into their clipboard. Coal doesn't give itself up willingly. It sits in seams, geological layers that might be anywhere from a few inches to several feet thick, surrounded by harder rock that has no intention of making your job easy. Getting the coal out required a combination of skill, strength, and a casual disregard for personal safety that would be remarkable if it wasn't so necessary. The coal face itself was typically a wall of black mineral gleaming dully in lamplight, running along the seam for as far as the mine had been worked. Seam heights varied dramatically. Some lucky miners worked seams tall enough to stand in, which must have felt like luxury. Others worked in seams as low as 18 inches, which meant spending your entire shift lying on your side, swinging a pickaxe in spaces that would make a sardine can feel spacious. The basic technique hadn't changed much since medieval times. You undercut the coal seam, weakening it, then brought it down in manageable chunks. Undercutting meant lying on your side or back at the very bottom of the seam, using a small pickaxe to hack away at the coal's base. This created a gap, usually about 3 feet deep, that undermined the coal above. It was exhausting, cramped work that left your shoulders screaming and your back promising to never forgive you. Once undercut, the coal needed to be brought down. In earlier periods, this meant using wedges and sledgehammers to crack the weakened coal and pry it loose in chunks. Later, explosives entered the picture, which was either a great innovation or a terrible idea depending on who you asked and whether the blast had just gone correctly. Controlled explosions in confined underground spaces surrounded by flammable gas and supported by wooden props. What could possibly go wrong? Actually, quite a lot, though miners became remarkably skilled at blast work. Shot firers, specialists in explosives, would drill holes in the coal face using hand-powered drills that required one man to hold the drill while another swung a sledgehammer to drive it forward. This was partnership work of the highest order, requiring trust that your colleague wouldn't miss and turn your hands into something resembling tenderized beef. Once the holes were drilled, they'd be packed with explosives and fuses. Everyone would retreat to a safe distance, and the shot firer would light the fuses and hope his calculations were correct. The blast would crack the coal, bringing it down in pieces that ranged from manageable chunks to slabs that required several men to shift. This coal then needed to be loaded into trucks, initially wooden carts pushed by hand, later metal trams pulled by ponies or small underground locomotives. The loading was done by the same men who'd cut the coal, using shovels and physical effort that would make modern gym workouts look gentle. Here's something that might surprise you. Miners were typically paid based on how much coal they produced, not how many hours they worked. This piecework system meant your earnings depended entirely on the amount you could cut, blast and load in a shift. It created intense motivation to work quickly, but also meant that difficult geological conditions, hard coal, wet faces, unstable roofs, directly affected your family's income. If you spent half your shift dealing with a roof fall instead of cutting coal, you made half the money. The physical toll of this work is hard to overstate from the comfort of your bed. Imagine swinging a pickaxe while lying on your side for hours at a time. Imagine breathing air thick with coal dust that turned your snot black and made every cough sound like you were bringing up something solid. Imagine working in temperatures that could range from near freezing in wet sections to sweltering heat near the deeper faces, where the Earth's natural warmth combined with human exertion created conditions like a sauna designed by someone who hated you. Your body adapted, or it broke. Miners developed distinctive physiques, powerful shoulders and arms from swinging picks and shoveling coal, but often crooked backs from working stooped or kneeling. Their hands became calloused to the point where they could handle rough coal and splintered props without flinching. Their lungs accumulated coal dust with every shift, a process that would eventually catch up with them, but seemed acceptable when you had a family to feed. The danger was constant and varied. Roof falls could crush you instantly or trap you under tons of rock. Gas explosions could race through the mine faster than you could run, the flame front turning anyone in its path into a casualty before they even understood what was happening. Flooding from underground water sources could drown entire work crews, and then there were the smaller everyday hazards. Crushed fingers from mishandled tools, lacerations from sharp coal faces, burns from lamps, and the omnipresent risk of simply tripping over something in the dark and breaking a bone in a place where medical help was hundreds of feet above you. Yet the men kept going back, shift after shift, year after year. Partly because they had no choice. Mining was the only real employment available in these valleys, but also because there was a kind of pride in the work, a craftsman's satisfaction in cutting a clean face or setting props that would hold steady. You were part of a crew, and the bonds formed by shared danger and shared labour created communities underground that were, in their own way, as important as the ones above. The coalface was where the dramatic work happened, but a mine was really a complex ecosystem requiring dozens of specialised jobs to function. Walking through an active mine in its heyday was like touring a small underground city, complete with transportation networks, workforce hierarchies, and its own peculiar culture. Perhaps the most beloved members of this subterranean community were the pit ponies. These weren't your typical farm horses, they were compact, sturdy animals specifically bred or selected for underground work. Shetland ponies were favourites because their small size allowed them to work in lower passages, while their strength was remarkable for their stature. These ponies hauled coal trams from the face to the pit bottom, navigating the maze of tunnels with intelligence that regularly amazed the men who worked with them. The ponies lived underground, sometimes for months at a time. They had stables at the pit bottom, actual underground stables with stalls, hay and water. The horses knew the routes better than many human workers, and would automatically stop at passing places when meeting oncoming traffic. Some miners swore the ponies could sense dangerous gas before the safety lamps detected it, and would refuse to enter certain areas when conditions were risky. Whether this was true or simply the horses objecting to poor air quality is debatable, but miners learned to trust their pony's judgment. The bond between a miner and his pony was often closer than many human relationships. You spent hours every day working alongside this animal in darkness and danger. You depended on each other. The ponies received names, personalities, and a level of care that might have seemed excessive, except that your productivity, and possibly your life, depended on them. When ponies were brought to the surface, usually during the annual break when mines shut down for maintenance, they'd apparently be startled by daylight, having lived so long in lamplight that the sun seemed impossibly bright. Then there were the boys. Mining employed children as young as 5 or 6 in the early days, though reformers gradually raised minimum ages as the 19th century progressed. These weren't children doing light tasks. They had specific essential jobs in the mine's operation. The youngest boys often worked as trappers, sitting alone in the darkness operating ventilation doors. When a coal tram approached, the boy would open his door, let it pass, then close it again to maintain the mine's airflow. Hour after hour in darkness, broken only by a small lamp, usually sitting on a pile of coal or a makeshift seat, waiting for the next tram. Try to imagine being 7 years old, sitting alone in pitch darkness hundreds of feet underground, with only the occasional rumble of approaching coal trucks to break the silence. The isolation must have been profound and the darkness absolute when your lamp needed refilling. Some boys sang to themselves or talked to imaginary companions, or simply endured with the stoicism that poverty and necessity teach early. Older boys graduated to more active roles. They'd become door boys, who accompanied the ponies or helpers who assisted the coal cutters. By their early teens, they'd be learning the actual craft of mining, how to read coal, set props and handle explosives. This was the education system in mining communities. You learned reading and arithmetic at Sunday school, and you learned your trade in the pit. The underground world also included specialists whose jobs required particular skills. Repairers maintained the roadways, replacing damaged props and keeping the tunnels safe. Shot firers handled the explosives work, a position of considerable responsibility and slightly better pay. Engineers maintained the machinery, keeping pumps running and ensuring ventilation fans operated correctly. Each person had their role in the complex choreography that was a working mine. Communication underground happened through a combination of shouting, signal systems, and pure intuition developed over years of working together. Before electrical signal systems, messages travelled through chains of workers shouting to each other through the darkness, information degrading like a particularly high-stakes game of telephone. Later, bell signals allowed communication between the surface and pit bottom. One bell might mean ready to descend, 2 bells ready to ascend, and various other combinations conveying different messages. Get the signals wrong, and you might send an empty cage up while leaving men waiting below, or worse. The mine had its own time sense, divorced from the surface world. Down in the darkness, you couldn't tell if it was morning or evening, summer or winter. Your shift was measured by the work done rather than the passage of hours. Some men claimed they could feel time passing through the quality of the air or the behaviour of the ponies, developing almost supernatural awareness of the shift's progress. Others simply worked until someone came to tell them it was time to head back to the cage. Meal breaks happened at the face, with men sitting on coal piles eating bread and cheese that had acquired a distinctive gritty texture from the coal dust that coated everything. Water tasted faintly of minerals and whatever the pipes had picked up on their journey underground. Some mines allowed tea cans that could be warmed on small fires, though open flames were prohibited in most sections due to gas risks. The food never tasted quite right. Coal dust got into everything, but it provided the calories needed for the extraordinary physical exertion. The culture that developed underground was distinctive and powerful. Men learned to trust each other completely because their lives literally depended on it. If someone called out a warning about a bad roof or dangerous gas, you didn't debate, you moved. This created bonds that extended beyond the pit, forming the foundation for the tight-knit mining communities above ground. The men who descended together, worked together, and survived together became brothers in ways that transcended normal friendship. When the cage finally brought you back to the surface at shift's end, you'd emerge into whatever weather Wales was offering that day. Usually rain, sometimes fog, occasionally actual sunshine that made everyone slightly suspicious. Your eyes would need several minutes to adjust to natural light after hours in the dimness. Your ears would ring with the sudden absence of the constant underground noise, and your lungs would appreciate air that didn't have a texture. The mining communities that grew up around the pits were unlike anything that had existed in Wales before. Previously, Welsh valleys had been places of scattered farms and small villages. Mining created industrial towns almost overnight, with rows of terraced houses marching up hillsides in neat lines that showed all the imagination of someone arranging dominoes. These weren't planned communities with parks and public spaces. They were housing solutions designed to pack maximum workers into minimum space, as close to the pit as physically possible. The houses themselves were remarkably similar across different mining valleys. 2 up, 2 down was the standard layout. 2 rooms downstairs, 2 bedrooms upstairs, a small yard out back, and walls thin enough that you knew entirely too much about your neighbours' personal lives. The front door opened directly onto the street, which meant coal dust, mud, and whatever the weather was doing came straight into your front room. No entrance halls, no mudrooms, just immediate domesticity. These houses were typically owned by the mining company and rented to workers, which created an interesting power dynamic where your employer was also your landlord. Get fired from the pit, and you'd lose both your income and your home simultaneously. This arrangement wasn't designed for worker welfare so much as company convenience, ensuring a captive workforce who couldn't easily move to seek better wages elsewhere. Life in these mining towns revolved around the pit's schedule. When the day shift ended, streets would suddenly fill with men in blackened work clothes heading home for a wash and dinner. The night shift would pass them going the opposite direction, creating a twice-daily tidal exchange of workers. Women timed their household tasks around these rhythms. Water needed to be heated for washing, meals needed to be ready when men returned, and laundry had to be done when it wouldn't be coated in fresh coal dust. The washing of a miner presented its own challenges. Before pithead baths became common in the early 20th century, men came home covered head to foot in coal dust and had to wash in the house. This typically meant a zinc tub placed in front of the kitchen fire filled with water heated on the stove. The miner would strip down and scrub away the day's accumulation, while family members politely ignored his nakedness or helped scrub his back. The water would turn black immediately, and the process would need multiple rinses to actually get clean. Some coal dust, however, never came out. It worked its way into skin pores, creating permanent blue scars called coal tattoos, where cuts had healed with dust embedded in them. Older miners accumulated these marks like some kind of industrial tribal scarification, each one a story of a particular accident or incident underground. Their hands remained perpetually stained in the creases, no amount of scrubbing able to remove coal that had become part of their flesh. Women in mining communities worked just as hard as the men, though their labour was unpaid and largely invisible to the historical record. Running a household on a miner's wages required skills that would impress a modern efficiency expert. You had to make limited money stretch to feed a family, keep everyone clothed despite the destructive nature of mining work, maintain a house that was under constant assault from coal dust, and somehow create a home environment that provided relief from the harsh conditions of pit work. Laundry was a particular challenge. Mining clothes needed to be washed constantly but never really got clean. The standard process involved soaking, boiling, scrubbing with lye soap that was harsh enough to remove coal but also skin, multiple rinses, and eventual acceptance that your husband's work clothes would always be slightly grey. Wash day typically happened once a week, involving enough physical effort to qualify as a serious workout, hauling water, heating it, lifting wet clothes, wringing, hanging and repeating. Food was practical and calorie-dense. Mining work burned enormous amounts of energy, so meals needed to be substantial. Breakfast might be porridge or bread with dripping. The main meal, taken after the shift, would typically involve potatoes, maybe some bacon or cheap cuts of meat, bread and strong tea. Vegetables came from the small garden plot behind the house, if you were lucky enough to have one, and the time to maintain it. The diet wasn't particularly varied, but it kept working men functional, which was the primary requirement. The town itself would have a few key institutions. The chapel or church stood at the centre of community life, providing not just religious services, but also social organisation, education, and a moral framework. Chapels were often the grandest buildings in mining towns, their architecture suggesting that while houses could be basic, places of worship deserved investment. The Welsh love of music found particular expression in chapel choirs, where miners who spent their days in industrial noise created harmonies that could raise the hair on your neck. Shops lined the main streets: grocers, butchers, bakers and general stores. Many operated on credit systems because miners were paid fortnightly, and families needed to eat in between. The shopkeeper's ledger was essentially the community's credit score, tracking who owed what and allowing families to survive the gap between wages. This credit came at a price, of course. Interest charges that meant buying on credit always cost more than paying cash. The pub served as the men's social space, a place where you could relax after a shift with a pint and companionship. Mining was hard on bodies and minds, and alcohol provided temporary relief from both physical pain and psychological stress. Some men drank moderately, others fell into patterns of heavy drinking that consumed wages and created family hardships. The temperance movement had strong support in mining areas, though it fought an uphill battle against the combination of physical pain, psychological stress, and social tradition that made the pub central to male community life. Education was valued but limited. Elementary schools taught basic literacy and numeracy, enough to read the Bible and do practical calculations. Beyond that, continued education required either exceptional talent that earned scholarships or family wealth that most miners didn't possess. Children typically left school at 12 or 13 to begin work, either in the pit or in other jobs that helped support the family economy. Now we come to the harder parts of this story, though we'll walk through them gently. Understanding what mining communities endured requires acknowledging both the spectacular disasters that made headlines and the grinding everyday hardships that broke people slowly rather than suddenly. Mining accidents were horrifyingly common. Small incidents happened constantly: crushed fingers, minor burns, cuts and bruises. These rarely made it into official records because men would typically bind up the injury and keep working. Losing a shift's pay was often more threatening than a damaged hand. More serious injuries meant time off work, which meant no income, which meant family hardship. Then there were the disasters. Mine explosions killed dozens or hundreds at once, usually caused by methane gas accumulating in poorly ventilated areas and igniting from a lamp, a spark, or the explosion itself creating more explosions. These catastrophes would devastate entire communities overnight. One moment men were working normally underground. The next, families were gathering at the pit head, waiting for news, knowing from the smoke and chaos that many wouldn't be coming home. Roof falls claimed lives regularly, suddenly and without warning. One minute you're working the coalface, the next, tons of rock have crushed you or trapped you in darkness, while the lamp burns down and air runs out. Rescue efforts were heroic but often futile. Moving the fallen rock required time and equipment, and trapped men rarely had enough of either. Water in rushes could flood entire sections of the mine in minutes. Underground water sources were unpredictable, and sometimes mining work would inadvertently breach barriers, holding back underground lakes or streams. The water would pour in with tremendous force, drowning anyone who couldn't reach higher ground or the shaft quickly enough. The aftermath of disasters followed predictable, tragic patterns. The company would express regret while denying responsibility. Funerals would be held for those whose bodies could be recovered. Families would be left without income, often without housing since they lived in company-owned homes. Inquests would be held, recommendations made, and usually nothing fundamental would change. But the slow disasters were equally devastating in their own way. Pneumoconiosis, called black lung, was the miner's disease, caused by decades of breathing coal dust that accumulated in lungs until breathing became increasingly difficult. There was no cure, no treatment, just a gradual decline where every breath became work, and the former strong man became a wheezing invalid who couldn't walk up the stairs without stopping to catch his breath. The progression was cruel in its predictability. First, you'd notice you couldn't quite keep up with younger men anymore. Then climbing hills became difficult. Eventually, breathing became the main activity of your day, each breath a conscious effort rather than an automatic background function. Men in their 50s looked 80, worn out from inside by the coal they'd spent their lives extracting. Injuries accumulated over careers, bad backs from years of working stooped, damaged knees from kneeling on hard coal and rock, shoulders that ached in wet weather from swinging picks thousands of times per shift, hearing loss from working in constant noise. These weren't dramatic injuries, but the physical cost of decades of doing brutally hard work in terrible conditions. The psychological toll is harder to document because mental health wasn't a concept that mining communities had language for, but it was real nonetheless. Men who'd survived disasters often showed what we'd now recognise as PTSD, nightmares, anxiety, and inability to return underground. The constant awareness of danger created stress that some managed and others didn't. The combination of dangerous work, financial insecurity, physical pain, and limited options for change weighed on people in ways that expressed themselves through irritability, depression, or drinking. Family life under these pressures required remarkable resilience. Women managed households, knowing their husbands might not come home from their shifts. Children grew up understanding that their fathers were constantly at risk. The communities developed coping mechanisms, neighbours helping each other, the chapel providing comfort, and shared experience creating understanding. But the stress was real and constant. Economic hardship was the backdrop to everything. Mining wages were better than farm work, but never enough to build security. A miner's widow often faced immediate poverty, unless she could find work or had grown children to support her. Illness or injury meant financial disaster. There were no safety nets, no insurance, no welfare state, just charity that was never sufficient, and community support that was generous but limited. Yet through all this hardship, the communities endured. They created culture despite poverty, the male voice choirs that made Welsh mining famous, the brass bands that practiced in drafty halls, and the poetry and literature that emerged from these valleys. They built institutions, trade unions that fought for better conditions, cooperative societies that provided affordable goods, and educational institutes that offered learning opportunities. The perseverance wasn't some romantic quality to be admired from a distance. It was necessity given form, the stubborn refusal to be destroyed by circumstances that were genuinely destructive. You kept going because the alternative was unthinkable. You sent your children down the pit because they needed to eat. You went back underground after disasters because your family needed the income. You built a life in the cracks between hardship because humans are remarkably good at doing exactly that. The decline of Welsh coal mining didn't happen overnight. It was a slow process, like watching a sunset that takes decades instead of minutes, beautiful in its own way but marking the end of an era. The first hints came after World War I, when foreign competition began undercutting Welsh coal prices. Other countries had developed their own mining industries, and shipping coal across oceans became less economical than burning local supplies. The British market remained, but it was shrinking as oil began replacing coal for some purposes. Diesel locomotives were more efficient than steam. Oil heating was cleaner than coal. The world was changing its energy sources, and coal was slowly becoming yesterday's fuel. The Great Depression hit mining communities with particular brutality. When industries cut production, they needed less coal. Miners closed or reduced shifts. Men who'd worked their entire lives underground found themselves unemployed with no other skills and no other opportunities in towns built entirely around mining. The dole, unemployment benefit, kept families from starvation but not from poverty, and the psychological impact of idleness in communities where identity was built around work was devastating. World War II brought temporary revival. Coal was essential for the war effort, and mines operated at full capacity. Men too old for military service worked double shifts. The industry remembered its importance, and workers remembered steady employment. But it was a reprieve rather than a reversal, the economy running on wartime needs that would end with peace. Nationalisation in 1947 brought the mines under government control, creating the National Coal Board. Miners hoped this would mean better conditions and more secure employment. In some ways it did. Safety improved, wages became more standardised, and benefits were introduced. But nationalisation couldn't solve the fundamental problem. The world needed less coal, and Welsh coal was becoming expensive to extract compared to other sources. The 1950s and 60s saw systematic closures. Mines that had employed hundreds closed permanently, their pit wheels stopping for the last time. Communities that had existed for generations faced existential questions. What happens to a mining town when the mine closes? Where do people go when the only skill they have is extracting coal that nobody wants anymore? Some families moved to England, seeking work in factories or construction. Others stayed, clinging to familiar places even as employment vanished. The young left in disproportionate numbers, draining valleys of energy and future. Villages became places where old miners retired and died while their children built lives elsewhere. The strikes of the 1980s were a last desperate attempt to save an industry that economics had already condemned. The 1984 to 85 strike lasted a year, pitting miners against a government determined to reduce coal dependency. It was brutal, bitter, and ultimately unsuccessful. Communities tore themselves apart over whether to strike or work. Families survived on charity and determination, and in the end the mines closed anyway. Walking through a Welsh valley today, you can still read the history written in the landscape. The terraced houses remain, though many are now holiday cottages or have been renovated beyond recognition. Chapel buildings stand converted to apartments or community centres, their singing replaced by silence. The pitheads are gone, their sites reclaimed by grass and trees or marked by memorials. The slag heaps have been landscaped into gentle hills, their sharp angles softened by decades of erosion and deliberate reshaping. The last deep mine in Wales closed in 2008. Tower Colliery had been saved by workers who bought it themselves in the 1990s, operating it as a cooperative that proved mining could still work if workers controlled it. When coal quality declined and reserves depleted, they closed it voluntarily rather than waiting for economic forces to make the decision for them. It was an ending that somehow maintained dignity, with workers choosing to close their own mine rather than having it shut down by external decree. The end of coal mining in Wales marked the conclusion of an era that had lasted roughly 200 years. 2 centuries during which these valleys had been transformed from farming country to industrial powerhouses and back to something else entirely. Communities searching for new identities while honouring the extraordinary history that had shaped them. The transition wasn't smooth. Mining towns struggled with unemployment rates that would shock economists. Young people left because there were no jobs, creating ageing populations in communities built for young families. The social fabric that mining had created, the solidarity, the shared purpose, the tight-knit neighbourhoods, began to fray when the industry that had woven it together disappeared. Some valleys found new purposes. Tourism discovered that the industrial heritage people had lived with daily was actually fascinating to outsiders. Former mines became museums where guides, often former miners themselves, led visitors through preserved workings, explaining how the job was done and what life was like underground. There's something both touching and slightly odd about paying to experience a sample of work that people had once been paid to do and had desperately hoped their children wouldn't have to follow them into. Regeneration projects attempted to diversify local economies. Light industry, call centres, tourism and service jobs replaced heavy industry. The work was safer, cleaner, and generally better for your health, but it paid less and lacked the identity and solidarity that mining had provided. You can work in a call centre for 20 years without developing the same sense of craft and community that 2 years underground created. The physical landscape underwent dramatic transformation. Those slag heaps that had dominated valley sides for generations were slowly removed or reshaped. Rivers that had run black with coal dust for a century started running clear again. Air quality improved to the point where you could hang white laundry outside without it turning grey. Nature reclaimed spaces that industry had dominated, and the valleys began to look more like they had before coal was discovered. But removing the physical traces of mining couldn't erase the cultural legacy. The communities that mining created had developed distinctive identities that persisted even after the industry vanished. The emphasis on education and self-improvement, the tradition of mutual aid and collective action, and the cultural institutions like choirs and brass bands. These survived the closure of the pits because they'd become embedded in community identity. As you lie there in comfort, warm and safe, it's worth reflecting on what those forgotten mines of Wales actually meant, not just to the people who worked them, but to the modern world you inhabit. The coal pulled from Welsh valleys powered the Industrial Revolution that created modern civilization. The ships that connected the British Empire ran on Welsh coal. The factories that mass-produced goods, making them affordable for ordinary people for the first time in history, were powered by Welsh coal. The trains that revolutionised transportation, the heating systems that made homes comfortable, and the steel mills that provided material for bridges and buildings, all of these depended on coal, and much of that coal came from Wales. This means that Welsh miners, toiling in darkness and danger for wages that barely covered rent and food, were inadvertently building the modern world. Every technological advancement of the industrial age rested on a foundation of fossil fuel energy, and someone had to extract that energy from underground. The miners who did this work weren't thinking about historical significance. They were thinking about feeding their families, but their labour literally powered the transformation of human civilization. The labour movement that created workers' rights across the industrialised world found some of its strongest expression in Welsh mining communities. The unions that fought for safer conditions, better pay, reasonable hours, and basic dignity established precedents that benefited workers in every industry. When coal miners struck for better conditions, they were advancing causes that would eventually benefit office workers who'd never seen a mine. The concept that workers deserved protection from dangerous conditions, that employers had responsibility for workplace safety, and that communities deserved compensation when industry harmed them. These ideas were forged in mining communities, often in response to disasters that killed dozens. The regulations that protect modern workers exist partly because miners died when those regulations didn't exist. and their communities refused to accept that such deaths were inevitable. The cultural contributions of Welsh mining communities enriched British and world culture in ways often overlooked. The male voice choir tradition that spread globally had its strongest expression in mining valleys, where men who spent their days in industrial noise created beauty through harmony. The literature that emerged from these communities, poetry, memoir, fiction, provided working-class perspectives that challenged middle-class assumptions about what constituted worthy subjects for art. Welsh mining communities also demonstrated something important about human resilience and community solidarity. They showed that people could build meaningful lives under objectively terrible conditions, that communities could develop rich cultures despite poverty, and that dignity wasn't dependent on material comfort. This isn't to romanticize hardship. The conditions were genuinely awful, and nobody should have had to endure them, but rather to acknowledge the remarkable human capacity to create meaning and community, even in difficult circumstances. The environmental legacy is more complicated. Coal mining damaged the landscape extensively, polluted waterways, and contributed to air pollution that harmed health across industrial regions. The carbon emissions from burning Welsh coal contributed to climate change that we're now struggling to address. The environmental restoration of former mining areas has been expensive and ongoing, attempting to repair damage that accumulated over 2 centuries of intensive extraction. Yet the energy transition we're currently experiencing, moving from fossil fuels to renewable sources, builds on lessons learned from the coal era. We understand now that energy extraction has environmental costs that must be considered. We recognise that communities built around single industries are vulnerable when that industry declines. We know that workers displaced by economic change deserve support and retraining rather than abandonment. These lessons came partly from watching what happened when coal mining ended. The museums and heritage sites that preserve mining history serve an important function beyond tourism. They ensure that future generations understand where their comfortable, technological lives came from. It's easy to take electricity, heating and manufactured goods for granted without considering the human cost that made them possible. Seeing an actual coal face, understanding what working underground meant, and recognising the sacrifices made by people whose names are mostly forgotten. This provides perspective that pure prosperity can't teach. In Wales itself, mining identity remains powerful, even among people too young to have ever worked underground. The values that mining communities developed, solidarity, mutual support, education and cultural expression, continue to shape these regions. The political culture of Welsh valleys, with its strong support for collective action and social welfare, reflects lessons learned when communities discovered that individuals couldn't survive without community support. The descendants of miners live across the world now, carrying family histories of underground work to places far from Welsh valleys. These stories, passed down through generations, keep alive the memory of what previous generations endured. Your colleague whose grandfather was a Welsh miner, your friend whose great-aunt emigrated from a mining town, and the person you met who casually mentioned their family's mining background, they're carrying pieces of this history forward. Perhaps most importantly, the mining era teaches us about the human cost of the energy and materials that modern civilization requires. We still need energy. We still need raw materials. Someone somewhere is still doing difficult, dangerous work to extract what we consume casually. The working conditions have improved in developed nations, partly due to lessons learned from mining history. But the fundamental truth remains. Our comfortable lives rest on labour that most of us never see and rarely consider. History written in broad strokes can miss the texture of actual human experience. So let's slow down and consider what all this meant at the individual level through the kinds of stories that former miners and their families shared when they talked about their lives. Imagine being 8 years old, starting work as a trapper boy. You'd wake before dawn, eat whatever breakfast your family could afford, and walk to the pit with your father or older brothers. The descent into darkness would terrify you initially. The dropping sensation, the blackness, and the damp smell of underground spaces. But children adapt, and within weeks this journey would become routine. Your job station would be a ventilation door somewhere in the mine's network. You'd sit on a small wooden seat or pile of coal, holding a string attached to the door. When you heard a coal tram approaching, and you learned to distinguish the sound of different trams, different ponies and different drivers, you'd pull the string to open the door. The tram would pass through, and you'd close the door to maintain airflow. Then silence would return, and you'd sit alone in darkness lit only by your small lamp waiting for the next tram. Hour after hour in silence broken only by distant sounds of mining work, dripping water, and the occasional scurrying of rats that lived underground. You couldn't read because the light was too poor, and you probably couldn't read anyway. You couldn't move around because you needed to stay at your station. You just sat and waited and tried not to think about the tons of rock above your head, or the darkness that pressed in from all sides. Some boys handled this solitude better than others. Some sang quietly to themselves, or talked to imaginary friends, or simply developed the capacity to sit with their own thoughts for 12 hours at a stretch. Others found it psychologically damaging, developing fears that would last their entire lives. But all of them did it because their families needed the income, and 8-year-olds didn't really get a choice about employment. Now imagine being a young woman married to a miner. Every time your husband descended into the pit, you'd have to make peace with the possibility that he might not return. You'd listen for the pit whistle that signalled accidents, knowing that its particular pattern would tell you whether to worry or to panic. When disaster struck other families, you'd attend funerals while thinking, that could have been us. Because it could have been, and the only thing separating your intact family from the grieving widow down the street was pure luck. Your daily work would be constant and exhausting. Washing, cooking, cleaning, and maintaining the house against the constant assault of coal dust. Managing the family budget with the precision of an accountant, making every penny count because there weren't any extra. Caring for children while also, in many cases, taking in lodgers, or doing laundry for other families to earn extra income. Running a mining household was a full-time job that paid nothing but was absolutely essential to family survival. You'd develop strategies and skills that would impress modern efficiency experts. You'd know how to make a small amount of meat feed 6 people by combining it with potatoes and vegetables. You'd master the art of repairing clothes so extensively that they could be passed down through multiple children. You'd create cleaning schedules that minimized dust accumulation and made the most of available water and fuel. You'd become an expert at reading your husband's mood and health, knowing when he was simply tired versus genuinely ill, and when he needed space versus comfort. Or imagine being a miner in your prime, say 35 years old with 20 years of underground experience. You'd have developed a sophisticated understanding of coal, rock, and mining engineering that was partly taught and partly intuitive. You'd know how to read subtle signs in the coalface that indicated what would happen when you undercut it. You'd understand roof stability from the sound of creaking props and the feel of air pressure changes. You'd have learned through experience where gas tended to accumulate and how to recognize danger before it became disaster. Your body would be a map of your career. Scars from various accidents, coal tattoos from healed cuts, and the distinctive miner's physique of powerful shoulders and arms, combined with a back that was starting to curve from years of stooped work. Your hands would be calloused to the point of being almost leather-like, able to handle rough coal and splintered wood without much discomfort. Your lungs would have started accumulating the coal dust that would eventually cause problems, though at 35 you probably wouldn't notice symptoms yet. You'd have a position in the underground social hierarchy based on skill, experience, and personality. The best coal cutters were respected for their craft. Shot firers who were reliable and safe earned trust. Men who panicked in emergencies or couldn't be counted on to pull their weight in difficult conditions would find themselves subtly marginalised. The underground world had its own social rules, and reputation mattered intensely in a place where lives depended on teamwork. Your relationship with the mine itself would be complex. You'd hate the danger, the discomfort, and the toll it took on your body. But you'd also feel a craftsman's pride in doing difficult work well. There was satisfaction in cutting a clean face, in setting props that would hold, and in knowing you could handle conditions that would defeat someone with less skill and experience. The mine was your adversary and your livelihood, the thing you struggled against daily and the thing that gave your life structure and purpose. As we near the end of our journey through Welsh mining history, it's time to draw together the threads and understand how this vanished world still touches the present in ways both obvious and subtle. The physical landscape of Wales still bears mining's signature, even where active restoration has occurred. Those valley towns with their terraced houses remain, adapted to new purposes but unmistakable in their origins. The chapels, often the most beautiful buildings in these communities, stand as reminders of the spiritual life that sustained people through industrial hardship. The rivers run clear now, but their banks still sometimes reveal coal fragments that escaped from works closed decades ago. Walk through a former mining valley on a quiet day, and you might notice something interesting about the topography. The hillsides have a particular slope where slag heaps once stood, now softened by grass and time, but still distinctively not quite natural. The flat areas near valley floors show where railway sidings once ran, their tracks long removed, but the ground still bearing the compressed memory of heavy use. The landscape remembers, even when casual observers wouldn't recognise what they're seeing. The museums deserve particular mention because they're fighting against historical amnesia. Big Pit National Coal Museum in Blaenavon takes visitors down an actual mine, equipped with helmet and lamp, experiencing a tiny fraction of what working underground meant. The guides are often former miners who can explain from personal experience what each section was for and how the work was done. They make the history immediate and real in ways that no amount of reading can match. These museums serve an important function beyond education. They validate the experiences of people whose working lives were often dismissed as unimportant by those who benefited from their labour. By preserving mining history and treating it as worthy of museum-quality presentation, they're making a statement that these lives mattered, that this work had dignity, and that the sacrifices made by mining communities deserve recognition and remembrance. The cultural legacy persists in ways that surprise people unfamiliar with Welsh history. The male voice choirs that remain active in Welsh valleys still sing with harmonies, perfected by miners who found beauty in music after spending days in industrial noise. The brass bands that compete in national competitions maintain traditions established when musical instruments provided one of the few sources of entertainment and cultural expression available to working-class communities. Welsh literature and poetry carry mining's influence in their DNA. Poets who grew up in mining households, even if they never worked underground themselves, write with awareness of hardship, solidarity, and the dignity of manual labour. The working-class voice in British literature owes much to writers who emerged from mining communities and brought their experiences and perspectives to audiences who'd never considered such lives worthy of literary attention. The political culture of Wales reflects mining's legacy in tangible ways. The strong support for trade unions, the emphasis on collective action, and the suspicion of unchecked corporate power. These attitudes were forged in mining communities that learned through bitter experience that individual workers had no power against large organisations, but collective action could force change. The Labour Party's historic dominance in Welsh valleys stems directly from mining communities' political awakening during industrial struggles. More subtly, the values that sustained mining communities, mutual support, community solidarity, emphasis on education as a path to advancement, continue to influence Welsh culture, even as economic circumstances have changed entirely. The tradition of neighbours helping neighbours during hardship, of communities rallying around families facing difficulties, of viewing education as communally valuable, rather than just individually beneficial, these reflect lessons learned when survival depended on community cohesion. For individuals with mining heritage, the connection to this history often runs deep, even when separated by generations. People whose grandparents were miners carry stories passed down through families, creating personal connections to a vanished world. These aren't abstract historical facts, but family memory, kept alive through photographs, remembered conversations, and the occasional piece of mining equipment kept as a family heirloom. The contemporary energy transition, the shift from fossil fuels to renewable sources, has brought unexpected resonance to mining history. Wales is now investing in wind farms, tidal power, and solar installations, transitioning from extracting energy from the ground to harvesting it from natural forces. Some former mining communities are becoming centres for renewable energy, finding new purpose in energy production, even as the energy sources change completely. This transition carries echoes of mining's lessons, the importance of planning for workers displaced by industrial change, the need to support communities economically dependent on single industries, the recognition that energy extraction has costs, environmental, social and human, that must be considered alongside economic benefits. These lessons, learned painfully through mining's rise and fall, inform current policy in ways that might have prevented some of the hardship mining communities experienced if they'd been applied earlier. Climate change discussions often position coal mining as a purely historical problem, the source of emissions that created our current crisis. This is true, but incomplete. The people who mined coal weren't causing climate change through malice or ignorance. They were providing energy that civilization demanded, working jobs that were available to them, and feeding families the only way they knew how. Holding them responsible for climate change makes no more sense than blaming oil workers for petroleum dependence. The responsibility lies with economic and political systems that created demand without considering long-term consequences. Understanding this distinction matters because we're still creating new industries and new dependencies without fully considering their long-term impacts. We're still asking workers to accept dangerous or harmful employment because alternatives don't exist. We're still building communities around single industries that might vanish within a generation. The patterns that created and destroyed coal mining continue in new forms, suggesting we haven't fully learned the lessons that history offers. As you prepare for sleep, comfortable in your warm bed with electric light available at the touch of a switch, it's worth holding one final thought about what those forgotten mines of Wales actually represent. They represent human ingenuity applied to solving energy needs, even when the solution came at tremendous cost. They represent working-class communities creating culture, dignity, and solidarity under conditions that were objectively terrible. They represent the environmental and human price of industrialization, paid by people who had little choice about the work they did but maintained their humanity, despite circumstances designed to reduce them to mere labor. The miners themselves, the men who descended into darkness day after day, the women who maintained households and communities, and the children who started work before they'd finished growing. These weren't extraordinary people in the sense of being unusual. They were ordinary humans doing what humans do, adapting to circumstances, building lives in available spaces, creating meaning despite hardship, and persevering because the alternative was unacceptable. Their ordinariness is precisely what makes their history important. They demonstrate that normal people, faced with difficult circumstances, are capable of remarkable endurance and achievement. The mining communities didn't just survive, they thrived culturally, creating music, literature, and social institutions that enriched the broader culture. They didn't just endure exploitation, they organised collectively and fought for better conditions, establishing precedents that benefited workers everywhere. The forgetting of this history, and make no mistake, it is being forgotten outside of Wales, represents a kind of cultural amnesia that impoverishes us. When we lose connection to the labour that created modern comfort, we lose understanding of what that comfort actually cost. When we forget the human price of energy and material goods, we're more likely to treat them as cheap and disposable, rather than recognising their true cost. Remembering doesn't mean romanticising. Mining was brutal, dangerous work that nobody should have had to do in the conditions that existed. The hardships mining communities endured weren't character-building challenges, but unnecessary suffering caused by economic systems that valued profit over human welfare. Progress meant improving conditions until they became acceptable, and eventually transitioning away from coal entirely. But remembering does mean recognising that the lives lived in those valleys, the work done in those mines, the communities built in those towns, the struggles fought in those strikes. These things mattered. They shaped the modern world. They established precedents for workers' rights. They demonstrated human capacity for endurance and community solidarity. They created a culture that enriches us still. The last deep mine in Wales closed in 2008, but the history didn't end there. It continues in the landscapes shaped by mining, in the communities still adapting to post-industrial reality, and in the cultural traditions maintained by people who never worked underground but inherited mining's legacy. It continues in the museums that preserve this history, in the stories passed down through families, and in the values that mining communities developed and their descendants maintain. And it continues in moments like this, when someone comfortable and safe takes time to consider what life was like for people who had neither comfort nor safety, but built meaningful lives anyway. By remembering their story, you're honouring their experience and keeping alive a history that matters more than it might initially appear. The darkness beneath Welsh hills is empty now, the coal face is silent, the pit wheels still. But the darkness gave us something beyond fuel and profit. It gave us examples of human resilience, lessons about the cost of progress, warnings about building communities around single industries, and demonstrations of what people can achieve through collective action and mutual support. These are gifts worth receiving, even as we're grateful that the particular conditions that created them have passed into history. Sleep well. knowing that the warmth and comfort you enjoy tonight comes partly from energy sources that people risked everything to extract. Remember them with gratitude, honour their struggles by learning from them, and carry forward the values they developed in darkness: solidarity, perseverance, dignity and hope. The mines are forgotten by many, but they need not be forgotten by you. Imagine yourself on a cool evening in 400 BCE, strolling through the winding, narrow streets of ancient Athens. The sky is painted in rose and gold hues that would make any Instagram filter envious, as the sun has just slipped behind the hills. You're going to learn that Greek homes were much more advanced than you may think. They weren't simple huts where people huddled like Antarctic penguins to stay warm. Although their method differed greatly from our contemporary solutions, Greek homes were built with sleep comfort as their top priority. Greek architects used a healthy dose of centuries' worth of practical knowledge to create homes that were essentially climate-controlled systems made of stone, wood, and clay tiles rather than fighting the climate. Built around a central courtyard known as an atrium, the typical Greek home functioned as a clever climate control system and the centre of family life. Imagine a tiny outdoor space that is encircled by living areas and covered walkways, forming a microclimate that retains warmth in the winter and stays cooler in the summer. This was environmental engineering masquerading as architecture, not merely a matter of taste. These houses had thick walls made of sun-dried mud bricks, which were remarkably insulating. Consider them to be ancient thermal mass that releases heat gradually during the cool nights and absorbs it slowly during the warm days. These walls, which in some locations could be as thick as 2 feet, served as a barrier between the sleeping quarters inside and the occasionally severe Mediterranean weather outside. The importance of orientation for comfort is something that many contemporary architects have forgotten, but Greek builders understood. In order to benefit from winter sun and offer protection from summer heat, houses were thoughtfully placed. In order to avoid the harsh afternoon sun that could turn a bedroom into an oven, the main sleeping areas were usually positioned on the side of the house that would receive the morning light. There were windows, but they weren't for picturesque views. They were strategically placed and small. These were thoughtfully designed apertures that permitted ventilation while reducing heat loss, rather than the expansive picture windows we are accustomed to. Wooden shutters, oiled cloth, or even thin sheets of translucent stone that let in light but keep out drafts could be used to cover these windows on chilly evenings. The floors in sleeping quarters were frequently composed of packed earth and smooth plaster, which may seem archaic until you consider that earth floors offer superior thermal mass and maintain a constant temperature. Thick rugs and animal hides could be used to cover these floors in the winter, providing surprisingly good insulation against the chilly floor. Another astute consideration was room height. Greek bedrooms naturally encouraged relaxation because of their comparatively low ceilings, which meant less air volume to heat and a cozier, more intimate atmosphere. When your heating system is primarily based on body heat and oil lamps, high ceilings may look impressive, but they do a terrible job of keeping you warm. The art of the alcove, which are tiny enclosed sleeping areas that resemble bedrooms inside bedrooms, was also perfected by the Greeks. These alcoves were frequently incorporated into the thickest section of the house's walls, resulting in 3 sides of natural insulation. Sleeping in an alcove was similar to sleeping in a comfortable cave that was created by someone who genuinely cared about your well-being. Many homes had what we might refer to as a winter room and a summer room, which allowed families to move around the house according to the time of year. The summer room would be bigger, better ventilated, and made to remain cool even on the hottest days, while the winter room would be smaller, better protected, and oriented to receive the most sunlight. For the warmest summer nights, Greek homes also had covered outdoor sleeping spaces. These areas offered shelter from dew and the sporadic summer rains, along with the cooling benefits of nighttime breezes. It was similar to having a permanent camping setup without having to fumble with tent poles at night. Sleep was also taken into consideration when designing Greek homes' entrances. The quiet sleeping quarters farther inside the house were separated from the dusty, noisy street by a sequence of rooms and courtyards. This meant that local dogs, early morning traders and late-night partygoers were far less likely to disrupt your restful sleep. Most significantly, Greek home design understood that psychological comfort was just as important for restful sleep as physical comfort. The design fostered a feeling of seclusion and safety that promoted mental and physical relaxation. Usually located away from public spaces and intended to feel like havens, sleeping quarters were the most secure section of the house. Let's move on to discussing what the Greeks actually slept on after discussing the architectural shell that shielded them. Greek bedding was surprisingly sophisticated, combining natural materials in ways that contemporary sleep scientists would likely approve of. This contrasts with the idea of ancient people tossing and turning on rough straw pallets. The Klein, a bed frame that served as both furniture and art, was the cornerstone of Greek sleeping comfort. These were well-made pieces that frequently had curved headrests, ornamental legs, and built-in storage spaces rather than the straightforward rectangular platforms we might have expected. A well-made Klein was made to last for many generations and was frequently handed down from parents to children as a family heirloom. Greek bed frames were usually higher off the ground than contemporary beds, and constructed of wood, usually olive, oak, or imported cedar for the wealthy. In addition to offering storage space underneath and shielding sleepers from drafts hugging the floor, this elevation also produced a psychologically significant and cosy feeling. In a literal sense, climbing into bed meant ascending to a place of safety and rest. The actual sleeping surface was made up of a foundation made of leather straps or woven rope, which was more flexible than a contemporary box spring. After that, this foundation was covered with several layers of carefully selected materials, each of which had a distinct function in the pursuit of comfort at night. Usually, the first layer consisted of a thick mattress made of wool filled with materials that were chosen according to local availability and family wealth. The mattresses of wealthy Greeks may be filled with imported silk fibres, goose feathers, or even soft sheep's wool. Wool was mixed with dried seaweed or cleaned straw in middle-class households. Reeds, dried grasses, or the wool from the family's own sheep could be used to make cosy sleeping surfaces in even the smallest of homes. It was surprising how well these old mattresses controlled the temperature. In addition to wicking moisture away from the body, wool in particular has the amazing ability to keep you cool in the summer and warm in the winter. These characteristics were intuitively understood by Greek bedmakers, who used them to design sleeping surfaces that adjusted to the body temperature of the sleeper, as well as the room temperature. Depending on the season and individual preference, layers of woolen blankets and linen sheets were placed over the mattress. The quality of Greek textiles was well known throughout antiquity, and sleeping linens were valued enough to demand hefty expenditures. Often included in a bride's dowry, a set of luxurious bed linens was meant to be used for many years. The ability to design layered bedding systems that could be modified for various conditions was a specialty of the Greeks. A sleeper may only use a thin woolen cover and a light linen sheet on warm summer nights. Additional layers could be added as the temperature dropped, such as quilted covers filled with wool or down, fur throws, or heavier woolen blankets. Pillows were smaller, firmer supports intended to maintain the head and neck in the proper alignment while sleeping, rather than the fluffy, oversized cushions we're accustomed to today. These were thought to be necessary for a comfortable night's sleep, and were frequently filled with soft materials like wool, feathers, or dried herbs. In order to combine comfort and aromatherapy, some Greek pillows were even filled with lavender or rose petals. Rich people may own several sets of bedding for various times of year and events. More blankets that could turn a bed into a comfortable cocoon, thicker mattresses and heavier wools were all features of winter bedding. Breathability and cooling were the main features of summer bedding, which featured lighter materials and fewer layers that were simple to modify on hot nights. Additionally, Greek bedding included useful elements that are frequently absent from contemporary bedding. In order to keep them from falling off while you were sleeping, many blankets featured loops or ties that allowed them to be fastened to the bed frame. Foot warmers, which are special pockets or compartments where heated stones or metal objects can be placed to warm cold feet, were built into some sleeping systems. Greek bedding was influenced by colour and design for psychological as well as aesthetic reasons. Lovely bedding contributed to the setting that encouraged rest and restful sleep. In order to provide a feeling of comfort and individuality, wealthy Greeks may have had their bedding embroidered with geometric designs, mythological scenes, or family symbols. The Greeks were also aware of the significance of maintaining bedding for both health and comfort. To keep freshness and keep insects away, sleeping areas were fumigated with herbs, blankets were cleaned and recarded, and mattresses were frequently aired and refilled. Clean, well-maintained bedding just slept better and lasted longer, so this attention to cleanliness was about more than just hygiene. Another Greek invention that enhanced comfort while safeguarding priceless textiles was the seasonal storage of bedding. In order to prevent insect damage, heavy winter bedding was meticulously cleaned and stored during the summer, frequently with fragrant herbs. This meant that families could bring out clean, fresh bedding that was ready to provide the most warmth and comfort when the cold weather returned. Because bedding could be made at home and purchased locally, even small Greek homes frequently had surprisingly cosy sleeping arrangements. A family could make cosy beds with locally sourced wool, homegrown herbs, and textiles woven on domestic looms, even if they could not afford imported silk or fine furs. Without electric blankets or central heating, you may be wondering how the Greeks stayed warm during those frigid Mediterranean winters. The solution combines clever heating techniques, architectural gimmicks, and a thorough comprehension of the flow of heat through structures, knowledge that would be very helpful to many contemporary homeowners. The brazier, a transportable metal container made to safely store burning wood or charcoal indoors, served as the main heating source in the majority of Greek homes. These were carefully designed heating devices that provided warmth while lowering the risk of fires or carbon monoxide poisoning, not rudimentary fire pots that filled rooms with smoke. Consider them the ancestors of space heaters, but with centuries of refinement. From tiny personal warmers that could warm a single sleeping alcove to massive family models that could warm an entire room, Greek braziers came in a variety of shapes and sizes. The best braziers were constructed of iron or bronze and had perforations on the sides that safely contained the burning fuel while allowing heat to radiate effectively. Some even featured movable vents that let users regulate the airflow and heat output. These heating systems' fuel was carefully selected for its safety and heat output. Because it burned hotter, produced less smoke, and was easier to manage, charcoal was favoured over wood. In addition to providing warmth, burning aromatic woods like cedar or sandalwood allowed wealthy families to fill the air with pleasant scents that encouraged rest and sleep. Greek homes frequently had extremely advanced built-in heating systems for their era. Hypocausts, or underfloor heating systems, were found in some homes. These systems heated rooms from below by circulating hot air from a furnace through spaces beneath the floor. Cities in northern Greece, where winters were harsher, were especially fond of this system. The Greeks devised a number of clever heating techniques that concentrated heat where it was most needed, particularly for sleeping quarters. After being warmed by the fire, heated stones or metal objects were put in bed warmers, which are specialised containers designed to safely hold hot objects without scorching the bedding. For added aromatherapy benefits, these antiquated hot water bottles were frequently scented with herbs and could keep a bed warm for hours. The art of heating clothing for sleeping was also perfected by the Greeks. Sleeping clothes were made to regulate body temperature in addition to being modest. Sleeping tunics and wool nightgowns created a personal microclimate that remained comfortable all night long by retaining body heat while letting moisture out. To help stop heat loss from the head, some sleeping garments even had hoods or caps. By placing braziers strategically and using bed curtains or canopies to create smaller, easier-to-heat spaces surrounding the sleeping area, room heating was frequently concentrated in sleeping areas. Even if the rest of the room was fairly cool, thick curtains around a bed could retain warm air and provide a comfortable sleeping environment. Thermal mass, or the capacity of dense materials to store and release heat gradually, was another advantage of Greek heating systems. When braziers or sunlight warmed stone or clay walls during the day, the heat would continue to radiate through the night, providing a steady, gentle warmth that didn't require constant fuel feeding. Community heating was typical for low-income families. During the coldest months, extended families may sleep together, using body heat and little fuel heating to stay warm. It was more than just economics. Group sleeping actually resulted in more comfortable and controlled temperatures than individual heating systems. The Greeks created advanced fuel management systems that reduced expenses and effort while optimizing heat. In order to guarantee a supply of clean-burning fuel for winter heating, charcoal was frequently prepared ahead of time during warm weather. Wood that burns well and emits little smoke indoors was carefully chosen and seasoned. Heat recovery systems were installed in some Greek homes to recover and repurpose lost warm air. Cooking fires, which were in any case required for food preparation, were placed and vented so that their heat could warm sleeping quarters before being expelled outdoors. Every piece of fuel burned had its heating value maximised by this dual-purpose strategy. The intricate task of keeping the entire house at a comfortable temperature was handled by dedicated heating servants for the wealthy. These experts knew how to arrange braziers for optimal effectiveness, bank fires for consistent overnight heating, and coordinate various heating sources to ensure cosy sleeping conditions. When it came to old heating systems, safety was always the top priority. Greek homes frequently had sleeping quarters with stone or tile floors surrounding heating appliances to prevent fires. Heating devices were carefully placed away from bedding and easily flammable textiles, and water containers were kept close by for emergency fire suppression. The significance of air quality in heated sleeping areas was also recognised by the Greeks. Ventilation systems prevented hazardous gas accumulation from burning fuel while allowing fresh air to enter heated rooms. Some homes had advanced chimney systems that kept heat inside while safely drawing combustion gases and smoke outside. Greek families were able to control fuel expenses and maintain year-round comfort through the use of seasonal heating techniques. Heating may only be used to warm bed linens before bed in mild weather. Several heating systems would be used to provide layers of warmth throughout the house during cold snaps. Because of this adaptable strategy, heating could be changed to accommodate family budgets and weather conditions. Imagine living in a world where sleep was a sacred journey into the world of the gods rather than merely a biological necessity as you get ready for your own journey into sleep tonight. The ancient Greeks understood that the transition from waking to sleeping required both physical and spiritual preparation, so they approached bedtime with the same respect and ritual that we might save for significant life events. Greek bedtime customs predate the act of actually getting into bed. Because the evening was viewed as a period of transition during which the lines separating the divine and mortal realms grew increasingly blurred, preparation was crucial for both spiritual protection and sound sleep. These were well-planned routines that encouraged both physical comfort and mental tranquility, rather than superstitious beliefs. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Greek bedtime preparation was the lighting ritual. The harsh light of the day was gradually replaced by the soft glow of oil lamps filled with olive oil and scented with herbs like chamomile or lavender as night fell. Lighting evening lamps served as more than just a means of illumination. It was a form of meditation that assisted the mind's shift from the active energy of the day to the quiet, receptive state of the night. Greek oil lamps were themselves works of art, frequently embellished with pictures of serene gods, symbols of protection, or serene landscapes. In contrast to the harsh, constant illumination of contemporary electric lights, the light they produced was warm and flickering. In ways that contemporary science has only just begun to comprehend, this soft, erratic light naturally promoted sleepiness and assisted in regulating the body's circadian rhythms. Before going to bed, personal hygiene and spiritual purification were thought to be crucial. Greeks used water that had frequently been scented with flower oils or herbs to wash their faces, hands, and feet. This was about cleaning away the spiritual debris that could build up from day-to-day activities and potentially disrupt restful sleep, not just the dirt of the day. The sleeping mind was a sacred space that needed to be prepared for and protected, because the Greeks thought that dreams were messages from the gods. Many Greeks would offer small sacrifices to the gods of sleep, Hypnos, and dreams, Morpheus, before bed in order to obtain restful sleep and enlightening visions. These sacrifices could be as easy as leaving a small piece of bread on a home shrine, or a few drops of wine on the ground. Greek bedtime rituals included prayer and meditation, but these weren't the somber, formal prayers we might anticipate. Rather, they were prayers for protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep, thanksgiving for the day's blessings, and soft dialogues with guardian gods. Deep, peaceful sleep was encouraged by these spiritual exercises, which also helped to calm racing thoughts and foster a sense of divine protection. Greek sleeping areas frequently featured small household shrines, sacred symbols, or protective amulets that were thought to ward off evil spirits and nightmares. These were psychological aids that contributed to a feeling of security and tranquility in the sleeping environment rather than manifestations of archaic superstition. Your mind can fall asleep more fully when your bedroom feels safe and sacred. For various kinds of sleep difficulties, the Greeks had particular rituals. People who experienced nightmares might burn certain herbs, such as juniper berries or bay leaves, whose smoke was thought to purify the sleeping area and encourage restful sleep. Gentle prayers were offered to Nyx, the goddess of night, for the gift of deep sleep and natural drowsiness in order to treat insomnia. Seasonal sleep rituals recognized that the agricultural calendar and weather had an impact on sleeping needs. Warmth, safety, and the prospect of springtime were the main themes of bedtime rituals during the long winter nights. Cooling, cleansing, and a connection to nature, which was alive and vibrant during the warm months, were the main focuses of summer sleep rituals. Everyone in the home was able to sleep soundly thanks to family sleep customs. Before going to bed, parents would bless their kids, frequently by giving them a gentle pat on the forehead and muttering prayers for restful sleep and a safe night. In addition to strengthening family ties, these private moments offered psychological solace that improved everyone's quality of sleep. The actual sleeping area was also prepared according to Greek customs. Sleeping areas were fumigated with aromatic herbs that both freshened the air and created a sacred atmosphere. Bedding was arranged in specific patterns thought to promote comfort and peace, and beds were frequently sprinkled with blessed or scented water. Greek bedtime customs included activities that are now known to be very helpful for maintaining proper sleep hygiene. Modern sleep experts advise the following practices for better sleep: creating a calm sleeping environment, focusing on relaxation and thankfulness, gradually lowering the lights, and scheduling bedtime activities regularly. Though they were frequently customized to each person's requirements and preferences, personal bedtime rituals usually included aspects of introspection, thankfulness, and dream world preparation. In order to let go of any resentment or anxiety that might keep them from sleeping, some Greeks would reflect on the day's events in an attitude of forgiveness and learning. Others would engage in periods of silent reflection, letting the mind naturally transition into the receptive state that facilitates both sleep and deep dreams. It was believed that the daily shift from waking to sleeping offered a chance for spiritual rejuvenation and a closer relationship with God. Sleep was a journey into a world where extraordinary experiences were possible and normal rules didn't apply, in addition to being a time for the body to rest. Preparing for bed became a practice of both practical wisdom and spiritual devotion as a result of this realization. Greek sleep customs also involved communal aspects, particularly during holidays or stressful periods. Families may pray together in the evening, communities may engage in customs meant to encourage restful sleep for all, and neighbourhoods may perform protective rituals during trying times. These customs strengthened social ties and improved the well-being of the individual and the group. Consider yourself an athlete, philosopher or merchant from ancient Greece who must travel far from the convenience of your well-planned sleeping quarters at home. How did you get a good night's sleep when visiting new places that might not meet your specific comfort standards? Greek solutions to the problem of sleep during travel were both clever and useful, resulting in systems that may seem surprisingly familiar to travellers today. The Greeks established a vast system of hospitality that allowed people to sleep comfortably even in far-flung places. According to the idea of xenia, or sacred hospitality, giving travellers decent places to sleep was not only smart business, but also a religious duty that Zeus himself oversaw. Even modest households took pride in providing the best sleeping arrangements they could because of this divine mandate for hospitality. Pandakaion, or professional inns, developed into sophisticated establishments that focused on giving tourists a comfortable place to stay. These weren't the gritty taverns you might see in historical dramas. Rather, they were well-run establishments that recognised that guests who slept well were likely to return and refer others to the inn. The top Greek inns had thoughtfully designed sleeping quarters, high-quality linens, heating systems, and even simple conveniences that catered to the needs of their guests. Greek inns generally provided varying degrees of lodging according to the social standing and financial constraints of their guests, but even the most basic rooms were made with the comfort of their sleep in mind. Individual sleeping alcoves or divided spaces that offered privacy and lessened noise from other visitors were a feature of common sleeping areas. These common areas frequently featured heating braziers and restrooms, enabling visitors to keep up their personal hygiene practices. The art of portable comfort for travellers who might not always find adequate lodging was perfected by the Greeks. Rich tourists brought their own bedding, such as foldable bed frames that could be used to make any reasonably level surface into a cosy sleeping area, lightweight blankets and portable pillows. These portable sleeping systems were made to be both efficient and portable, offering comfortable familiarity in strange places. For colder climates or seasons, portable heating solutions were frequently incorporated into Greek travel sleeping arrangements. Small metal containers that could be used as personal braziers, warming stones that could be heated over cooking fires and used to warm bedding, or specially made clothing that could be used for both sleeping and travelling are some examples of the items that travellers might bring. Even in difficult circumstances, seasoned Greek tourists could remain warm and cosy thanks to these portable comfort systems. In order to help travellers make well-informed decisions about where to sleep, the Greeks created complex systems for assessing the quality of lodging. Along trade routes, recommendations were passed down, and some inns gained a reputation for having very comfortable beds that attracted tourists from all over the Mediterranean. These quality requirements covered things like noise levels, security, room temperature control, and clean bedding, all of which are important for restful sleep. Travellers, particularly those on religious pilgrimages, frequently found excellent accommodations in temple complexes. These hallowed sleeping areas were kept in the best possible condition and frequently offered conveniences that were on par with the finest private lodgings. In addition to being physically comfortable, temple accommodations offered a sense of spiritual tranquility that many visitors found to be conducive to incredibly sound sleep. Greek cities created laws pertaining to lodging that included particular requirements for sleeping arrangements. Clean bedding, sufficient heating in cold weather, and reasonably quiet and secure sleeping quarters were all requirements for innkeepers. When staying in reputable lodging establishments, travellers could rely on at least minimal comfort thanks to these early hospitality standards. Travellers frequently stayed in private homes, particularly those who had business contacts or letters of introduction. Greek hospitality traditions meant that hosts took great pride in giving their guests comfortable sleeping arrangements, frequently using the finest bedding and sleeping areas from their own families. In terms of comfort and individual attention, these private accommodations frequently outperformed commercial lodging. The Greeks developed sleeping solutions for travellers that addressed particular issues that various kinds of travellers might encounter. In order to safeguard their valuable cargo while they slept, merchants needed safe sleeping arrangements. Scholars and philosophers required peaceful areas where they could study and reflect. Accommodations that promoted physical recuperation and optimal performance were necessary for athletes. Practical advice on adjusting to various climates and elevations that could impact sleep quality was part of the Greek travel sleeping culture. Travellers with experience knew how to modify their sleeping arrangements for the heat of the desert, the cold of the mountains, or the humidity of the coast. Because of this environmental consciousness, travelling didn't have to mean compromising the quality of one's sleep. Before reaching their destination, travellers were able to find appropriate lodging thanks to the communication systems that the Greeks developed. Information about inequality, seasonal availability, and any special accommodations that might be required was disseminated through trade networks. The uncertainty and discomfort of looking for lodging when exhausted from travel were eliminated thanks to this advanced planning, which allowed travellers to frequently set up cosy sleeping arrangements before they arrived. Greek travel accommodations frequently included features that allowed them to continue their own sleep schedules while they were away from home. Inns may offer quiet areas for meditation before bed, oil lamps for evening rituals, or access to laundry facilities so that guests can continue their traditional hygiene habits. Travellers' sleep-promoting routines, which they had established at home, were protected from disruption by this attention to ritual continuity. Greek lodging systems were designed with seasonal travel in mind, offering distinct lodging options for summer and winter travel. While winter accommodations prioritised warmth and weather protection, summer accommodations may prioritise cooling and ventilation. In order to maximise comfort throughout the year, some inns provided distinct rooms for each season. In order to accommodate everything from small merchant parties to large military expeditions, the Greeks also created sleeping arrangements for group travel. These systems included logistical strategies that made sure everyone could sleep comfortably, even when travelling with a large group of people, portable sleeping equipment, and organisational techniques for managing group sleeping spaces. Think about how the ancient Greeks viewed sleep as you get more comfortable in your contemporary bed with memory foam and temperature control. For them, sleep was more than just a daily annoyance that interfered with more vital tasks or a biological requirement. Rather, it was believed that sleep was a profound part of human life that provided insights into life, death, consciousness, and our relationship to the divine. Greek philosophers pondered the nature of sleep and its significance for human well-being for a long time. According to Aristotle, sleep is crucial for mental clarity and emotional equilibrium, in addition to physical well-being. He noted that those who didn't get enough sleep became agitated, distracted, and incapable of making wise decisions, observations that contemporary sleep research has amply supported. The Greeks realized that the quality of sleep had an impact on all facets of daily life, including mental clarity, emotional stability, and physical health. Because of this knowledge, they began to view the environment and preparation for sleep as important issues deserving of considerable care and funding. A Greek who got enough sleep was seen as more moral, more sane, and more able to make contributions to society. The various forms of sleep and their differing advantages for human health were acknowledged in Greek culture. Deep, dreamless sleep was prized for its healing properties and capacity to revitalize the body and mind. Sleeping with dreams was valued because it could yield answers to difficult problems, creative inspiration, and divine messages. Even quick naps were acknowledged as useful strategies for preserving mental acuity during demanding days. The Greeks came up with complex theories regarding the connection between sleep environment, sleep position, and the quality of sleep and dreams. They thought that certain sounds and smells could affect the quality of sleep, that sleeping in particular positions could encourage different kinds of dreams, and that the bed's orientation in relation to celestial bodies could have an impact on the spiritual state of the sleeper. Greek perceptions of time and daily routines were closely linked to their views on sleep. They created their daily schedules to accommodate these rhythms rather than work against them, because they understood that human energy and alertness naturally varied throughout the day. This meant that sleep was not limited to the evening, but also included deliberate rest intervals to sustain optimal performance. Sleep was seen by the Greeks as a kind of everyday death and rebirth that offered chances for personal growth and spiritual rejuvenation. It was believed that every night's sleep was a voyage into the underworld that might offer spiritual insight, wisdom, and healing. This realization elevated sleep to a sacred activity and made getting ready for sleep a spiritual practice. The ability to sleep well was praised in Greek culture as a sign of discernment, self-control, and good living. Individuals with sound sleep habits were valued for their intelligence and self-control, while those with sleep issues were frequently perceived as also in need of direction in other facets of life. Getting enough sleep was seen as a social obligation, as well as a personal accomplishment. The Greeks understood that people's sleep requirements differed from person to person and evolved over the course of a lifetime. Adults required quality sleep for optimal performance, children required more sleep for healthy growth and development, and elderly people required distinct sleep schedules to account for the normal aging process. For its time, this personalized knowledge of sleep requirements was highly sophisticated. Sleep disorders were viewed in Greek medicine as grave medical conditions that needed to be treated thoroughly and by a professional. Doctors realized that chronic sleep issues might be a sign of underlying emotional or physical imbalances that needed to be treated for general health. A well-established specialty, sleep medicine integrated psychological and spiritual interventions with physical treatments. The various sleep states and their implications for health and well-being were thoroughly categorized by the Greeks. It was acknowledged that different intermediate states such as dream sleep, deep sleep, and light sleep each had distinct purposes and needed different kinds of assistance. Modern sleep science was thousands of years behind this sophisticated understanding of sleep stages. Greek perspectives on dreams were especially advanced, acknowledging that they could be used for anything from divine communication to psychological processing. People who had particularly vivid or significant dreams might seek the advice of experts to understand their meaning, as dream interpretation was a respected skill that required training and wisdom. The Greeks held that moral and ethical behavior during the day had an impact on the quality of sleep. It was believed that people who led moral lives slept better and had more fulfilling dreams, whereas people who acted badly might have trouble sleeping and have nightmares. People were encouraged to live in ways that supported both social harmony and individual rest, because of the link between ethics and sleep quality. Greek culture understood that sleep was a delicate state that needed to be respected and guarded. Creating environments that encouraged everyone to get a good night's sleep was viewed as a community duty, and disturbing someone's sleep unnecessarily was regarded as a serious social transgression. People were able to rely on getting the rest they required thanks to this group's dedication to improving the quality of their sleep. In order to recognize how shifting daylight, weather, and social activities impacted sleep patterns throughout the year, the Greeks created seasonal approaches to sleep. People knew that winter and summer sleep were different, and instead of fighting against these natural variations, they modified their sleeping schedules, rituals, and arrangements to accommodate them. In order to promote general health and character development, Greek educational systems taught students how to get enough sleep. Young people discovered that getting enough sleep was essential to growing up to be responsible adults who could make valuable contributions to society. Good sleep habits were ensured to be passed down through the generations thanks to this educational emphasis on sleep wisdom. The Greeks recognized that sleep was fundamentally social and intensely personal, impacting not only one's own well-being, but also the harmony of one's family and the prosperity of the community. Communities with well-rested residents were more tranquil, effective, and enjoyable places to live, and families with healthy sleep patterns performed better as social units. Imagine exploring a house from ancient Greece that was built with the intention of encouraging the kind of deep, rejuvenating sleep that is necessary for the body and soul to thrive. The sacred journey from waking consciousness into the world of dreams and divine communication was supported by every architectural detail in these homes, which were more than just places to lie down. Greek sleeping arrangements were based on the realization that physical settings that facilitated this significant daily shift were necessary for the passage from day to night and from consciousness to sleep. With several walls and courtyards separating sleeping areas from the sounds of everyday life or street activity, bedrooms were arranged throughout the house to provide the most quiet possible. What we might refer to as sleep suites were integrated areas found in the most affluent Greek homes. These included not only the actual sleeping area, but also areas for preparing for evening rituals, storing seasonal bedding, and even tiny private courtyards where sleepers could enjoy the fresh air while still staying in their most private domestic settings. These suites understood that having a bed in a room wasn't enough for restful sleep. Greek architects understood the importance of sound control for restful sleep, so they gave careful consideration to acoustic design. Sleeping places were frequently constructed with thick walls, placed away from workshops and animal quarters, and featured architectural elements that either reflected or absorbed sound. Early examples of sound masking were even found in some affluent residences, which used wind chimes or flowing water features to produce calming background noises that drowned out more annoying sounds. The Greeks invented architectural methods of scent control that improved the quality of sleep by using aromatherapy. Built-in niches for burning aromatic herbs, ventilation systems that drew air through herb gardens before entering bedrooms, or storage systems that kept bedding scented with rose petals or lavender are some examples of sleeping areas. These fragrant systems served as useful instruments for encouraging calm and sound sleep, not just enjoyable extravagances. Beyond merely concealing sleeping quarters from view, Greek sleeping architecture featured sophisticated approaches to privacy. Spaces that felt isolated, safe, and shielded from the outside world were created by these designs. Psychological privacy. The kind of profound relaxation necessary for genuinely healing sleep and fulfilling dreams depended on this feeling of sanctuary. The Greeks designed bedrooms that could comfortably accommodate both single people and couples, because they recognized that sleeping areas needed to support both individual and shared rest. Multiple sleeping alcoves in one room, movable partitions that could create private areas in larger spaces, or adaptable furniture arrangements that could be changed to suit shifting needs are a few examples of this. Greek architects created cutting-edge methods of climate control that allowed sleeping spaces to remain cozy all year round, without constantly using fuel. These could be passive ventilation systems that moved air without causing drafts, thermal mass walls that gradually stored and released heat, or movable architectural elements that could be adjusted seasonally to maximize comfort. Certain Greek houses had distinct sleeping areas for various family members and uses. The sleeping spaces for kids were made to offer suitable privacy and easy supervision. Security and hospitality were combined in the guest sleeping areas. Elderly family members may have sleeping arrangements that preserve their comfort and dignity while meeting their evolving physical needs. The Greeks developed architectural sleep-related storage solutions that kept clothes, bedding, and other personal belongings accessible and organized without overcrowding sleeping areas. In order to maintain peaceful, clutter-free sleeping spaces that encourage mental calm, built-in niches, underbed storage spaces, and specialty furniture blended practicality with visual appeal, Greek sleeping architecture frequently included features that shielded occupants from the harsher aspects of nature, while fostering a sense of connection with it. This could include windows that are framed by views of the sky or gardens, but are made to keep out intruding light, insects, and weather. The Greek belief that sleep was a natural part of life's rhythm was reinforced by these associations with nature. The Greeks created architectural strategies for artificial lighting that promoted restful sleep. Niches for oil lamps were placed to provide soft, movable lighting that could be progressively turned down as bedtime drew near. Certain sleeping spaces had various lighting settings that permitted various pre-bedtime activities, such as reading, talking, or peaceful reflection. Greek sleeping quarters frequently featured architectural elements that encouraged personal hygiene and pre-sleep rituals. These could include restrooms, places to keep and exhibit private religious objects, or areas intended for peaceful prayer or meditation. Maintaining the regular evening routines that encourage sound sleep was made simpler by these integrated facilities. Beyond basic heating systems, the Greeks developed architectural solutions for temperature control. Sleeping spaces could have adjustable wall openings that could be adjusted to regulate airflow according to seasonal requirements, thermal chimneys that drew hot air away during the summer, or cold air wells that offered natural cooling. Greek architects created sleeping areas that could progressively change from bright daylight to soft evening illumination to total darkness because they recognized that the daily cycle of light and darkness had an impact on the quality of sleep. This could include a variety of window sizes, movable shutters, or architectural elements that support natural circadian rhythms by directing and filtering light. The sleeping areas in the most opulent Greek homes could be fully altered to suit changing needs and personal preferences. Modular bedding systems could be combined in different ways to create customized comfort zones. Movable partitions allowed rooms to be rearranged, and adjustable furniture could accommodate different sleeping positions. Water features that offered both functional advantages and psychological comfort were frequently included in Greek sleeping architecture. Small fountains or water channels could offer psychological comfort from being in close proximity to nature, white noise to drown out distracting noises, and cooling during hot weather. Instead of interfering with sleep, these water features were intended to improve it. The Greeks created architectural security strategies that made sleepers feel totally secure without feeling confined. Multiple exits from sleeping areas, discreet yet secure locks, or design elements that offer unobstructed views of possible approach routes are a few examples of this. The type of profound relaxation that encouraged genuinely restorative sleep required physical security. Greek sleeping quarters frequently had architectural features that reinforced the idea that dreams were messages from God that needed to be properly received. Certain orientations with respect to temples or natural features, built-in spaces for dream recording materials, or architectural features that were thought to draw positive spiritual influences while you slept are examples of this. Consider how the ancient Greeks modified their sleeping arrangements to complement, rather than conflict with, the natural cycles of the Mediterranean year as the seasons shift outside your contemporary climate-controlled bedroom. They took a sensible yet sophisticated approach to seasonal sleep adaptation, understanding that different tactics were needed at different times of the year to achieve comfortable sleep. Greek winter sleeping arrangements turned houses into comfortable havens that preserved the air quality required for restful sleep while optimizing warmth. Families would frequently combine their sleeping arrangements during the coldest months, switching from summer bedrooms to smaller, easier-to-heat winter sleeping areas that improved temperature control and used less fuel. Adaptable to changing temperatures throughout the night, winter bedding systems were masterworks of layered warmth. The Greeks would make their beds with heavy linen sheets that could be added or removed as needed, fur throws, and several wool blankets. Because they could be swiftly pulled up in the event that the temperature dropped during the night, the heaviest blankets were frequently stored at the foot of the bed. In order to prepare for winter sleep, the Greeks would heat their bedding before using it, use warming pans or heated stones, or even briefly expose blankets and mattresses to brazier heat. In addition to providing physical comfort, this pre-warming ritual was a warm evening custom that facilitated family members' transition from a busy day to a peaceful night. The purpose of winter sleeping clothes was to keep people warm without limiting their mobility or making them overheat. Many families had special winter nightwear that was both warmer and more comfortable than their summer sleeping clothes, and Greeks wore layered sleeping garments made of soft wool that could be adjusted during the night. In order to cope with the psychological effects of long dark nights and cold weather, the Greeks created sleep customs tailored to the winter season. During the months when people spent more time indoors, these could include long evening talks by the fire before bed, special winter foods that encouraged coziness and relaxation, or family bonding activities that took place in groups. The Greek understanding that the body's needs changed as daylight hours increased and temperatures became more moderate was reflected in the springtime sleeping arrangements. It was thought that spring was the best season to clean and reorganize sleeping areas, to air out bedding that had been stored during the winter, and to gradually switch from bulky winter sleeping arrangements to lighter spring comfort systems. In order to welcome the rebirth of nature, Greek spring sleep customs involved the ceremonial cleaning and blessing of sleeping areas. In celebration of the return of growth and life to the natural world, bedrooms were meticulously cleaned, bedding was cleaned and allowed to air out, and sleeping areas were frequently adorned with fresh flowers or herbs. Spring sleep schedules adapted bedtimes and morning routines to accommodate, rather than conflict with, people's innately higher levels of energy as daylight hours increased. The Greeks realized that modifying daily routines to align with seasonal energy patterns was more effective than fighting natural sleep rhythms. Ancient Greek summer sleeping necessitated completely different techniques aimed at staying cool while preserving security and comfort. Greek homes often had outdoor or semi-outdoor sleeping areas that benefited from cool night breezes, as well as specialized summer sleeping areas that maximized airflow while minimizing heat retention. Greek summer bedding was simple but thoughtfully selected for its ability to keep cool. Even on the hottest nights, comfortable sleeping conditions were made possible by light linen sheets, easily removable thin wool blankets, and bedding that had been stored with cooling herbs like eucalyptus or mint. The timing of summer sleep was changed to accommodate Mediterranean climate's inherent cooling cycles. Greeks may sleep later to enjoy cooler evening temperatures, take afternoon naps during the hottest part of the day, and rise earlier to enjoy the cool morning hours before the heat of the day becomes unbearable. Despite the hot weather, cooling rituals that reduced body temperature and encouraged relaxation were part of the Greek summer sleep preparation. The use of fans and other cooling equipment to create comfortable sleeping conditions, light evening meals that didn't increase internal heat, or cool baths before bed could all be part of this. The Greeks understood that autumn was a time to prepare for winter, while still taking advantage of the pleasant weather and bountiful harvests of late summer, and this was reflected in their sleeping arrangements. The best time to make winter bedding, stock up on heating fuel and gradually change sleeping arrangements from summer to winter was in the fall. Gratitude rituals that honoured the year's harvest and primed the mind for the contemplative winter months were common in Greek autumn sleep customs. These exercises facilitated the mental shift from summer's active, externally focused energy to winter's need for inward-focused, restful energy. The Greeks created intricate systems for keeping sleeping gear and seasonal bedding in good shape, while making the most of the storage space that was available. Winter bedding was aired and stored in the summer to avoid heat and humidity damage, while summer bedding was meticulously cleaned and preserved with fragrant herbs in the winter. Understanding how shifting daylight patterns impacted not only sleep timing, but also sleep quality and dream content was part of the Greek seasonal sleep wisdom. They changed their expectations and sleeping arrangements in response to the fact that people naturally slept differently on long summer nights than on long winter nights. The Greeks were also aware that seasonal variations in sleep had an impact on family and community dynamics, in addition to individual rest. Seasonal sleeping arrangements created yearly cycles that supported both intimacy and independence by bringing families closer together in the winter and allowing for more individual privacy in the summer. Another advanced component of Greek sleep wisdom was seasonal nutrition, which suggested different foods to support restful sleep at different seasons of the year. While summer sleep foods emphasized cool, easily digestible options that didn't interfere with rest during warm weather, winter sleep foods might emphasize warming spices and hearty ingredients. Imagine living in a society where social obligations and community relationships played a bigger role in your sleep than just being a personal, private experience. Ancient Greek society established institutions and practices that promoted restful sleep for individuals while fortifying the social ties that bound communities together, because they recognized that getting enough sleep was both a personal need and a shared obligation. Greek architecture and social arrangements were based on the knowledge that family sleep patterns had an impact on everyone's health, which encouraged everyone in the family to get enough sleep. The sleeping arrangements for parents, kids, servants, and other family members were planned to minimize disruptions and maximize comfort and security. The Greek idea of philoxenia, or love of strangers, included particular duties to give visitors, travelers, and guests a comfortable place to sleep. These were considered to be sacred obligations that the gods themselves upheld, not merely polite social behavior. Reputations were frequently based on the caliber of sleep that visitors received in specific homes, and families took pride in their ability to provide exceptional sleeping hospitality. Greek communities established unofficial but efficient procedures for controlling activities and noise that could interfere with sleep. There were unspoken norms in neighbourhoods regarding what kinds of nighttime activities were appropriate, how late social gatherings could go on, and when noisy activities should stop. Everyone was able to rely on the silence required for restful sleep thanks to these community norms. Because the Greeks understood that sleep issues could impact entire communities, they developed collective approaches to sleep health that address social and environmental factors that affect the quality of sleep. Communities could cooperate to manage lighting that disrupted natural sleep cycles, control sources of noise pollution, or address security issues that prevented residents from getting a good night's sleep. Greek social customs included particular procedures for resolving disputes and issues pertaining to sleep. There were established social mechanisms in place to handle situations where someone's actions were interfering with others' sleep in a way that would preserve peace in the community. These systems understood that if sleep disputes were not managed carefully, they could develop into major social issues. The Greeks created parallel systems that gave everyone, from affluent citizens to working slaves, suitable rest opportunities because they recognized that different social classes had different sleep requirements and limitations. The idea that everyone should have enough sleep for their health and productivity was widely acknowledged, even though the specific arrangements varied greatly. Greek civic and religious celebrations included measures to deal with the sleep disturbance that big crowds invariably caused. Systems that offered sleeping accommodations, controlled noise levels at night, and assisted people in sticking to sleep schedules despite the excitement of special occasions were developed as a result of festival organisers' recognition that attendees needed to rest in order to fully participate in multi-day events. The Greeks created complex methods for communal sleeping that could be used for family get-togethers, religious pilgrimages, and military operations. These systems included social norms that preserved comfort and privacy even in crowded situations, equipment that was portable and easy to set up, and systematic approaches to managing shared sleeping areas. Greek marriage traditions included special consideration for sleeping arrangements that promoted intimacy within the marriage, as well as individual rest. There were established traditions for designing sleeping areas that encouraged individual comfort and harmony within the marriage. The newlyweds were given bedding and bedroom furnishings as wedding presents. Understanding that children's sleep needs differed from those of adults, the Greeks created family structures that encouraged young people to get a good night's sleep while teaching them the social skills needed to live in a community. Early on, kids were taught that their sleeping patterns had an impact on other people, and that it was their duty to improve the quality of sleep in the home. Greek social customs regarding illness and sleep acknowledged that caring for ill family members necessitated modifying household sleep schedules, and that sick people required different sleeping arrangements. Families frequently received support from their communities in overcoming these obstacles, enabling everyone to get enough sleep during trying times. The Greeks created seasonal social customs that complemented rather than contradicted these natural changes in daylight and weather, because they recognized that these changes had an impact on community social rhythms as well as individual sleep patterns. While summer customs accommodated the lighter sleep patterns that came with longer days, winter social activities were made to work with longer sleep needs. Professional experts who were knowledgeable about sleep medicine and could offer guidance and treatment to those who were having trouble sleeping were frequently found in Greek communities. These professionals provided holistic approaches to sleep health that met the needs of the individual as well as the community by fusing their knowledge of medicine with an awareness of the social and environmental elements that influence sleep. Understanding that children, adults, and elders all had unique needs that needed to be met, the Greeks created systems for addressing the sleep needs of various age groups within communities. Regardless of each resident's unique situation, community areas and activities were created to promote healthy sleep habits. Recognizing that community survival frequently depended on ensuring that important individuals could get enough sleep even during trying times, Greek social customs included particular approaches to managing sleep during emergencies or crises. During conflicts, natural disasters, or other disruptions, these crisis sleep systems supported community functioning. It's worth considering how much of the ancient Greeks' knowledge about sleep is still applicable and useful in our day and age as you get ready to go to sleep tonight, surrounded by contemporary conveniences that they could never have imagined. Some aspects of human well-being are genuinely timeless, as evidenced by the Greeks' methods of rest and sleep, which have been largely confirmed by modern science. Many of the results of modern sleep research were predicted by the Greeks' understanding of the relationship between sleep environment and sleep quality. Their focus on air quality, noise reduction, lighting, and temperature regulation demonstrated an innate awareness of the environmental elements that either support or obstruct sound sleep. Many of the environmental changes that Greeks made to their homes and bedtime rituals are still advised by contemporary sleep experts. Current research demonstrates that regular evening routines help regulate circadian rhythms and promote better sleep quality, confirming the Greek emphasis on bedtime rituals and sleep preparation. Their gradual change from bright daylight to soft evening lighting to darkness is in line with current advice on how to control light exposure to promote healthy sleep cycles. Modern knowledge of sleep medicine and chronobiology was foreshadowed by the Greeks' understanding that sleep needs differ from person to person and evolve over the course of a person's life. Their adaptable ideas about the environment, timing and length of sleep demonstrated a deep comprehension of human sleep patterns that contemporary science has only lately come to fully understand. Modern research on the relationships between sleep quality, mental health, and overall life satisfaction was foreshadowed by the Greeks' integration of sleep with spiritual and psychological well-being. Modern sleep studies have fully validated their understanding that sleep has an impact on social relationships, intellectual performance, emotional stability, and physical health. For anyone who wants to work with natural rhythms rather than against them, Greek approaches to seasonal sleep adaptation are still applicable. They serve as models for how contemporary people might modify their sleep patterns to promote well-being all year round by modifying their bedding, sleep schedule, and sleeping environment according to the seasons. For modern societies dealing with pervasive sleep issues, the Greek emphasis on sleep as a communal issue rather than merely an individual one provides insightful information. Their realization that peaceful social settings and community collaboration are necessary for restful sleep points to methods of improving sleep health that go beyond changing personal habits. Many aspects of contemporary sleep systems were foreshadowed by Greek innovations in bedding and sleep furniture. Their use of layered bedding, adjustable sleeping surfaces, and materials that control moisture and temperature demonstrated a knowledge of sleep comfort that contemporary manufacturers invest millions of dollars in studying and creating. Current studies on sleep's role in memory consolidation, emotional processing, and creative problem-solving have confirmed the Greek understanding that dreams and sleep states serve significant psychological and spiritual purposes. Their thoughtful consideration of dreams and sleep experiences demonstrated a profound appreciation for the significance of sleep that goes well beyond mere physical relaxation. Modern travellers who struggle with jet lag, strange surroundings, and disturbed sleep patterns can learn from the Greeks' approaches to travel, sleeping, and sleeping away from home. Their portable comfort systems, flexibility tactics, and focus on preserving accustomed sleep patterns offer helpful advice for today's travel sleep issues. Modern integrative approaches to sleep disorders were foreshadowed by the Greek understanding that sleep medicine necessitates comprehensive approaches addressing physical, psychological, environmental, and social factors. Their understanding that sleep issues frequently mirror larger imbalances in life provides insightful viewpoints for modern sleep medicine. Modern home design and bedroom layout are influenced by Greek architectural approaches to sleeping areas. Their focus on privacy, climate control, acoustic design, and the psychological aspects of sleeping areas provides advice for designing modern bedrooms that genuinely promote sound sleep. Modern families can learn the value of healthy sleep habits from the Greeks, who incorporated sleep wisdom into education and child rearing. They provide hope for resolving today's childhood sleep issues by acknowledging that sleep skills are acquired and can be enhanced with practice and focus. Greek seasonal sleeping customs provide alternatives to the artificially regulated settings that define a large portion of contemporary life. For those who are interested in more natural methods of regulating sleep and the circadian rhythm, their methods for dealing with seasonal energy patterns, temperature fluctuations, and natural light cycles offer guidance. The Greek understanding that a good night's sleep is both a personal need and a social obligation provides insights that may be useful in addressing modern sleep issues brought on by environmental and social variables that are out of an individual's control. Their community-focused approaches to sleep health offer policy recommendations that could enhance the quality of sleep for whole populations. Most significantly, the Greek conception of sleep as a sacred restorative process that merits reverence, care, and attention provides a counterpoint to modern views of sleep as a waste of time or a loss of productivity. Their reverent view of sleep as a daily chance for rest and rejuvenation offers a useful counterpoint to contemporary sleep deprivation and anxiety. Try some Greek-inspired sleep techniques as you get into bed tonight, establishing slow changes from bright to dim lighting, sticking to regular bedtime routines, monitoring the temperature and noise levels of your sleeping space, or just approaching sleep with the same reverence and expectation that the Greeks brought to their nightly foray into the world of dreams. The ancient Greeks recognized something that our contemporary society occasionally overlooks. Sleep patterns have an impact on not only how we feel the following day, but also how we conduct our entire lives. Their knowledge of relaxation, comfort, And the sacredness of sleep provides timeless advice for anyone looking to improve their life, not just their quality of sleep. Rest well knowing that you're engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human customs, one that links you to thousands of generations of people who have found solace, wisdom, and rejuvenation in the soft embrace of sound sleep, in addition to your own deepest needs for rest and recuperation.